and immediately becomes a 2v1 situation as the rest of the team comes through with the support to Chuli, and immediately starts to become an absolute brawl inside of Celestra. PP trying to see if they can create some distance here. Chuli getting decent hits with the nunchucks here, trying to see if they can find it. Ends up bullying Godly. Beautiful defense on each side as Chuli is able to get a massive parry, and a kick towards PP here, dangerously low within the space, and just like that, it looks like the grabs start to come in. CXZ also going to be able to find one, but sadly it's not going to be enough, as immediately he's going to be able to get the throwdown. Eliminates Viper. Jing dangerously low. Can he get the grab? No, someone else takes him and snatches him up.
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第一，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小青神联赛第一泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小德柱，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？但是小德柱好啊。 你们啊，看门都不会看，谢奖啊，小德柱。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
我勒个娘，也聊天，
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。
让我试试。哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！哎，看着啊！
没事。
哎，让我哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池戏黄柳。清玩必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同音魁。
啊！
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
You gotta say, when you need someone to go clutch and pull off a play, 101 is the person to do that. The double parry in front of them. Lots of damage across the board though. Lin is gonna come through. The teleport's available. It gives them the 25% damage reduction. Obviously, that's now an ability on the buff that's moved over from Draco's Storm in the most recent update. Well, if they get caught here, it could be a tough time. KLA though looks like they're going to take it to the side of TK, and oh, it's just such a one-sided matchup. TK, they've not even had a chance to respond here, and blink and you miss it.
And immediately becomes a 2v1 situation as the rest of the team comes through with the support to Chuli, and immediately starts to become an absolute brawl inside of Celestra. PP trying to see if they can create some distance here. Chuli getting decent hits with the nunchucks here, trying to see if they can find it. Ends up bullying Godly. Beautiful defense on each side as Chuli is able to get a massive parry and a kick towards PP here, dangerously low within the space, and just like that, it looks like the grabs start to come in. CXZ also going to be able to find one, but sadly it's not going to be enough, as immediately he's going to be able to get the throwdown. Eliminates Viper. G dangerously low. Can he get the grab? No, someone else takes him and snatches him up.
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第一，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小星神联赛第一泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小得主好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看，谢奖啊，小得主。 赛季我们必将划过这条线。
我勒个娘，也聊天。
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来，我先来。
这没啥。
哎，让我试试，让我试试。哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！哎，看着啊！
没事没事没事。
哎，让我。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now leave.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my right-hand man, Hitbrain, aka Jake, and we're going to be bringing you guys your second bi-weekly solo finals here for season 1 of the Nbpl, or your spring split. And man, things are going to get very, very interesting today. Jake, I don't know if you were looking at the NARAKA Esports Twitter today, but supposedly a lot of change-ups to the roster, including WBG Spider not playing. What's that all about?
I don't know, man. We're in for a bit of a weird day, I think, from the looks of things. I mean, we were just talking briefly before we got on broadcast, and one of the things that we did mention was, you know, Spider's not performing, so maybe him not being here won't really matter, to be honest, because he hasn't really been here in any of the games that he's been in so far. Not been particularly the greatest showing for him. Yeah, it's so weird that we're already on our second bi-weekly finals. It only feels like it was last week me and Moxie did the trio finals, but obviously I'm wrong. It's been 2 weeks. It's moving so fast though. It's moving so fast. It's cool though, because the first bi-weekly I was a lot more focused on the trio, so I was covering a lot of that. This time around I've actually been a little bit more focused on the solos, and kind of keeping an eye on what's actually been going down in those solo games. It's been an interesting one. Obviously, in a lot of the games we haven't had at least like one Z-ping heal off, and then from there it feels like they seem to have deviated. You know, obviously the 5 hero rule, we have to play 5 unique heroes in a day, is a saving grace in what would have otherwise been an absolutely disgusting Z-ping meta, where they just out heal each other. But you know, I'm curious to see, you know, what the hero select is gonna look like, because honestly, on last Saturday when I covered solos, we genuinely didn't have too many people repeat picking Z-ping. We did have a few, but it was a lot more diverse actually, and people, you know, they had their Z-ping game, and then they kind of went and looked out from there and would actually look to maybe play something like the Takeda, which actually I think a few people picked up 2 times as well instead of like the Z-ping. So it is an interesting one. It's weird, and it's very curious to see the Yoto just kind of is all but evaporated. Like, we did see a bit of her, and I feel like she's only getting picked up because they have to be unique and have to play someone different. She is really falling down the priority of the game. But here we go. 6 games we have coming up today. We'll be starting on Moros Isle, then moving to Holoroth. 2 games on Moros Isle, Holoroth and Moros Isle once again. I think what's interesting, and one thing I've really liked about this season, is games 1 and 2 and games 4 and 5 are played back to back. So you basically get a couple of minute downtime, and then you jump straight back into the game, which is in some areas great as a cat person.
Wait, what is this roster we're looking at? Wait a minute. Do we have a VTuber playing for JDG? Hold on. And WBG, we talked about the Spider not playing, somebody else coming in. What the heck is this roster, Jake?
If I could read Chinese, I could tell you, but I don't actually know. I don't know who anybody is. I'm here for Anime Catboy. Yeah, I kind of just quickly going back to the game and like the back-to-back stuff on the game. I feel like it for some teams it really does them a massive favor, because they basically, when they play those games back to back, you know, if they won that first game, they carry that momentum forward. But in some cases, if they've had a bad game, they don't have long to reset and then jump straight back into that game. And it can be really, really rough, especially in solos, because you don't really have like teammates to kind of talk you down, calm you down, and then you were kind of hitting on it. You know, with Spider, that was something that he really struggled with.
Oh yeah, and I mean, this is something I've talked about since Spider joined the league in season 2 of last year. Is WBG Spider, as well of a player that he is, as good as a player he is, he honestly is very mental based, right? We watched it during last week's bi-weekly solo finals. He came in and he had a bad game 1, and they thankfully cut to his face at the end of every single game, and we see his face very slowly just start to get worse and worse. And by the end of game 3, he'd had 3 bad games in a row. It just looked like utter defeat on his face, and he performed in the exact same way. But we're getting ready to lock in for game number 1. We got a short video for you guys, and we're gonna come back and get things bumping.
之所以要加入 NPBL 联赛，是因为想证明一下自己吧，然后看自己能打一个什么成绩出来。我比较擅长水娘这个英雄，然后的话远程方面也是比较擅长的。除了鸟冲， 及像什么无眼冲啊、弓箭啊这种我都比较擅长，就射的比较准，主靠远程，主要是这样。职业联赛里面，我比较想击败的是麦克吧，他比较厉害，然后我想逮捕一下他。加入职业联赛之后，我的目标是冠军吧。既然选择了职业这条路，目标肯定是选择冠军的。
New player there for WBG, Keely, playing from home actually as well, due to various different reasons. We've got a whole bunch of people here. Interesting to see that they're a Valda player. We actually did have solo Valda players last Saturday. Genuinely popping off. We had a Valda win, right? I think it was a Valda win. No. Oh, who was it? Someone played Valda and they beat Spider 4 fights in a row. Like, absolutely clapped him on the Valda. It was so sick. But yeah, we have a bunch of players playing from home. I'm not actually sure why we're not in studio for some of these players, but unfortunately we will be having them playing from their homes. So, you know, games will go ahead regardless. As just seeing what everyone's going to be looking to play. It was interesting to see someone like, I really focused on long range weapons.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, we also have some players coming back. You know, Dao Wei supposedly retired from the league. All of a sudden he's back. I know a lot of fans at home are going to be very excited to see Dao Wei coming back in and playing in these games today. It's going to be absolutely insane. I'm just, man, the roster changes all of a sudden leading into this bi-weekly final for solos are kind of insane, Jake.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. It is a little bit weird, you know. Feels like, you know, maybe some of these players getting changed out last minute, maybe taken for fools, really kind of just dropping it at the last minute and saying, actually, we're going to pick up new players, but all of our players are playing remote, actually. So we have the lovely studio, but it looks like nobody can make it in time. So we'll just be having to play from home. But, you know, for some people, playing from home is their zone, is their area. Do you remember Mike, like, being really good for the first couple of weeks of Nbpl, and then when we switched to studio, he really struggled for a while to kind of adjust. For some of these new players now playing, it's going to make their life a little bit easier. We do have some people in studio though. So as you can see, Godly is here ready and set up to play this first game. So we've got a few people here in the studio, but it must be kind of daunting actually in a more hollowed out open studio where there's not other players around.
I mean, you know, you got plenty of room to stretch your legs at least, right? He doesn't have a bunch of players sitting on either side of him. He just kind of like spread out, let his arms reach out, get a nice big stretch in between every game. You know, I think that's beneficial, right, Jig?
I mean, I don't think any player was cramped. I don't think there was a single player that was cramped in that studio. It's enormous in there. So, I mean, in trios anyway, you got in solos, you do actually have more space, like you said, because you haven't got your teammates with you. You just have your coach. But as you can see, people are getting ready to go into their game. First game of the day, dropping on Morris Isle. Curious why we're zooming in on a ring.
Look, just a little bit of coaching going on as we get ready to drop in here for game number 1. Some of these players like NiHQ, of course, his coach not even here. He's locked in. He's ready to go. You can see the look on his face here. He knows he's dialed in for game number 1 here. But you know, really interesting day that we're having here today. Coming into our bi-weekly solo finals, you just don't see this many roster changes coming through, especially not in the NBPL. So I'm excited to see what the hero selection is going to look like and what this game 1 is going to look like. I think things are going to be kind of crazy here for our game number 1. I'm expecting to see some hyper aggression coming out from some of these players, especially players like Dao Wei, who supposedly retired. Now he's coming back to play. You know, that's a player who's got a lot to prove coming in here, given the fact that the rumors of his permanent retirement had come through. And then we also just got to see about us Huangfly not too long ago as well, another player that everybody thought had retired from the scene coming in. So I expect to see these guys in game 1 here really try to drop down and show the fact that they got that skill still.
Big fan of the little dog man there. I don't know who that was, but I love him. Well, here we go. We're getting into game, seeing what people are going to be looking to pick up. Wait, is Akos available? Hold on.
Yeah, well, yeah. So we're moving in.
Did he get
Akos
enabled this
available.
Did he get enabled this week? Did I not know this?
It looks like that is the fact, and we're gonna see Akos in solos here. Wait, is Godly bringing Monk into solos? Hold on, what's going on here? There's a Valda pick too. I have no idea what's happening, Jake.
Hey man, Valda's good. Valda's good. I genuinely stand by it. I think it was. I can't remember who it was. But somebody beat Spider 4 fights in a row using Valda, and like it wasn't just like just them playing well and getting some skill. It was honestly they were hitting really good bubbles. They were just outplaying Spider time and time again. So I believe in the Valda supremacy.
You know, I mean, I still, you know, I would love to see Valda coming through. And you know what? I think Spider's teammates learned from that because he's the one playing Valda, apparently. So maybe he's looking to go off on the rest of these players in this lobby the same way Spider got one off on the other day in terms of Valda. And I mean, JJH Godly, going to be very interesting to see here. Very good Monk player in trios. Interesting to see them here in solos. And interesting to see that they are playing Monk in solos. That typically never goes very well whatsoever, but we're getting things kicked off here with WBG's Kaylee, and I'm going to turn over to JDG, our resident cat boy here. No surprises here, rocking the new skin for Fairy Ashe, the lovely cat ears coming through here. GG turning on to OUG's the King, trying to turn this fight around with the nunchucks here on Wu Chen, is able to land the massive parry into the follow-up, but GG has another set of weapons waiting in the wings, but King's not going to give him the opportunity to make it happen here. Coming in with that tech chase on the nunchucks, able to keep GG very, very low. GG looking to try to create a little bit of space on Akos here, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to, as the King will secure the first elimination in our game.
Yeah, lovely little pick up there. It's WBG's player going toe-to-toe in NiHQ. NiHQ dodging away for the moment, using those blue dual swords to try and have some power in this fight, but it looks like both players are just gonna step away from the fight, go for a little bit of a reset, get that armor fully back and healed up. Pulse sword is such an oppressive weapon if you can get the hits off on it. So NiHQ, you know, being a little bit cautious on that, and obviously just looking to build up that rage so that he can get the ultimate available on the Akos. But it's just going to hold up for the moment as Bowder also closing in. This is 3 players all in the area. But it doesn't really feel like anybody is eager to pull that trigger and start the fight yet. So it's like it's just going to be a step away and a heal up. Meanwhile, Alliance is going to jump up. Are being chased down here by JJH. Is going to pop himself the raw there with the F, but that is just an easy pickup for JJH's player. They got the purple dagger, they got the damage.
We're going to see it now as we pop back over to WBG here. Still going head-to-head with NiHQ, and an absolute massive stone form rep coming out there from the pole sword there, doing a ton of damage to NiHQ, but NiHQ going to turn it around with the dual blades, catches the uppercut onto WBG, will follow it up as well, comes around the corner with a very smart charged left click, but NiHQ will go down to a scale rush here from WBG. WBG going to use the bubble to buy themselves a little bit of cover, get that Soul Bloom essence, get re-healed up here. And we're going to see a couple of emotes being thrown out here by the players as well. What is going on? Bowdas, Wongfly here coming through, looking to make some noise happen here as WBG's Kaylee really trying to use that bubble to their advantage, looking to lock this down. Wongfly, though, not wanting to give them any sort of space, using those charged left clicks on the katana to make some noise. We see them hit the stone form there, but they don't follow through with it. Wongfly able to tap dodge away, use the F immediately. The bubble comes down. This could be it. The uppercut into the follow-up. Misses the oh my goodness. Misses the vertical, but does not miss the jump into right click. WBG's Kaylee on fire here. Absolutely. Of course, WBG clearly making the right decision here to replace WBG Spider going into the solos here as Kaylee's already off to an incredible start.
Honestly, I am convinced that Valda, people are just getting really cracked at Valda. Like, I keep seeing really, really sick Valda players showing up. I'm convinced it's coming. We're having a Valda meta soon. I can't wait for it. It's coming. I hope so. This is just hopium and copium at the same time, just in a unique blend that I'm huffing here. As the King currently chasing onto GG's player, not actually able to get into full range of them. Again, are going to see 3 players in the area. Alliance will spot them out. It's just going to step away as 17 on the run. EWG not going to be able to catch on to 17 from GS there. I was just going to play this a little bit more slow and steady. Chasing on. Is that a TikTok banner? I've actually not seen that one. That's cool. I like that. I've seen the Twitch one, but I've never seen the TikTok banner on the spear.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've seen the TikTok banner come through, but clearly some of these people rocking the OG skins as we turn back to WBG, the star of our show right now, on our Valda here, who's picked up a couple of elims already, still has that resurrection available, but if they want to use it, it needs to be soon as we are zone 1 collapsing on to zone 2. They're coming in heavy here. Oh my god, massive damage coming out with the pole sword with the bubble follow-up. It's almost a TOD followed up with the grapple, and JJH is going to go down. WBG's K-Lee going to pick up their 3rd elimination of the game. Man, we love to see, we've talked about before, want to see that Valda F1 come through, and some of these people use those touch of deaths in the Pro League, and we haven't seen it come through just because many of the players typically try to use that F1 to cover themselves for some heals, and that never works out well for them. But seeing the aggression come through from WBG is great. King gonna use the V3 here on Wu Chen, buy themselves a little bit of space to teleport away. Zuyu here trying to go ahead and close the portal so the King can't come back through. The King will teleport away again. Zuyu just gonna follow it up with the grapple, giving chase here. We will see a massive longsword slash coming out from the horizontal there onto OC's Zhu, and we see the King pressuring heavy here. Wu Chen making it work here. The King absolutely finding their pace into this Darka. Tarka still with the ultimate. What's going on? Why didn't we see Darka pop ultimate here as the King just picks up an easy elimination?
Lovely little pick up there for the King. Playing that really, really well. So we do now have a bunch of players all just convening in this area. Just trying to see where we are. Okay, so there is going to be a Realm of Yang opening here, but there's also another Realm of Yang portal, 2 Realm of Yang portals that aren't even contested, but everybody decides they want to go for the same one. So we could have quite a bit of a bloodbath actually starting up in this point of the game, as just everybody's going to want to bolt towards that Realm of Yang and going to want to look for that fight. WBG bringing their player over as well. What is going on? Are they just all convening for no, like, they just agreed not to fight until the Realm of Yang spawns up?
That's apparently the sentiment here, Jake.
That is a gentleman's agreement. They all spammed on it to see who would get through. That is so funny. All right. Well, this is a Valda versus... Actually, who is that? Is that ACOS?
I can't tell if that's an ACOS or a Tarka. I think it's Tarka here on AOW.
Well,
it is going to be Tarka.
It is. Yeah. It's hard to make out sometimes with their customizations and stuff. But, oh! The bubble connects immediately. And this is just already a one-sided affair. They've got the tidal wave if they really want to throw it down and want to end it in style. That's going to be the ultimate proc there by AOW's player. Another bubble. Are you kidding me? Can they miss?
Yo, I don't know what's going on, but get WBG Spider out of here, because Kaylee doesn't miss these bubbles coming through. Doesn't even have to use the ult to cancel out Tarka's ultimate. Kaylee just absolutely destroying this lobby on Valda. What is happening, Jake?
I'm so here for it. I am so here for a Valda victory, man. I want it. I want it more than I can say. As the portal has now closed, and everybody's they're just hopping about. Like, this is so bizarre. Nobody wants to fight. As everyone's switching out to a little bit of those ranged weapons, just trading a couple of shots here and there. WBG is just going to pop down the bubble. And honestly, didn't actually pick up a purple weapon or anything. It just went for that purple armor. Do have the... oh, God, Million Birds Might. I forgot the name of the thing there. Okay, there's the golden dagger. I was about to say, I was curious why they were rocking a blue pole sword when they definitely would have got a golden weapon from the
Well, okay,
the
so the
Realm of
thing
Yang.
with that being there is if you land that bubble, you want to do as much damage with the follow-up as possible, right? And the pole sword just does so much damage. Yes, you can potentially pop the dagger into a full combo, but if they have their F available to break free from the combo, you're just getting very little damage. Whereas once the pole sword connects, even just one hit from that pole sword does so much damage. What is this? What is JH doing on top of JDG in the tree? I wouldn't even call this a gentleman's agreement. I'm just not sure what's happening here. Going for the grabs, JJH in the monk form is able to find one. Gets the slam, and the gentleman's agreement is over as he hits JDG with it as well. Onto the re-grab. No! Oh, we're going to see the Takeda ult come out. The stagger onto JJH. He gets evicted from the treetop here as he continues to throw hands, but JJH able to monk up in a solo lobby and survive somehow.
He got 3 grabs. That was not bad. Honestly, it just feels like we're more in emote mode than we are in play the game mode. As beat up the monk is apparently the aim of the game here. Is JJH. Unfortunately, gonna get wailed on pretty hard. Please. He's asking them to stop. That might be the best use of emotes I've ever seen. That's so funny.
JJH pleading for his life as the whole lobby. Look at this. They're just looting his body together. What is going on? Is this the NBPL, Jake, or are we watching the EU circuit right now?
No, if this is the EU circuit, it would be over by now. Everyone's very bloodthirsty.
Popping back to a replay here between AOW and Ventus. Ventus with a massive parry here. Gotta love that new katana skin, that sort of cyberpunk katana skin. Absolutely great. Wait, did we just see fists come out from Ventus? Trying to follow it up, does finally catch up onto AOW. And then once again, Bauda and AOW going head-to-head here. AOW finds the armor swap. Bauda putting in work with those legendary nunchucks. AOW really no place to go here. Just stands in front of the F and waits for the nunchucks to come back out. Back to our live game here. Over to WBG, who's got 4 eliminations under their belt already as Zone 2 collapses onto Zone 3. We're going to see that second set of Realm of Yang get ready to spawn here very soon. And again, these players just gentleman's agreement over here, splitting up the loot on these bodies after they did poor JJH dirty and he begged for his life.
Absolutely. Well, 15 minutes in. It's mostly just been players having fun. I guess this bi-weekly doesn't really matter to them. They just wanna enjoy the experience. I say that, but we are down to just the final 9 already, and most of the 9 are just standing around each other for whatever reason. I do really love this skin. It is a nice skin.
You know, I think the NARAKA staff's gonna have to have some talk with these players after this. A lot of players, it's their first time coming in here into the NBPL, and maybe they don't understand the code of conduct too well. As many of these players standing around and just kind of talking with one another and vibing out and sharing loot on bodies and things. I think after this game, there's definitely gonna be some coaches talking to players, talking about how much money's on the line. Because they need to get their act together, Jake.
Yeah, it is a bizarre one. We can see a few players actually moving over to the Realm of Yang and looking to get into that one. Do have that Mora's Blessing also spawning up as well. Looks like more of the players are actually interested in the Mora's Blessing, interestingly enough, over actually getting the Realm of Yangs. So it might be a bit of a bloodbath over by those Moras. But now I'm going to see the Realm of Yangs come in. And WBG versus NiHQ. Let's see how this fight is going to be going down.
I mean, if you know, history proves anything, it's just going to be a couple of bubbles and NiHQ is going to disappear. Let's see WBG here trying to get some cheeky pistol shots off the start, but NiHQ able to catch them out in the air there with the staff. WBG using that bubble to try to buy some more of those pistol shots. And NiHQ not falling for the bubble here. It's not going to run into it. We're going to see Akko's trying to come through the wave. Not able to catch Akko's there. So we're going to see WBG just sitting up top waiting for that timer to tick down. Tries to catch them with the spear. Not able to find it. IHQ going to go aerial here with that staff. WBG still so much HP. If they can catch one of those bubbles with that pole sword, it's going to be a ton of damage. IHQ already half health. A massive scale rush coming through. But the tiger crab into it. The grapple does a ton of damage. We're going airborne yet again. They have another charge on that too. We're going to see the F come through. Can they find that?
Oh, they got it!
No, IHQ ends up in a bubble. Into the aerial. Do we see the follow through? Yes, we do. WBG's Kaylee comes out on top.
How did they pull that off? That was honestly a lot of the reason they won that just came from how well they played that that early part with the pistol and just getting so much damage off in the air. Well, when they landed, they actually missed all the shots in the air. Unbelievable they were able to find that bubble. They've been so on point with the Bowder in this game. It's been really, really impressive to see. And right now, Bowder with the Remy Yang depletion is going to be looking for a kill. I'm waiting it out though, deciding not to go fully aggressive yet. Maybe worried about the third party. Maybe more of that gentleman's agreement we have been seeing between the players. Nope. Grapple's coming in. Looks like the fight is going to be on as NiHQ getting jumped onto here a little bit by T-Paw. T-Paw just does a bunch of damage to NiHQ. Actually decides to stop from letting him heal. He's going to try and get some damage off. Avoiding out as he's just going to clamber up towards the top of the tree and avoid away as NiHQ. He just wants to get a reset off, but see if he's actually going to be able to, because T-Paw is keeping the pressure up onto him. Actually, now it's NiHQ who launches into the tree and gets a bunch of damage onto T-Paw. T-Paw does still have that mech available, so they should be A-okay. As NiHQ is chasing them down, keeping that pressure up, doing so much damage actually there. Falls out the Tiger. Isn't going to be able to quite land onto T-Paw with that one. And both of these players can just go for a heal as T-Paw can keep the advantage up as he got his pot off. So he's got the armor back, and now NiHQ's low HP. Catches the uppercut onto T-Paw. He's got him low. This is close for now, both of these players. Who's going to be able to win it? Pistol shot should be enough. And T-Paw wins the fight.
Yeah, our resident VTuber here, JDG's T-Paw, going to pick up the elimination there on NiHQ as we turn back to WBG. And again, 5 eliminations under their belt here with a bounty onto another player. And look, wait, are they asking for the respectful 1v1? What am I seeing here? They're literally throwing the parry out, asking for the 1v1 here. This is the NBPL. You can't be doing that. What is happening, Jake? This game is an absolute sideshow. Goes on to EWG, gets the grapple, cancels out, and again, still asking for the respectful 1v1, and here we go. Are we going to get it? Oh, no, we're going to see the grapple come through. The heck with the respectful 1v1, says Team Alliance. I'm here to play the game.
They really are keeping the pressure up onto WBG's. Getting knocked away. EWG got a little bit low there as well from that pole sword, doing a lot of damage. Switching it out to the pistol to try and get the shot off, but they are just absolutely hounding on. They do have that tidal wave if they want to buy themselves some space, and they may have to do so because the damage is starting to really rack up now. They are going to dodge away, put down the bubble to try and use it as an opportunity to heal up, but it's not going to happen because EWG is keeping the pressure up as well. Can they survive? No, they've been knocked up. They're switching out to the dagger, trying to make the dodge back. In comes the tidal wave. A 2-man catch onto it. As EWG should just eat the spear right to the head, but immediately they're going to jump on and finish them up with a shot.
Yeah, Alliance comes in and cleans that up there. I mean, great target acquisition. The Tarka having their ultimate canceled there and being able to knock them away is great, but unfortunately, GS waiting in the wings here. And what is this? We're sharing loot for like the 4th time in this game. EWG, GS, and Alliance here. Man, what a weird game. Number 1 we're starting off with here today. Jake, Alliance more than happy to go and get their hands on that legendary dagger. Of course, dagger has been a weapon we typically see a lot of here in solos. It's been very, very strong lately. We haven't seen these sort of pole sword gamers before. This is very new here to the NBPL. JDG here, also T-Paw rocking that pole sword. I'm not quite sure who's at the head of the lobby anymore with WBG eliminated. It's going to be interesting to see who's sitting at the top of the order as we go forward here. T-Paw getting knocked back a little bit, turning over now to GG, and OUG's the King. Both of them going head-to-head here with legendary nunchucks. The King, though, one of those players who has shown before how skillful they are with the nunchucks, catches the huge uppercut combo onto GG, and yet again, we're going to see the King just show how skillful they really are here with the nunnies. Oh, do we get all 3 hits? No, we're going to see both hits come through. That third hit being crucial if GG wanted to survive here, as it does so much damage. But the King coming in hot. GG does find the armor swap into a white set of armor, but honestly, against those legendary nunchucks, that's going to evaporate fairly quickly if the King is able to find themselves on it. But GG able to find a Mortis Blessing and a legendary set of armor as well. OUG's the King coming in here, will hit the trigger, manage to get themselves a little bit of an advantage into the neutral, comes back in, looks to find some pistol shots, a trigger of their own coming out from GG, and now the King gonna start using that F2 there, get a little bit of armor back, try to buy themselves some gold focus, but it doesn't look to be enough as GG tries to come in with the F1 on Akos, isn't able to find it, and the portal buys the King just enough space to start getting a reset, and GG gonna look for a reset of their own here as well. Both the King and GG will live to fight another day, and EWG is just gonna come in and let the King have the reset. Now, back to the top of the order. GG catches a massive parry there, is gonna trade the cannon out for a second set of nunchucks, but the katana coming in and blitzing the shield completely off of GG. The King still playing by the portal here, able to catch the portal and get away, and GG is able to survive the fight here after doing enough damage and sending the King backwards, but GG now with both sets of legendary nunchucks.
Yeah, having both is going to be a little bit rough for the King. He kind of like those backs. He's going to get the counter off. Unfortunately, didn't have the nunchucks in hand when he did it, so is just going to be able to look to turn that one around, as almost got that ultimate back up there onto GG, as the King now starting to get himself a little bit low. Can he turn this fight around? It looks like GG's got him. Throws out the Tiger. That's going to be one. Misses the second. Goes airborne to try and get the slam down on. So much damage coming in. The King just about holding fast and avoiding away from this one. And the King is still alive, but did he have golden nunchucks? So he did get his nunchucks back. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, he just hot swapped into him so quickly. You didn't even see him touch the ground. He was ready for that. As soon as he hit the parry, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was about. Let's see the King here. Again, fully re-healed here. He's going to launch the full meter dump here onto GG. That gold armor going to evaporate in the face of that meter dump here. We see TE coming in here from GS, trying to get that mythic grab off and get himself a set of those legendary nunchucks. Hasn't been able to find it. And oh my goodness, GG on the back foot here is able to find an armor swap into a blue set of armor, but it's immediately shredded out by the pistol shots from the King. The King just looking for that opportunity. Akko's going to pop the F1, buys himself enough space to make a getaway and into another set of blue armor as he continues the armor swap back and forth here. GG holding on for your dear life, trying to find an advantage into the King, but the King not giving him enough space to make it happen. And we see GX's 17 yet again, trying to slide in with the mythic grab and get himself a set of those legendary nunchucks for free, but he's not been able to find it just yet. He's gone for it twice, gotta wait for it to come back up, but it doesn't matter because OUG's the King's gonna come loot the body as he picks up the elimination. Will find that extra set of nunchucks. Everybody once again in a weird agreement, just coming to pick the body dry. The King walks away with 2 sets of legendary nunchucks and 5 eliminations under his belt.
It's like vultures. They just run in, grab what they can, and then all scatter away. The King's gonna go do some shopping in the zone, see if he can get any goodies. Maybe that was just like pots and things he bought there, or more grapples. I'm not sure. That fight went on for a long time. I assume he probably used quite a lot of pots to heal himself up during that time, so probably just using that to get himself a reset on his consumables there. But 4 minutes left in this game. We've got 5 players left. Considering nobody's fighting, I am surprised there's only 5 players left at this point in the game. I don't actually know where everybody's gone. It felt like there was, like, most of the lobby just standing in a circle looking at each other. And now they're all just waiting it out. And, I mean, Alliance and T-Por quite happy just standing next to each other. Oh, the Kings joined them as well. So they are just going to flash emotes at one another.
You know, I'm not sure, but I might have to go look at the league rules. I'm pretty sure emotes aren't allowed, Jake. So, not sure.
I feel like we should now allow them. This is fun. I like it. I like the emotes.
I do love the emotes, don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty sure they are disallowed here as we turn back to another fight breaking out here between Alliance and OUG's. The King, the mythic grab from G17 finally comes in. He finds his legendary set of nunchucks he's been looking for all game. GS17 here, so happy with that turn of events.
Able to pick that one up. Is just going to sit behind the rock, and the King is going to be a very sad individual now. As they lost they've spent all game trying to get their legendary nunchucks back, or all late game trying to get their legendary nunchucks back, and then just lose them immediately. They are just going to use this katana though to absolutely shred through. I say that, and they get immediately countered, trying to grab their katana and ping back out to safety. They're able to do so. They do have their ult up, so they can just ping out, and that looks like that's going to be the King's game here, as he just step away. But 3 minutes left. 17 up in the air. It's going to look to drop down and join everybody else on that low ground as Alliance. It's just going to go sit up on that high ground. Nope, he's going to drop down and then reset. He's going to reset in the middle of the team, in the middle of everyone. Interesting decision making there.
I love how he just goes up top. And by the way, GS comes in the middle of that fight, 17 yet again, with a mythic grab, takes a purple katana away from somebody, and just dips away. It's like he's just trying to create his own personal stash of weapons here. I don't know what the strategy is here. Maybe he's trying to get every melee weapon away from these players, running and dropping more of them in the zone, so he's got inventory space for it. And then, you know, I guess you kind of can't lose the final circle if you're the only player with a melee weapon, as we see the King here going head-to-head with Alliance. We're going to see the Tiger come out here from Akos, send the King flying into the zone, but Alliance here very, very low, trying to build up speed with the hops here, keep themselves alive. The King trying to land those pistol shots, not quite able to find them, and we see Alliance in the zone, desperately low, and the King finally finds the pistol shot he's looking for. He's going to walk into the zone, loot the body here, and get himself some more goodies, as we see JDG's T-Por going in onto GS's 17. No mythic grab, surprisingly, coming out from him, but we will see the V2 ult coming out here, doing a ton of damage onto T-Por, and 17 barely alive, holding on, will come down with a huge charge left click coming out from the katana there as they fall onto T-Por, doing a lot of damage. 17 somehow still alive. The King either hasn't realized he's low or just out of pistols here, because there, I spoke too soon, as T-Por turns around with the musket and picks up the elimination.
T-Por able to get that damage in nice and efficiently there. You do see now just the three, the King, T-Por, and EWG all left in, as T-Por trying to look to blink back, does still have that mech, going to cool it in now. He's going to cannon shot off onto EWG, pops the ultimate, catches the mid-air again with cannon shot as well. He's getting a whole bunch of damage done, but they are taking a bunch in return. Cannon shot one, going to not look for that second one, can look just to drop down with that next cannon shot. Can they find the shot is the question. Onto EWG, they actually end out in the zone, so take a couple of ticks of zone damage there, as the King is hiding behind a rock, and apparently T-Por is more laser focused on finishing up this kill than he is on the King. The King's just holding fast. Both of these players now very, very low, as the King just avoiding away. T-Por able to secure himself the kill, and he's letting him heal. The King? Okay, I guess that's it. He's gonna portal off, and he's done. He went down to the Shadow Corruption. He denied T-Por the kill.
What a game one for us here, Jake. I mean, honestly, but between the emoting, the Takeda coming in and just stealing weapons left and right with the mythic grab, the monk that we got to see on top of the tree begging for his life after he demonks down below, literally throwing emotes out as if to say, please let me live. Why are we doing this? As 4 players just descend on him like vultures. I mean, we've never seen a game like this before in the NBPL, Jake.
Yeah, normally at this point I'm like, yeah, give me more games like that. Please don't give me more games like that. That was hard. That was hard. Nothing really happened. It's probably the best way to word it. Like, nothing happened that game. I don't know what the King was doing. He didn't try and just third party that final fight while they were just busy dealing with each other. He just wanted to make sure he went down to Shadow Corruption for whatever reason. Bizarre game, very unique and very different, and I'm hoping we don't get more of that, to be honest.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the King actually walks away MVP this game as well, because he had 5 eliminations going into that final circle, and he took, second place, and he picked up a couple of elims in the final circle as well with some really well-placed pistol shots. He had at least 6 or 7 elims in the second place finish. I'm pretty sure the King walks away our MVP for game number 1. We haven't shown who our MVP is yet for game number 1, so I guess we'll find out here in just a couple of minutes, Jake.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, T4 could be in the running for it. I think they got quite a few kills themselves. They were fighting quite a lot in this game, so hopefully we will get that MVP and the bracket fairly soon and figure out who actually won this game number 1 of the day. Very, very different game. Very different game from what I'm used to seeing. I've never seen people not fight in NARAKA, but there you go. It was the King who was the MVP for that first game of the day.
Yeah, OUG, the King, going to be walking away our MVP. I was pretty sure it was going to be the King. I think T4 had 3 kills there in the first place finish. Still not a bad place to be, but just not the kills to make up for the number of kills that OUG's the King that had there. But, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a little bit of a longer intermission here, Jake. This game 1, while quite crazy, I think some of the coaches need to come in and talk to some of these players. I think something needs to be done about the emoting between players here as well, because again, I'm pretty sure that is against the rules as well. This is a hyper interesting game number 1 here for the NBPL. Definitely some jokes being had between the players, and it is of course April 1st and April Fool's Day, so maybe some of these players just playing a little prank onto their coaches and their teams here. But I don't feel like the bi-weekly solo finals is the place to be pulling those sort of April Fool jokes here. But if anything, at least we get an interesting game 1 out of it, Jake.
Yes, we definitely do get an interesting day. Game number 1. Obviously, the players don't have too long because you do go on the horror off pretty quickly going into that second game. So, man, the coaches are probably sweating bullets after watching that first game and probably going, okay, maybe some of these swaps weren't the smartest idea. I will say, though, absolutely cracked Valda from Keeley there. I mean, we know that there are a Valda player pretty much exclusively playing Valda. They only technically get 2 games on the Valda today. So, I wonder how they're going to perform on some of the other heroes. I didn't realize ACOS was enabled. I thought they were banned until next week, but I guess I'm wrong on that front. I might be. I don't know. We also think emotes were banned, so there might be some stern words in the Rex after this game saying, "All right, all of you are in trouble. You're all being really naughty." I'm not sure. That was a weird game number 1. To be honest,
honestly, I would not be surprised if they come together and they go, hey, look, that game 1, we're not doing that today. Too many emotes. There's too many violations going on for us to even count. We're just gonna go back. We're gonna restart 6 more games, and if you act up in game number 2, we're done. We're sending you home. And like you said, I think some of these coaches definitely regretting the decision to make these massive last-minute swaps between players coming in here, and what's that?
WBG probably not regretting their swap. I was just gonna say, absolutely not regretting that swap. I mean, that was a good Valda. That was a really, really sick Valda play. And let's be real, Spider has been underperforming.
The only team that I think that's not regretting that swap right now is WBG. Again, Spider has been very much an emotional player. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard finally here, and yeah, we go. OUG's the King with 6 eliminations as the second place finish. Is going to be walking away with a 12.6. JDG, our resident Catboy, does take a first place finish with 3 eliminations, going to be walking away with a game score of 8.8. And WBG Keeley on the Valda with 5 eliminations goes out kind of in the middle of the pack, but will be walking away with a 7.5 game score. Again, I think the only team not regretting the swapping of members here just before our solo finals, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, impressive stuff on the Valda. I'll pick up 3rd place Valda today. I love this hero. Everybody should know this about me by now. I think she is so much fun to watch. I think she's a really cool and unique kit. Just quite a weak one, but seeing somebody who's actually really good at the Valda, Keely, looking super impressive on that Valda. So I'm excited to see more of them. And you know, it's a solid start for them, replacing Spider, some pretty big shoes to fill, but they did step up coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one game is just kind of anecdotal, to be honest. We don't know how Keely's going to perform overall. And like you said, a famous Valda player in CN, right? One of the best well-known Valda players in CN. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do off of Valda, given that they can only play Valda twice during the day. We're going to go back and take some looks at the replays here. And man, again, no surprises on to Keely here. These bubbles, absolutely deadly. Comes through. Look at this. Misses the vertical, but then immediately the follow-up with the jump right click is able to just pick up an elimination. The jump cancel into parry onto JJH, followed up by the bubble into the aerial uppercut. This is something I love to do with the greatsword personally. You can do it with the pole sword as well, those uppercuts. But now we're going to turn to Bao here, trying to catch the infinite, but actually drops it, turning on to GG, but re-finds the infinite, drops it a second time. This is a fight we didn't get to see. WBG here turning this fight on its head onto NiHQ. NiHQ had no business losing this fight, quite honestly.
Oh, that was such a clutch fumble though. It was such a clutch fumble, and that was unfortunately where Keely did go out. This was the never-ending fight between King and GG's players. Did he miss the sword shot?
He did. So the King crouched under the horizontal from T4.
That is so funny. Well, there you go. Our MVP, thanks to that crouch, is the King, taking it for this game. Damn, that's symmetrical.
Wait, what are these stats? Hold on. Whoa. Did our stats break?
I got a ping saying that's legit.
There's no way. There's absolutely our stat machine has to be broken. There's not even been 666 games for him to get MVP this season. There's absolutely.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah.
There's absolutely no way. I do believe our we've got a technical difficulty here, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll have to come back and hopefully get the proper stats later there for OUG's the King. Man, what an interesting game one. The follow-up there in the end as well with their MVP screen. It's been a crazy day, and we're only one game deep so far, Jake.
I'm already exhausted. Very, very bizarre game number one. Like I said, I don't want 5 more of that. I want more of that traditional NARAKA. More of that, more than NARAKA we've been seeing from the first couple of weeks of the bi-weeklies. Maybe, I mean, like we said, WBG probably happy with their change, to be honest with you. Keely genuinely looking like quite a good player. The question is, you know, obviously they can only play Valda twice. So are they gonna be able to perform to quite the same level when they're on the Yotos, when they're on, you know, whatever they do look to pick up next, the Z-Ping? Obviously, we haven't had a Z-Ping game there yet, and we all know that's coming. So Dread is the only word I can use, the only adjective that suits the thought of a Z-Ping lobby, because we know that's coming at some point. The Z-Ping lobby showing up.
You know, we haven't talked about too much the fact that it is April Fool's today, and I think the real April Fool's, if anything, you know, we got to see the funny lightsaber trailer for NARAKA for April Fool's Days and stuff, but we had a patch the day before, and I think the real April Fool's is the fact that we didn't get a Z-Ping nerf in the most recent patch, if I'm being quite honest, Jake.
Why? Like, why haven't they touched this hero, man? Like, they kind of dealt with it, and then they just didn't. It just turned out that they hadn't dealt with it. Oh my word. Yeah, I mean, I could genuinely fill this entire broadcast with a tangent on why Z-Ping is utterly ridiculous and genuinely needs nerfing. But I won't, to avoid this becoming the saltiest stream on whatever streaming platform you're watching this on, to be honest. I know we are broadcasted across a couple different places. But yeah, Z-Ping unfortunately is still very, very strong, very oppressive. We do see sometimes like Tarkas coming into those lobbies. into Z-Ping lobbies, but you know the problem is if you're the only Tarka, you're just gonna get run down by the infinite healing train, but just kind of like almost like a faceless monster just chasing you with the healing going off constantly, and it's like, all right, well, I guess I just don't win this. But if you have a couple of Tarkas, suddenly the Z-Pings can get really slammed, because in those final circles, remember that dot is from the Shadow Corruption will stop the healing. So you hit a fireball on top of that and you knock them into the zone. They got double dots on them. They're going down. There's no way they're going to be able to survive that. So there are limited ways to handle the Z-Ping lobby. I find the best solution is the if you can't beat them, join them solution, where everybody just locks in Z-Ping and just has infinite healing and just basically waits for the final circle when suddenly the hero kind of becomes useless because they don't really have any tools. I'd like to see, you know, a big Valda tidal wave. That's a good way. Wash it off, clean it out. Anyway, we do have a video before we get going into our next game, so we'll throw it over to that one.
In a battle royale set in the ancient Far East, it's only reasonable that the next weapon in the game is a glowing stick. No, I'm just kidding. Introducing the lightsaber. Feel the beat with your lightsaber in this unique gameplay. This would absolutely make a perfect VR game. Or is there one already? Nothing says I am your father quite like a good counter. The new Soul Jade is quite disarming. With your lightsaber, create a holiday resort. With the comfy hot springs and chaotic battlefield nearby, you'll have no problem relaxing, even though it's definitely not a trap.
Oh my god, it's Karumi! She's so amazing! The greatest healer, always cheerful, and she's so cute!
Forget that happened. Balloon dog, army knife, baguette, and fish? Somebody's eyes must be pretty red. A new weapon, the lightsaber, will be available in NARAKA BLADEPOINT on April 2nd. Don't try this at home.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, your cast of the RuneKeeper. Joining me is my boy HipBrain, and I just heard from production that we do have a couple of bans after our last game due to improper actions being taken in game. Mizan, Wang17, and Quinn Lin are all going to be banned here, so those teams are going to have to find substitutes coming in for their teams. I kind of figured that we were going to see something like that coming through after game one, because that game one was quite ridiculous, Jake.
A heavy-handed approach, let's say. You know what? Can't be dealing with your tomfoolery right now, and just ban them. I think normally you get a warning, but in this case, it's just hit them with the ban hammer. Lightsaber trailer. I feel like maybe some stuff might have been revealed at this point. If you haven't cotton on, you might just be the slowest person in existence, and I won't explain it to you. Hey, I'm just gonna say, as much as obviously we're not getting the lightsaber, that better be a longsword skin. I'm just throwing it out there. That better be a longsword skin. That looks sick. I'd be so down for that.
You know, we have a longsword skin that actually looks like a lightsaber, believe it or not. It's really cool. But
we do, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But that said, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't caught on, like Jake said, of course, this game number one has been a complete April Fool's. For those of you who are looking forward to your AOW's mics, your Wang Liangs, your WBG Spiders, please stick around. We do have 6 more games of NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League for you, ladies and gentlemen, coming forward. That game one, absolutely hilarious. It was super fun to cast. Very hard to keep a straight face, but we had a good time. I hope you guys have enjoyed all of the April Fool's shenanigans as we get ready to lock in for our actual NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Jake, I know you're excited to see some actual NARAKA coming through.
Yes, I will say, I low-key actually do wish it was still Keely playing. I just throwing it out there. That's not April Fool's, that's just genuine. Yeah, Spider has some work to do today to actually recover and come back from what was honestly a very disappointing bi-weekly 1 and very disappointing bi-weekly 2. I think bi-weekly 2's actually been rougher for Spider than bi-weekly 1. Mike did win that first one. So a real attention goes out onto, you know, is there going to be a recovery here from Spider in this second bi-weekly? Is he going to be able to come back? But like you're saying, these aren't the only two players to kind of be watching coming into this bi-weekly. You know, there were players that I think Wang Liang was probably the big one for you, Runekeeper. Although I will say, last time Runekeeper and me had a chat, and you're like, Jake, you gotta watch out. Wang Liang, he's back. He went like 16th all game, like all day. Just a really bad day. So I am tempering my expectations on Wang Liang, but yes, he definitely does look a little bit better and more improved from before.
Look, Wang Liang is a player that I loved watching during our very first season of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. You're talking about a player, him and GG Shaw really were the threats to watch for the first couple of weeks during season 1 of the NBPL. We had a couple other players start to, you know, come forth. WBG Spider didn't even show up till season 2, but Wang Liang, really, that first season was always a threat to deal with. And then on top of that, the fact that right now Dagger is so meta, the weapon that Wang Liang made his name with was nunchucks, and it has a massive win rate into Dagger. So I think Wang Liang has finally found his place and momentum going forward. Hopefully he has a good bi-weekly final here, but we've got a short video for you guys, and then we're going to jump into our game number 1.
这是我挺想跟他打一下的嘛，然后的话，然后这一看其他剩下的12个人选手里好像没有什么就是不想碰到的。你要硬说一个的话，熊猫人吧，因为怕被他颠起来。
小蜘蛛，因为又不好打又不好追。
我选麦克吧，因为他他运营现在也比较猛，然后再加上本来就刀就比较猛，所以全方位的比较猛。
我觉得。 不想遇到 Spider 嘛，因为 Spider 10秒阳气就给我解了，有点害怕吧。
小蜘蛛吧，就是平常跟他打的时候，就是有的时候遇到他，我感觉就是压力很大嘛。
麦克，因为他博弈比较强，我打不过。
还有打不了麦克吧，因为大麦老师的刀太硬了。然后上次周杰跟他碰了一下，发现被他拿捏了。
大麦，因为打不过。
蜘蛛侠吧，因为蜘蛛侠的那个打法比较多变，然后就很难辨认他是谁，然后就是他的对技能也比较强，也不好跑。
麦克，然后呢就是遇到他的话，就是胜率不是很高，因为每次天人都能遇到他嘛，就是胜率不是很高，就是希望这次周杰遇到他的次数不要太多吧。
麦克。 因为我打他的胜率很低，然后比赛也是，平时的排位也是，打他的胜率特别低。
楚真吧，因为楚真的全方面能力都比较平衡，而且都挺优秀的，所以我跟他打的时候，我有很大的压力。
初月，因为被3排选手杀会很丢人。
瑞希，然后因为他比赛，我跟他碰到很多次了，然后跟他博弈。 好像是全输吧？
谁最好拿捏啊？因为我觉得吉吉莎他是在落地架的时候，如果碰到我了，他是一个稳定的来分收入啊。
大麦老师，因为他今天被我做掉过很多次嘛，所以我觉得他比较好拿捏。
我觉得是新选手的麦克吧，因为我是接杯亚军嘛，他就一个第1周周冠有抹兵嘞，我就给他拿捏了。
大麦。 因为碰见高手会让我发挥不一样的水平。
A 队的小金吧，他的刀法可能会比稍微软一点。
叶然吧，因为我和叶然碰到过几次，我感觉他没有那么的强。
EWG 叶然吧，因为我跟他关系挺好的，然后就比较熟悉他的打法嘛。然后他单3都打的话，可能精力会比较分散一点。
就我脸上这个，行不行？他不知道，我就感觉很好拿捏他。
大麦，因为我感觉我比他强。
我觉得王良比较好拿捏，因为我就是天天跟他练刀嘛，就非常的熟悉他的打法。
翔宇，因为他年纪比较大。
王良，只会老6把了。
我觉得比较好拿捏的就是我脸上这个选手，因为他脑子不太好用。
轩辕吧， 因为我太了解火男了，任何的火男都会被我绳之以法。
欢迎来到2023 NBPL 春季赛的单排的周决赛的比赛现场。今天的话，在我身边，我们所有晋级的选手将会成为蒙面刀客，
And now
将
our
会争
player
夺
they are
这一次
prepared
的
on the
周决的冠
stage.
军。
They are
那么
all
各
the
队的选
players
手也准备
today.
就绪了，并且今
And
天
who
他
will
们
get the
心中的
championship
羁绊
today?
以及他们
Let's
心中的
wait
梦
and
也可能
see.
都已经写在了自己的面具之
Once
上。
the wind
首先的话呢，
blows,
我要问一
we're
下
gonna
我
have
身
the
边
new
的这位
king.
选手，
And I think
我们可以看到
everyone
是
just
戴
put
着
their
Spider 面
face
具的小蜘
on
蛛一
the
号，问一下为何会
who
将
they are
他
afraid
戴在
of
自己的
on
面
the
具上？
face. And I would like to know, Spider,
今
why
天戴
you
上
just
它
put it
是出于什么样
on
的
this
一个原因？
face on your face?
害怕，害怕。
Yeah,
看
because
来啊，
I'm
今
really
天
afraid
这
of
个
him.
心中的一些害怕的一些
Yeah,
忌惮
so
的
the
点都写在
fear,
脸
I
上。
think
左手边这
today
位面
we are
具基本
going
上已
to
经快
just
挡不
put
住他
them
的
on
脸
the
了。那
face.
么我们要看一下他为何会把初月
And
写在
now
自己的
I
脸上。
have a question for Wang Liang. Why you put Chu Yue's face on
初
your
月比较
face?
难打，害怕。
Yeah,
一
because
小部
I'm
分多事儿
afraid
现在
of
都已
him.
经
I
写在
think
自己脸
he
上
is
了。
very
不过通过
strong.
这个身板，我们可能已经知道这位
Yeah,
选
I
手是谁。
think
我
so.
纵观看了一下今天我们的这些
We don't
面
know
刀
after
王里
that
面啊，
Chu Yue's
有一
face, who
个
are
是
you?
戴
But
着
from the
这边
body, we
主针
already
面具
know
的。
who
同
you
样，我要
are.
问一下这边小蜘蛛2号，
And
你怎么看
also,
待
I
在今
saw
天众
another
多选手里面有
spider
一个带主
on the
针的？
stage. I would like to know why.
他有水平，能看出来实力的差距啊。
这段采访也可以看出
Yeah,
来
I
有内容
think
有沟通啊。
everyone
这边看来
in the
鸡
solo
蛋
game think
主
he
针
is
选手
very
这位面
strong,
具上
and
今
we
天也希
all
望他可以
afraid of
是一
him
个好的成
because
绩。今天可以看
his
到，除了
movement
Spider
is
就是
really strong.
Mike 的面具最多了。我们来问一
And
下这边
today
小
we
蜘蛛
also
3
can
号，
see
你
a
怎么看
lot
待今
of
天这么多人
players.
戴的
You
都
guys
是
just
大
put
麦老师
the
的面具？
mic on your face, and why?
除了害怕之外的话，你
Yeah,
还有什么话
I
想跟
think
他们
I'm
说？
afraid.
勇敢。
So,
害
do
怕，
you have
勇敢，
anything
果断。
more you want to
我感觉
say
这
to
个像是
everyone?
不是俱乐部的 slogan？
I would like to
啊
say
好
just
了，那
be
么同样的话，
brave
现在所有
to
今天的蒙
face
面刀客
to
也
your
已经准备
feet.
就绪了，所有将要
To
征战
the
这
fear.
次周决现场的勇士们，
And
来
I
一起
think
摘下你的
everyone
面具
is
露出你
prepared.
的庐山
And
真
just
面目。
please, just put off your face
同
on
样，
your
今天
face
所
and
有
just
晋级
show
到我
us
们
who
第
you
二
are.
个双周单排周决的现场
Yeah,
的
and
所有的
today
晋级
is
的
the
选手们，也已
second
经准备就
BIWEEK2
绪了。
final
剑
solo
拔
game.
弩张，比赛马上就要
And I
开始
think
了。大家
everyone
现
is
在已
all
经把
set.
心中的梦魇已
And
经
let's
克服了。我
just
相信
wait
在
and
这个周
see
决
who
肯定
can
现
get
场
the
整活
championship
刺
today.
激、勇敢又好看。2023永劫无间职业联赛
So
单排周决现
NBPL
在开战。
Spring 2023 BIWEEKly final solo game. Let's start it.
王亮进场中先补状态，他很稳，他补起来一段血，这个是完美的不祥之刃，没有人可以在这个时候阻挡王亮，一刀两断拿下这一把，不存在任何的问题，让我们恭喜王亮。
常规赛第1名只是个开始，周决赛才是真正的重头戏。
第一次进入周决比较惊险嘛，我明白我做的还不够好，但是作为新人，我一定会打出自己的风格。
我觉得我现在自信心还不够吧，周决的挑战会更大，但我手上无惧。
再次短闪再拉开，这边一次免费花切高一点下劈，再接一个 B， 有机会拿下2-5。我的天哪，楚大少！
现在的我已经逐渐适应了联赛的节奏。
再来过来以后，手再架，这伤害就离谱。
周决赛我会让你们看到杰杯亚军的含金量。
重回单排赛场还是会有一些不熟悉，但周决赛我已经准备好了。
外部的声音过于嘈杂，
Spider， 哎，这波阵先看这一波，再接是龙踢切双刀，地形也很好，一丝血下劈。
这一次我会更专注于赛场，拿下属于我的印章。
我曾经说过，我不会让大家失望，我做到了。现在我该完成第2个承诺了，第2个周冠我来了。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl. We're finally getting ready to go into the real first game of the day. I'm HitFriend, and I'm joined by RuneKeeper. Before we get going, I need to talk about that weird cult mask face thing we had going on. That was creepy as hell, man. The eye holes, wearing the face of what you fear. Like, I don't know. That was like honestly stumbling into some weird cult in like a farmhouse in the middle of the countryside. And they're like, oh yeah, we just wear faces of things we're terrified of. Like, nah. Oh well. First game, we will be kicking it off back onto Morris Isle again. Same time as the previous game. I'm curious what this is actually going to look like. Now we don't have, people just kind of messing around. When I looked at when I solos on last Saturday, game 1 was entirely Z-ping, and that was our Z-ping game out the way. If we're gonna have a Z-ping game, I actually kind of low-key hope we just we just get it out of the way now, and then we'd actually have some fun for the last 5 games. That's my hope. My real hope is we just don't have Z-ping, but
So, fun fact, during last season, during season 2, when Z-ping really became kind of like this terrible meta for solos, we saw Z-ping lobbies typically on Holoroth, right? But what we're finding is that because Feria and Takeda have been so dominant on Holoroth as a map, now we're seeing our Z-ping games on Morris Isle, right? So that's why we're kind of starting to see game 1 be our Z-ping game. Go ahead and get it out of the way. It's a great map for Z-ping to go into as well. If I'm not mistaken, I think last week it was a daytime map, so there were less fireflies, which meant that Z-ping really didn't have to worry too much about the Tarkas and Takedas going through. I don't remember what our game 1 map is, but I do believe it's dusk, so we might not see our Z-ping game until maybe our final game of the day, because I do believe that's going to be the full daytime map on Morris Isle.
Do we change time zones again? Because I think the early one's morning. Right?
I'm not sure. We looked at it earlier, and I completely zoned because of all the April Fool's stuff.
Yeah.
I was trying to keep a straight face for that. Was quite a bit of work there. But here are our actual final contestants here for the solos finals. Wang Liang, T225, and Mike sitting up top here. WBG Spider all the way down in 5th place. And, Wang Liang, T225, 2 players I definitely am interested to see sitting at the top of the order. We talked about Wang Liang earlier. He was very much a demon in season 1. Nunchucks was the name of the game for Wang Liang. He also played a lot of Takeda during that season as well. And both of those things kind of counteracting some of the bigger picks here in season 1, I think are going to play to Wang Liang's favor here in our new Spring Split season. And T225 is a player who came in during the World Championship and did very, very well. So it was kind of surprising to not see him do great during the regular NBPL during the first bi-weekly, but I think he's gotten over those jitters, the being on stage, the here we are, okay, it was the first week, we just got things rolling, and now he's showing his true nature here in solos, and that's why he's sitting at the 2nd place here on the leaderboard. It's going to be interesting to see how things plan out today. We have JDG's Chu Zhang, who's also been playing very well, EWG's Yaron, GG Shah, kind of where we typically see GG Shah ever since season 1, sitting in the middle of the pack, not quite at the very top of the leaderboard, but definitely not at the bottom either. And of course, we got to talk about WBG Spider, because WBG Spider came in during our first solo bi-weekly as the top seed. And
world champion.
Yeah, world champion. He came in top seed for the first bi-weekly as well. He had the most points brought over from the regular bi-weekly into the solo finals, and he dropped all the way to something like 8th or 9th place. He dropped very, very low in the overall standings. And it was just off the back of one bad game. And I think it's going to come down to WBG's coach on this. During the World Cup and during season 2, we had WBG Spider talk about how his coach was able to kind of help bring him back when he started having bad games. And we did see that improvement come out from WBG Spider, especially during the World Championship, right?
Yeah.
And when it's all in your head, it's very hard to bounce back from, especially when you're an emotional player like WBG Spider. When he has good games, he absolutely just continues to carry that momentum forward. But when he has bad games, he lets it get into his head. So I don't even think it's on WBG Spider this time around. It's his coach who really needs to stick onto him and go, hey, look, you had a bad game. It's time to bounce back. Whatever he did during Worlds for Spider is what he needs to be doing now for Spider during these bi-weekly finals.
I feel like, you know, emotions are a very hard thing to coach as well, though, to kind of play devil's advocate on that front, because, you know, just obviously you have to know what to say and stuff, but at the same time, it's still on that person to kind of accept what you're saying and kind of actually get over whatever hump they're kind of stuck on at that point. I mean, Spider, like you said, very prone to kind of failing to his emotions is probably the best way to word it, because, you know, they do get the better of him. But, you know, I think there's plenty of other players here who don't seem to struggle in that sense. And I mean, T225 had an absolutely phenomenal Saturday. This time last week, he won 3 games. He had an absolutely killer one. And you can see, as far as ranking points and average damage is going, he might not be the highest on the ranking points, but he's pretty far along. But he is high on damage. This guy is a brawler. He's definitely who I've kind of got my eyes on today going into this game. I think, you know, T225 he's stepped up just an incredible amount last Saturday and just has looked like a phenomenal player. I'm curious to see how Mike looks. Obviously, you know, he won the first bi-weekly, took all of season 2 and the World Championship off due to a competitive ban. So now he's back. I am very excited to see how he's gonna perform in today's bi-weekly, and if he can keep that performance up. But before we get going into that first game, we actually had a chat with Wang Liang to see what he had to say. So we'll throw it to that video.
就 Multi 风没进周决的话，对我来说还是比较意外的吧。就是因为第一天我俩其实前几把都是因为我跟他坐一排嘛，我俩都没打好，我们每一把打完就会下台的时候就会互相看一下笑一下，就我1分啊，你几分，你也1分啊，就这样。然后后面我不是有2把天选嘛，然后我的分就算一个正常的情况吧。然后他好像第一天就拿了几分，但是我还是比较相信他第2天能进的，因为他的实力还是毋庸置疑的，大家有目共睹嘛。然后没进还是比较可惜的吧，就最后一把他也证明了自己是有实力的。然后凯豹和小星神没进，对我来说也比较意外吧，因为凯豹虽然就每次都是踩线进嘛，但是我觉得他还是有进周决的实力的。然后这周是踩线出了，就常在河边走，哪有不湿鞋嘛？每次都踩线进，总有一次第15名出去的情况。然后小星神我觉得是方向走错了吧，就他强在他极致的1v1作战的能力，我觉得他就应该去一些地图弱侧嘛，不要去人太多的地方，很容易就。
You know, Wang Liang here giving us a little bit of insight into the players who didn't make it into this second bi-weekly solos finals as we get ready to kick off for game number 1 here. Talking about Fang specifically in the beginning there, a player that both surprises me and doesn't surprise me that he didn't make it into this bi-weekly final. You know, he had a very good first bi-weekly, but Fang making some critical errors as a player that I kind of ragged on him pretty hard for week 1. He literally, there were multiple times he's walking around with a legendary weapon in his back pocket and is just choosing to fight with a white dagger because he's, I don't want to say crutching on the dagger, but definitely favoring the dagger as a weapon to fight with and almost afraid to fight with some of these other weapons. And at the end of the day, the more these lobbies lean towards a single weapon like the dagger, the more these players are gaining experience into that weapon, the harder it is for you to continue to do the same things over and over again. And I feel like Fang came into this week 2 looking to just ride that dagger wave again, but all these players clearly having made adjustments and knowing what to do, how to play into that dagger. And again, we talk about it all the time, statistics being something that I very much love. And typically when it comes to fights between nunchucks and daggers, nunchucks come out on top of the dagger. So you've seen a lot of these players actually make that adjustment where they're carrying a set of nunchucks in their back pocket, waiting for a player to be run into that's running dagger, and then just swapping to the nunchucks to take the fight because they can take the fight at an advantage. So I feel like that sort of mentality has kind of done Fang in, and that's why he's not here in this bi-weekly solo, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you on that one, to be honest. I feel when it kind of comes down really to it, the players, as things go on, They get more and more experience playing into each other. I love this little dog guy, by the way. Who is he?
I don't know, quite honestly.
We need to give him a name. Have we got a name for him? Production, if we haven't got a name for him, I'm naming him. I'm going to name him. Oh, God. What's the name? What's the dog that chases the deer? I don't know if this ever made it out of the UK. It was such a good meme. I will get back to you on that one because it is a brilliant video. It's a guy's dog chasing these deer. Anyway, not going to be a Z-Ping start to the lobby. It's actually going to be a very, very heavy Fifi lobby with a couple of Yotos in there. No Reki, don't do it. Don't upset the balance. We were happy.
Well, I mean, take a look. It is the Dawn map, right? So there are going to be significantly more of those sort of Fireflies available on this map than there are the daytime map, and you're going to see some of these players looking to utilize that. Quite a few of these players, of course, bringing Fariache in here, still very good. You know, we're still in the patch prior to the Fariache nerf, meaning that they still get to drop that pillar for only 30% of their ult charge instead of the 50%. So they don't have to overcommit to that overall pillar, and then they can just stand there and fight on top of it. Still very, very good prior to the nerf here, and we're gonna see a lot more of kind of those double Farias coming through because of that, especially on these maps here where there are Fireflies available, because you can drop that pillar and then immediately go pick up a Firefly and you're back at 100% ult charge, and you can drop the pillar again if you want to without having to commit to the ultimate. So we take a look at the map here, we're going to see quite a few people down here in our southwest side of the map. Pandaman, JDG's Chu Zhang, and GG's Sha, as well as another player I can't see whose banner that is, and then all the way to the west side of the map, AOW's Mike, Baoda's Shen Wan, and quite a few other players dropping on that little set of huts there. Quite a few players hurdled there on the west side, and not a lot of loot there. We're probably going to see a couple players either have to win some fist fights or see themselves sent back to the Soul Altar fairly quickly, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a weird one because it's spread clusters. So there'll be lots of little fights and then probably not a lot for a while. Down here by the Shadow J Mines, Mike has been able to grab himself a grey armor and those grey nunchucks. Is just looking to maybe get something a little bit better put together before he gets himself a fight. A couple of Soul Jades, I'm assuming some of those melee and ranged soldiers as Railgun gets himself booted out of a window, turns it back around onto Spider. Spider wants to keep the pressure up, and Railgun is just going to go down. Nice and simple. Purple cannon as a reward as well for Spider there, so he's going to be sitting very happy with that one.
Yeah, WBG Spider off to a good start from here. Again, we talked about how emotional of a player he is. So to see him pick up an early elimination like that is usually the tempo that sets him up for big games, where he's able to just continue to follow that sort of pace up. Railgun, unfortunately, for most of that fight, no weapon available to him, gets the nunchucks in the end there, but he's just at such a disadvantage by that point. He's not able to do anything. T225 here, able to pick up an elimination off of GG Sha over in the kill feed. Actually going to bump him into that first place overall position in terms of points thus far. Wang Liang and T225 very close together. WBG Spider, again, with that first elimination, really sets him up for success if he's able to continue that sort of momentum here in game number one. He'll be able to carry it throughout the day, given the type of player he is. Baoda Shenwan here going to take quite a bit of damage here. We're actually going to see them walk into the charge. Right click there, coming out from the staff and take quite a bit of damage. The follow-up coming out from Yiron. Yiron looking for the opportunity. Follow-up going to jump cancel so they don't walk into the charge. Left click from the dual blades here. Shenwan, really no options here, given how low they are. Even a single clank would have killed them there. They just try to force the fight, but of course Yiron able to find the hit and clutch out a kill. WBG Spider now on to Wang Liang. This is going to be a very interesting fight. Spider on that Yoda Hime that's very unfavored, but a favored by WBG Spider still, and Wang Liang in hot pursuit here. Both of these players able to find the full reset they were looking for. Spider goes for the meter dump, but isn't able to find the connection. Wang Liang turns around, lets the charge left click on the staff, rip, able to find a parry onto Spider with the follow-up, actually picks up the elimination. Wang Liang finds his first elimination of the game and sends WBG Spider back to the Soul Altar.
That's a bit of a rough one, unfortunately, there for Spider. His first kill was an unarmed person. As soon as he gets versus someone who's geared up, he is in danger. There's Pandaman taking a couple of shots through the roof from TTT5 there on the Pharah. It's going to look for the cannon shots. Pandaman, honestly, just doing a good job I say good, doing a good job waiting this out. Does get a hit, and TT5 will get the hit confirmation, so he knows that Pandaman was hit. Is able to get a pot off, though, for the side of Pandaman, but now he's getting jungled up, taking down a fair amount here. Not going to be able to fully finish up. A bit more damage to their armor. Almost fully gone as TT5 now using that staff to just keep the pressure up. Pandaman doing a great job of turning it back around as well. Both of them in danger. The freeze coming in from Pandaman. He does connect it onto TT5, and this should just be a nice and easy follow-up for him, but he misses out on the follow-up onto TT5, so now TT5 can turn this around if he wants, but it's going to be a hard one as his health bar's low, and Pandaman just being unrelenting does get a bunch of damage turned onto him, freezes to get some armor back as TT5 gets the knockback onto Pandaman, catches him in the air, the armor's gone. There is no freeze, there is no ult for Pandaman. Both of these players very, very low. TT5 wants to keep the pressure up. Pandaman wants to try and get the surprise jump off as the switch to the pistol has come out from TT5. One more shot through the door, and he's able to secure himself the kill.
This is classic T225, right? T225 loves to clutch these kills out with the range weapons, specifically the pistol, as we turn to AOW's Mike, who picks up an elimination onto Zhang Yu as well. But it's, you know, this is textbook T225, right? He's able to just take these fights away from the neutral, get players low, and then give chase with those range weapons and continue to threat. And he very much favors the pistol because he gets players so low before they start running here in the Pro League that wide breadth that the pistol gives, you even have to land the whole shot sometimes. Sometimes just catching a little bit is enough. And unfortunately, we turn back to Pandaman, who's just respawned, and Wang Liang will be picking up the elimination, and that's gonna be it for OUG's Pandaman as he picks up a big fat 0 for game number 1 and is completely eliminated, our first fully eliminated player of the day here. Wang Liang more than happy to be picking up his second elimination. T225 and Wang Liang really going at it in terms of the top of the leaderboard here. It's so close between them. One kill is really all that means the difference between these two players holding on to that top spot thus far. EWG's Yuron using those dual blades there, that charge left click just to buy a little bit of space, cancels them early though, so that they can get some movement on, trying to get away from Ventus's Reki. Reki continuing to give chase here. Yuron actually able to create quite a bit of distance here. Will find the time to get a reset in before Reki can move in on this. So we will see Yuron in a favorable position if Reki tries to push onto this. Reki using that purple dagger, trying to use the scale rush to buy themselves some space. Finally catches on to where Yuron is going to continue to give chase. Zone 1 fully collapsed onto Zone 2 here. We're going to start seeing the Morris Blessings and the Realm of Yangs getting ready to come through for these players here, as many of them look to take those first fights and get those buffs. T225 here, and yet another favorable fight, this time with JJH's Chu Li. Chu Li gonna pop the Temi, although the pillar sends Chu Li out of their own ultimate here and does quite a bit of damage. And T225 very happy to just go ahead and jump into the mech so they can ignore that Temi, looking to go ahead and use the cannon to catch Chu Li out, but hasn't been able to catch onto them, as the time it takes to swap to that cannon form buys Chu Li enough time to slip away and get a pot off and get most of her reset off. T225 really looking to continue to pressure this, is able to land the cannon shot onto Chu Li, since Chu Li absolutely flying here. Chu Li, no F available for them either. Looks to get some resets going off here, is able to find a little bit of one, but those musket shots coming in from T225 very quickly going to shred the armor back off of Chu Li as T225 continues to pressure this fight. T225 and Chu Li both no ultimate here. We're going to see a huge parry come out from T225, and now Chu Li so very low. T225 can't use the range weapon, but will clutch it up here with the staff as we see a potential third party start to push through, and it's going to be XCG versus JDG going head to head. WBG Spider and AOW's Mike in the Realm of Yang. Jake, take it away.
This is going to be a banger fight. The old god versus the new. As Mike and Spider kicking it off already. Yoto versus Pharah. Mike does get a nice hit on the dagger onto Spider, just chipping away a little bit of that armor, but Spider does do a good job of answering back. Both of these players actually using the dagger. The clangs are coming in, and Spider looks to try and equalize out here. Uses the F ability, gets popped back by the mech, uses his ultimate, but it's not going to happen. Mike makes easy work of Spider. Cutting over to Wang Liang now. as Chuzheng, he takes a whole bunch of damage from that secondary fire. That cannon shot on the mech is going to use the Yoto ultimate to try and just shred through the mech form, but Wang Liang just goes airborne and just dodges away, and all he really needs is that last cannon shot to finish up Chuzheng, getting the damage down. He's so low, and that's 2 Pharaoh wins in a row.
Yeah, again, Faria here pre-nerf. Very, very good. That pillar buys you so much space. You can easily take control of neutral. We watched it happen there against WBG Spider as AOW Mike throws the pillar down and immediately is able to just turn the dagger onto Spider and finally take control of the neutral. Spider here has been eliminated multiple times now, as he's going to find himself needing to find a way to get rid of this Yang depletion. Going to need to find himself an elimination or find a Soul Bloom that's just chilling around. He's looking to head over to the box. He sees that it's been looted, doesn't want to waste his time going to it if it's already been looted, so he's going to turn back and start looking for an elimination. And you kind of saw it on WBG Spider's face. He was not happy about losing that Realm of Yang to AOW's Mike, and his face turned very sour. He's going to find himself in a poor position if he's not able to do something about his mental state after this game 1 here. Wang Liang forced to pillar and drop the mech here. Actually can't get inside here because of the hitbox on the mech, so Wang Liang just trying to keep his back turned to while he gets the pots off. Will try to go into the left here, but also can't find his way in, and it all of a sudden becomes a free-for-all. T225, Wang Liang, all of them showing up onto GG Shao. Wang Liang going extremely low here. He's got the Vermilion Bird's Might, so if he gets eliminated here, it's not the end of the world here for him. Wang Liang will go down. JDG's Chu Zhang will also go down, but Wang Liang with the Vermilion Bird's Might still in the game, going to keep things going as GG Shao forced to mech up here in a very similar situation to Wang Liang just moments ago. Now going to be picked up by T225 as T225 picks up his 5th elimination of the game already, and we're not even in zone number 3. T225 just going to fight on top of the pillar, and our resident Z-Ping here wants nothing to do with it. Reki just running away, but gets grappled down onto the pillar. T225 finding himself in a very good situation. Throws the blue, and this is what we talk about with that bubble all the time, right? It buys you the protection from the white, so it forces players to go blue, and it makes it very predictable to land the parry, and that's exactly what we see Reki do. That said, Reki very, very low, no bubble available, no ult available, 5 seconds left on the bubble, just needs to survive to find themselves into the bubble. The uppercut immediately drops the bubble, trying to get out of here. The pressure comes on, but they buy themselves the space off the back of that bubble to be able to get away. No grapple going to be able to lock them down, and now Shen Wan from Bao Da and T225 gonna have to go head to head here. Shen Wan trying to pressure this fight, but T225 does have pillar available. The problem is if they mech up in here, it could be very messy very quickly. And if I'm not mistaken, was that a no ult zone that I just saw popped? They might not be able to actually drop into it. No, that's not a no ult zone, as we see the pillar come back out. We're gonna see T225 immediately choose to take the ult, is able to walk through here, but I don't think they can get through the doorway up here. So Shen Wan just gets a free reset here. T225 needs to go ahead and pop some pots here and get a reset of their own. They're trying to go up, but we watched this earlier, right? You can't get through this doorway. T225 realizes that, is going to go ahead and de-transform here, goes out of the mech, starts using the dagger, trying to create some distance here, trying to use those scale rushes and just create as much distance away from this fight as they can. They know they're in an unfavored situation here. They do have their F available, but they've been forced to use all of their ult charge, and T225 is going to back away from this fight.
Yeah, they do not want to be hanging around for too much longer. Shen Yuan, it's your fault that there's a Z-Ping still in this game. If he hadn't come in with the third party, that Z-Ping probably could have gone down. It was very, very close. We'll see a replay, though, of Mike and Spider actually taking a fight versus each other. Obviously, Spider needed to win this one after that Realm of Yang, and it looks like he actually did have the upper hand. I genuinely don't know who won this. I didn't see. The mech gets called in by Mike. Spider, standing on top of it, comes in the counter onto Mike, and Mike goes down to Spider. Definitely alleviating some of that kind of tilt, maybe. It's probably the best way to word it, of what he was feeling from that previous fight. Obviously, there was a Vermilion Bird's Might on Mike, so Spider doesn't take him out of the lobby, but he does remove that Realm of Yang depletion from himself, so he will be A-okay on that front. Is he rocking 2 bows?
Look, we know that Spider loves his bows, right? It's quite possible he's rocking 2. And I mean, sometimes it's way easier to hot swap between one bow to another than it is to stand still and use that repair kit. And, you know, it's just way easier to do that for yourself than having to make yourself vulnerable, especially towards the late game where you start taking those range shots. And, you know, we were talking about Fairy Ashe and we were talking about Ziping Yang. One of the big ways to kind of counter Ziping's healing is she pops that bubble to run away. Doesn't really matter if you turn around and headshot her, right? Like if she's low, throws the bubble down, and then you just get the headshot off, you're still going to be doing close to 700 damage if you've got a gold or purple bow here. As we get ready to see Shen Wan go head-to-head with Ventus Reki inside the realm of Yang. And here we go. We see the Z-Ping versus the Fairy Ashe inside the realm of Yang. We're going to see which one comes out on top. Oh my goodness. The Assassin's Lunge coming through on the dagger here onto Reki, doing so much damage. Reki able to land the uppercut. Shen Wan just instantly pops the F. The pillar comes down. Reki already in the bubble, really no place to go, just trying to land the Assassin's Lunge again onto Reki. Doesn't want to let Reki go ahead and get that pot off here as we see Reki moving over to the pillar. Not a great place for Reki to be fighting here, because if we see Shen Wan go ahead and drop the mech onto him, Reki going to take quite a bit of damage. Doesn't quite get the mech drop onto them, but will go ahead and take the opportunity to get into the mech. Reki on the backside here, going to go airborne now, trying to avoid that cannon, trying to get on top of Shen Wan. Just kind of buying space and time, right? This is exactly what Ziping is great at, is just spending time, and they're trying to go ahead and wait out our mech here from Shen Wan, just trying to keep things moving. We do see one shot come through, and then they're going to be forced to demech here, but Shen Wan still at full health. Reki will catch a massive parry onto Shen Wan with the follow-up. Shen Wan trying to turn around with the staff. We've seen the staff utilized to actually deal enough damage fast enough to kill Z-Pings through their ult, but it's not going to be enough as they both time out, and the Z-Ping does what Z-Ping does best, and both of them going to be walking away with Yang depletion, no buff, no bonuses, going to be looking to get themselves back into the game, Jake.
I genuinely think Z-Ping is the worst hero in the game for Realm Yang, because they're so hard to kill and they don't really have like major damaging abilities. They're just stalling heroes. That's their whole thing. In solos, Z-Ping just stalls. So when you're on a timer, it's really rough. Like I actually feel like Realm Yang depletion is like a major counter to Z-Ping, because Reki, you know, they've been in a lot of fights, but look at them right now. 0 kills. Like, they've been having a hard one. Is that Shen Yuan actually is looking for Reki. Reki has 4 minutes. Shen Yuan really wants to find this kill onto Reki, but I feel like for the both of them, this fight's going to be hard for them to pull off, because Shen Yuan obviously is going into someone who's going to have near on infinite healing, while Reki, on the other hand, Shen Yuan has mech. So these are two heroes you can buy a lot of time versus each other. Jin is going to get spotted out by Reki here. Reki immediately gets himself countered back, has to pop that bubble nice and early. Jin, seeing that it's a Z-Ping, decides he doesn't want to waste time and resources and actually just leaves Reki. Because Reki is on the hunt. It actually looks like Jin just wants nothing to do with this fight. Can't find Jin at all, and he's managed to give him the runaround. It's interesting how it feels like players are actually more interested in just not fighting Z-Pings now, because it's just it's a colossal waste of like grappling hooks and pots, because you're just constantly trying to heal up as well into them. It actually feels like players just would rather just leave the Z-Ping now. That's what this looks to be. Spider, though, has found himself in a fight here versus Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan doing a little bit of damage off onto Spider, has got through some of that armor, has himself taking a little bit of armor damage himself, is now waiting for more and more players to catch in as shots are landing in. Spider gonna head back into the same tunnel we were in earlier, actually, just to grab himself some healing, get himself some health back, as Shen Yuan getting a bunch of damage off there, as they've also got Railgun just firing away. I believe that was Mikey they were opening up onto. But Shen Yuan for now definitely struggling to find himself that kill, and they've got some time before this Realm Yang depletion wears off on them. I say that, they've actually got under 2 minutes left as Jin now still chasing here onto Reki. Reki will be able to find himself the kill and deny that Realm Yang depletion, so he will be able to heal himself back up as Shen Yuan gets a bunch of damage off of the Wang Liang, catches him with a grapple to keep the pressure up onto him. All he needs is that Realm Yang depletion to be stripped away. All he needs is that Soul Bloom Essence in. They come with the drop down on the mech. Shen Yuan now has to change target, and he is just losing time. He's losing opportunities to stay in this game. He is desperately trying to get some damage onto Railgun, but Railgun wants to keep the pressure up himself. Isn't aware that there's a Aubameyang depletion onto Shen Yuan, but the mech gets called in. Shen Yuan's going to have to use this. This will probably be his last chance to get a big heal in, and he needs to push for the kill. He only has a minute left. Can he find the kill onto Railgun? Railgun going to drop down and away from Shen Yuan. Shen keeping the pressure up, though. Does not want to give this one up. Gets a bunch of damage put into him by Railgun, but Railgun is going to get answered back into in tow. Both of these players just spinning away. In comes the cannon shots, actually. That's done Shen Yuan a bit of a favor. He might be able to finish Railgun up, pulling the mech in. Gets pulled into danger, and Wang Liang gets the kill. I did get the cleanse, though, and Shen Yuan's able to get rid of the Aubameyang debuff.
This is really huge for Shen Yuan. Wang Liang was his target. He was trying to chase him down. Wang Liang mechs up, and it cost Shen Yuan a ton of time. Wang Liang comes in, kills the target that Shen Yuan's on. It keeps him from being able to mech up, which keeps him from just being able to bait out the timer there. And Shen Yuan takes a ton of damage in the face of the Assassin's Lunge coming from Wang Liang, but does not care as he's able to pick up the Soul Bloom Essence and get rid of that Yang depletion. Absolutely massive for him. Can't believe he was able to clutch that on the end. WBG Spider coming in, trying to keep Zhang Yu off the box here. We're going to see pillar after pillar dropped on the box, and Zhang Yu goes so low. Somebody is going to pick up this eliminations. It's going to be T225. T225 absolutely on a tear here. If I'm not mistaken, 6 kills already, if not 7. And he's in top 6 in lobby 1. Even if he goes out right now, it's going to be hard for any player to actually take MVP away from him unless they basically kill the rest of the lobby here. Everybody else sitting on 2, maybe 3 kills. T225 just needs to take this to final circle at this point. WBG Spider still trying to make something happen here on to this box here. But we see both the pillars coming through. Spider able to finally open it up, is able to go ahead and get that golden set of armor here. And I spoke too soon. Wang Liang has 4 eliminations. Everybody else sitting on 2 to 1. But still, besides Wang Liang, it's going to be hard for any other player to catch up to T225. T225, 6 eliminations under his belt. And this is typically the number of eliminations we see at the very end from the winner, who just wins the whole lobby. So T225 in a very good situation here. If he can pick up some more eliminations in a first place finish, he's going to set himself up for success here in game number 1, Jake.
I mean, he is the player to watch going into this. I know we have Spider and Mike here, but I feel like that was kind of like the first bi-weekly major thing to be paying attention to. I think now it's looking at some of these other players, and just T225, he's just been on fire all bi-weekly. He's really found his stride, and he's been looking phenomenal. He's genuinely been looking phenomenal, and I feel like with the performance we've seen from him over this bi-weekly, this could be his time to kind of put his stamp down on the league as one of the kind of front-running players, because, you know, honestly, Spider, while it's an okay game from him this time around, it hasn't really looked like a particularly solid season from him so far. And the attention is kind of been on, well, who's going to be the winner? Who's going to be the kind of top players to watch? And obviously, Mike, the return of Mike was a major talking point as well. But I feel like T225 has been kind of criminally overlooked. And I think he's doing a lot to kind of prove everybody that he is actually one of the top 3 players at the least in this league right now.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it during the first bi-weekly that we were surprised that T225 didn't pop off, because again, he showed up during Worlds. He was transferred into his team for the World Championship, and a lot of people had a big question mark over T225's head because they just weren't sure. He was an unknown player being transferred in, you know, at the very beginning of Worlds. He was untested, and then he comes in and he absolutely, you know, devastates at Worlds, one of the best players during the World Championship. And then coming into the first bi-weekly, we kind of expected a lot out of him, and he just kind of sputtered out during our first bi-weekly. But now that he kind of has those first bi-weekly jitters out of the way, he's coming in and really showing that he's a good player. And we got to talk about Wang Liang as well. Wang Liang with 4 eliminations under his belt already. He's had very good fights thus far this game. He's won his Realm of Yang that he went into. He wasn't able to find his way into the second Realm of Yang. He's sitting on a legendary dagger and purple armor right now, 4 eliminations with 6 players left alive. He's doing very, very well for his first game as well. Honestly, these 2 players to watch for. Of course, AOW's Mike and WBG Spider still in it. No surprise from these 2 players, but Spider off to much more of a rough game than I'm sure he wish he was having. you know, Spider typically one of those players that, you know, he catches that first elimination and then kind of rides that wave, right? The first time we ever saw WBG Spider coming into the NBPL, kind of waking up, he had, I think, a 10 elimination game where he just basically killed more than half the lobby. We're to see a huge shot come out from the ballista here from Ventus's Reki onto AOW's Mike. Mike, plenty of cover though, able to get away. Bauda trying to shoot Reki off of the ballista here and is going to find that shot. So Reki going to be forced to just back away, take the reset. AOW's Mike just chilling on the other side of this hut here. Nobody able to get onto the ballista. Reki tries to move back in onto it, and shots come through and are going to force Reki away from it a second time. T225 coming in with a cannon to catch some shots up onto Mike. Goes for the second one. Mike able to not only get the heal off, but able to tap dodge away from the explosion on the cannon as well. And man, T225, even though he's not rocking Meteor right now, very, very accurate with his cannon shots. Ventus's Reki, the Z-ping. This is where you don't want to be if you're the only Z-ping in the lobby. Nobody's going to lose track of you. You've taken a ton of damage. You're out in the middle. Every player kind of gunning for you. The ballista coming through, immediately shredding the bubble off of you. The second follow-up ballista shot out of Shenwan picks up the elimination, and the zip has been zapped thanks to Bauda Shenwan.
I'm amazed he didn't see Spider. I definitely looked at him. Maybe it was just like the observer POV made it look like he could see him, but he couldn't. Either way, Spider is going to be able to not get shot as he actually walks towards Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan's going to bop him off the ballista in response, as now Spider is just going to try and recover some of that golden armor, get himself back up to full as jumps back onto the ballista. It's a fight to try and control this ballista. Spider really wants to get his hands on it, but immediately taking another couple of shots. Remember, he's got that golden pistol, so his range isn't bad. It's not gonna. He's gonna be able to do a fair amount of damage there. As Wang Liang just about avoiding away on TTT5, tried to catch him with the uppercut, didn't actually fully connect it. However, as now Mike has rotated over towards this ballista. WBG Spider can't even look to poke because the moment he even sniffs in the direction of that ballista, a grappling hook, a cannon, a bow shot, something hits him that just tears him off and makes his life really, really hard. But we're down to that final 5 players with 2 minutes left. It's a very open circle. There's no trees. We're about to lose all terrain in the circle. So this might actually just be go time for these players as they are just looking to trade out these long range shots on each other. Spider tries to get some level of aerialness, I guess is the word we're going to go for, to try and just stay up there as long as possible. But it is hard for him to do so. TT25 takes a little bit of damage here from the cannon coming in from Wang Liang. Spider puts down that F ability just to try and heal himself back up as in comes the mech from TT25 just to try and be a bit of a nuisance to Spider with that golden armor. Mech hasn't been called yet by TT25, but he is waiting for the prime opportunity to do so. He gets himself countered. TT25 immediately says, right, I have to get in the mech. Needs to try and survive this one as Spider throws down the ultimate and is actually just shredding through the mech. Spider trying to finish it up, unable to do so. TT25, can he line the shot up? He can! Into the zone, Spider's bot. Cannon shot hits. Another follow-up damage from the mech is going to be enough. Mike is the one to secure the kill by pulling in his pillar, getting himself the kill onto Spider. A very open circle as TT25 is able to heal himself up somewhat. Mike mechs up as well. At the same time, T25 loses his as Mike is now just keeping the rockets on to TT25, getting a lot of shots off. A cannon shot to TT25. It's a whole bunch of damage off, and he's looking just to finish him up. It's going to be very hard for TT25 to live this, and I think it's done so. Mike secures himself his 3rd kill. Now looking for another one onto Bauda here. Can he finish it up? Wang Liang, he just wants to hold out. There's a world where he can take himself 1st place here. Shen Yuan getting himself the pillar pulled in as now Wang Liang gets the uppercut. He's got the pillar to work with. He's going to try and mech up himself, but they won't even let him get near it. No, he's going to mech up. He's able to survive as Shen Yuan now getting the damage off. Mike just needs to play and avoid them. He's around the back end of both of these mechs as the cannon shot's going to not quite connect onto Mike. Mike's holding fast. Can he turn this? Wang Liang goes down. Mike's got 1. Mike's going for 2. Mike, he doesn't do it. Shen Yuan takes 1st, but I don't know if it's enough for him to win overall.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who walks away the overall MVP here. It's going to be very tight between AOW's Mike and Wang Liang, but it's going to come out. AOW's Mike's going to be walking away our Game 1 winner. And man, What a final circle this was. Very, very interesting to see how WBG Spider goes out in this circle. I feel like he ults a little too early here. He knows that the circle still has a ton of time. He burns the Yoda ult, really trying to commit onto that elimination instead of waiting to take control of the final circle, which is not WBG's Spider's style, right? When he plays Yoda, he waits until that final circle is collapsing and he sees all the transformers and mechs come out and then really tries to take control with the damage and shoving people around. Instead, he burns it early to commit onto the fight with T225 and then immediately regrets it as the pillar from AOW's Mike comes down and secures the elimination onto him. He's just not able to use the F3 to buy himself any sort of space, anything like that. And this is really why we've seen Yodo fall out of favor in solos, because that F3 not really buying these players as much space as it used to, especially with Various Shade just being able to drop their pillar into the middle of it, or being able to mech up and just throw those shots in and constantly push damage out onto these Yodo Himes. Very, very unfortunate for WBG Spider. I'm not sure if that ultimate was a panic ult or just really trying to focus down and pick up an extra elimination, as he was sort of in that top 4, top 5 kind of space and just wanted to go, okay, hey, I'm Yodo, I'm not going to take control of the circle, let me just get up that extra elimination, even though he wasn't able to find it. Very unfortunate for WBG Spider. AOW's Mike able to come out on top in the end. He picks up 2 eliminations, gets himself tied up with Wang Liang, and then is just able to hold on a little bit longer than Wang Liang is. And because of that, the placement going to take him into that first place position, Jake.
Absolutely. It's one of those it's one of those games where I'm curious about how strong Spider's mental is. Because we've talked about, you know, him being a little prone to getting in his own head a little bit. That wasn't a bad game. It definitely wasn't a good game. So I'm curious, was that a bad enough game for where, like, it actually will affect Spider? Or was that a game where Spider goes, okay, that wasn't amazing, but I'm at least happy with my performance. Yeah, I lost to Roma Yang. I did get a very early kill. I still made it fairly late into that game. So I'm curious, you know, how Spider is going to bounce back. But before we even think about that, let's have a little look at the scoreboard. Mike takes it with an 11.8 kill game there in first place. TT5 just behind him, 9 kills and 10.5 points. He's going to be gutted, but he didn't go out 1 place higher. He would have had first. And then Shen Yuan does come into third there with 8.8. Spider comes out in 5th, 4.3. Not amazing, not awful. Could be worse. I mean, you could be Chewy, Chuz, or Panda Man, who right now, unfortunately, did walk away a big old donut after that game.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for the likes of Panda Man. You know, it just 2 very tough fights for him. And then, you know, he tries to push away knowing that the pistol is there, and he's just not able to create the distance or find the cover that he needs before the pistol's able to pick up the elimination on him there. And then we see him get completely battered down by Wang Liang on the respawn in order to come here to WBG Spider, who picks up the parry onto Railgun. Railgun with no weapon, trying to turn around, is able to get the charged kicks coming out onto WBG Spider, but he's so low at that point. There's nothing he can really do. Wang Liang here with a massive parry onto Spider, picks up that elimination. Mike very, very low here into this fight with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, though, turning around into the charged left click and going to take a ton of damage off of that T225 coming through here. This is something I wanted to talk about. T225 using that weapon swap meta, right? Where you're able to land a parry and then you hot swap and follow up the riposte with something like the Greatsword. That's just a ton of damage, and it's guaranteed damage off of the back of the parry into riposte. It's something that's been a very popular meta in CN. We see here WBG Spider getting rid of the Zhang depletion there, picking up that elimination onto Mike, but Mike's still able to turn around and pick up the elimination onto him later here. Both these mechs going at it. Shen Yuan just able to do enough damage there to Mike in the end to pick up another elimination and make it to that first place finish. But Mike, with the score and the second place finish, does walk away our MVP for game number 1 here. 15,000 damage, 5 eliminations. Huge game for Mike here. Most of his damage actually coming out from his skills and ultimate here. 5k damage, 1/3 of his overall damage just coming straight in from the skills and ultimate. Really great use of Faria Shen here in game number 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume most of that 5k was neck form as well, not like his F. Honestly, really, really clean stuff coming in from Mike. Are we surprised? Not really. I mean, he came back in style, took himself his first bi-weekly. And, you know, Mike is very much here to play. Mike is very much here to prove that he is one of the best solo players in the world. And he didn't get the chance to prove himself at the World Championship due to his competitive ban. So now that he's back, he has some serious work to do, and he's got a long time until Worlds, but he wants to continuously prove that he is the top player on his team, on his team, in solos overall. Mike, for an absolutely killer game number 1. But yeah, T25 as well. I think, like I said, definitely someone to watch. Wang Liang, you know, I kind of jokingly called you out because the last time you said watch Wang Liang, he kind of just ran it and just like had a really bad game. But honestly, not an awful game from Wang Liang, to be completely fair. So, you know, definitely showing up. And I think there's a bunch of players right now who are quite scary. And honestly, I haven't really got Spider that high up on that list. Like, he's on the list of scary players. And a lot of people, you know, with their weird cult masks they wore in the opening ceremony, were kind of like all wearing Mike's face because they were like, yeah, Mike is scary. Not Mike, sorry, Spider. Spider's face, because they're like, yeah, Spider's scary. But right now, TT5 and I think Mike definitely looked like two really formidable people for Spider to overcome.
Yeah, look, I mean, we love WBG Spider. We love when he has his big pop-off moments, but it really seems like he's struggling even more with that sort of mental this season, and he's not been able to bounce back from it. And this game is going to be an interesting game to see how he follows it up in game number 2, because while he was able to put a couple of eliminations under his belt and make it to the final circle, there was some fights where WBG Spider just completely looked out of style, right? Typically we see a fight with WBG Spider, there's a lot of aggression, he's pumping damage out onto the opponent. Even if he ends up losing it, it's a very tight fight. But the couple of times we watched him get eliminated early, those fights, he did not look in the best of shape for WBG Spider. We watched Wang Liang in particular just completely flip the fight on him and take almost no damage at the hands of WBG Spider. And it's not a place Spider wants to be. And those sorts of fights are the one that wreak havoc on WBG Spider's mental, because he knows he can play better than that, and then he goes into these games and he gets absolutely destroyed, and then he goes, well crap, I know I can play better than that, why am I not playing better than that? He needs to find his momentum here in game number 2. I think he's capable of doing it. I think this first game wasn't so terrible for his overall mental, right? Again, he makes it to late game. He's playing Yoda Hime. He's not playing kind of the favorable hero in game number 1. If I'm WBG Spider, I'm going, okay, Yoda's kind of I want to play Yoda because we have to play 5 different heroes today. This feels more like my throwaway hero where I'm like, I'm playing a game where I know I'm not going to do great. And you still make it to final circle, pick up 2 eliminations. I'd consider that a great game in the given
I'd say,
circumstances.
to be fair, if you're on something that isn't dominating the meta right now and still performing, that's something you should be happy with. But I guess the problem with Mike, from what we seem to see, is he seems to hold himself to such a high standard that even a good game, a bad performance in like one of the moments in that game can be enough to get it to him a little bit. So we'll have to keep our eyes trained on him. But I do really want to look at other players as well, because I feel like while the Spider storyline is exciting and interesting, you know, there's a whole bunch of other players here. You know, some of these more middle of the pack players who I do want to keep our eyes on over the day, because I've honestly found in this spring season, middle of the pack teams and players have actually been able to really upset and kind of change everything in ways where you wouldn't expect it to. And you're like, oh, these guys are going to be the best in the league for whatever reason. And then like this middle team comes in, this team who, you know, they're not at the bottom, but they're not at the top by any means. And they just seem to be able to turn it. So I'm curious if Solos is going to have that capability. I mean, Shen Yuan, someone who honestly I didn't really have my eyes going like that trained onto going into today. Wait, no, Shen Yuan is the person. My hero. Do you know what happened there? You know, like a classic romance where like they forget about like the person they love and then they like see them in the street, like serendipity hits. That was me and Shen Yuan there. He was the Valda player who beat Spider 4 times in a row. It was Shen Yuan. This guy is genuinely cracked at Valda. I am so excited. I hope they pull it out at some point. Actually, if I remember right, they pulled it out on last Saturday on Game 2, which was Holorun. So, I'm not saying they're going to do it, but I'm saying they're going to do it. Benton is the name, by the way. The dog's called Benton. That's what we're calling our little dog mascot.
Benton. Okay. Well,
Jesus
we're going to find out
Have you not
who's
seen that video?
No.
Have you not seen that video? Oh,
I have
so
not.
good. I'll send it to you later. It's brilliant.
We're going to find out who's playing who, though, as we lock in for game number 2
Oh,
here.
come on! Yes!
And this is very interesting for me. First of all, Shenwan going to be playing Valden exactly like you wanted here. But I kind of predicted that we were going to see our kind of Z-ping heavy games actually off of Holoroth because of Fairy Ashe. But the fact that game 1 had so many Fairy Ashes in it, it's now opening up this sort of Holoroth map to the Z-ping lobby. And that's what we're going to see here as I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Z-pings out of our 14 players here. A couple of Takedas, 1 Fairy Ashe, 1 Avalda, and 1 of the lovely Matari coming through, and GG Shah. And you know, you were talking about these players sort of in the middle of the pack, and GG Shah is one of those players that I want to talk about that, you know, we've kind of been sleeping on a little bit, but Shah is one of those players you can never ever count out of a game, right?
I really want to agree with you, but I've just not been impressed by Shah this season at all. He might have had like a few good games, like he did win last Saturday on game 2. He actually did win on this map. But I feel like I hold Shah to a way higher standard than what he's performing at the moment. And I think that's why I'm struggling to agree with you. Because when we see Shah like playing that, well, I mean, normal Shah style, I feel like he's a very slept on player. But I think right now, I'm sleeping on him for a good reason, because I just feel like he's kind of just laying down and taking it. Like he's not really doing much on the map to really contest a bunch of these players in these teams. But for now, we'll keep our eyes. Maybe Shah can make a recovery. I would like to see it. I feel like GG is an org at the moment, both in solos and trios, not really performing to the level that I expect out of them. I've always had GG in both solos and trios. There's always been like a podium team. And it feels like they've kind of fallen a little bit to the wayside coming into the spring season. So we'll see if they can make a recovery. Starting over on Mike, who gets himself a purple musket to start off with. So we'll have some nice range capabilities. Got himself a blue sword as well. Spider, once again, finding an unarmed victim, but it is a game with Z-pings, so very hard to actually find kills when there are so many Z-pings in the lobby.
Speaking of so many Z-pings here, Railgun was the same victim that we saw Spider found before, but now with a weapon and purple armor in hand. Oh my goodness, Wang Liang turning around with a mythic grab onto EWG's Yiran. Yiran literally 1 HP in a dream, and that dream very quickly dies as Wang Liang follows it up with the dagger. AOW's Mike turning on to GG Shah here. The bubble buying him a little bit of space as Shah playing onto that Matari, not quite ready to aggressively push in onto Mike. Mike gonna find a reset with the use of that bubble as he's able to slide away. Shah not wanting to give this up though. Looks like Shah has Assassin's Lunge already, and a Ballista coming in from Shenwan yet again. The Ballista putting in work for Shenwan here, trying to follow it up, but we're going to see the teleports actually buy Shah enough space to be out of range from that Ballista, but AOW's Mike quickly on the heels of Shah, knows that they're low. Shah looks like they find an armor swap as well, so a huge reset for the likes of Shah, coming in with the uppercut from the dagger, following it up immediately with that Assassin's Lunge, doing a ton of damage to Mike, but Mike here going to find the parry onto Shah. Not too big of a surprise here, given that Mike has the bubble down. Blue's really the only thing that's going to catch Shah anything onto Mike, making it very predictable for you to be able to get the parry. Shah going to be forced to back off as many of these players, including Shenwan, give chase as Shah goes extremely low. Shah does not want to go down here early, trying to use those nunchucks to buy some space, but there it is, the bubble comes through, and Shenwan will find their first elimination of the game here on Valda, using that F1 to lock down our boy GG Shah and pick up the elimination.
That's Shenyuan, baby. That is Shenyuan. He is so good at this Valda. I am so excited to see this game come out from him. honestly, I think it was a 23% pick rate for him. Like, he's been playing that, he's been playing quite a lot of the Valda. So it's been really cool to see him kind of actually show up and finally have a, you know, I mean, I say finally, his performance on Saturday was insanely good. I think he came like second in that lobby as well. Like, had a really, really good game. Keep our eyes on him. He genuinely has been very, very good. As once again jumping onto Yaran, able to just about miss out on the bubble. Is going to jump in onto Yaran and get a whole bunch of damage off. Catches him in the tidal wave as well. Gets the spear. Can he secure the kill? It's going to get chased down. Gets a quick bop stack as he's chasing onto Yaran. Yaran gets the armor swap off. Throws down the F. Gets a whole bunch of damage on to Shen Yuan, who puts the bubble up again. Is he uses this as an opportunity to heal as Yaran able to just about survive for a little bit longer, but Mike is going to be chasing on with that musket. Not going to be able to find the kill though, as Mike keeping the pressure up onto Yaran. Yaran does hit him. Well, I believe that's the second charge of the ultimate there onto Mike, as Mike trying to get the damage off, but Zhang Yu keeping the pressure onto Yaran. There's going to be that third strike, and Yaran just going to jump into the Shadow Corruption, but Shen Yuan's on the other side waiting for him. Does move away. Interesting thing to note is Shen Yuan's using the F1 bubble, I believe. Last time he was using the F2, the one where you get 3 bubbles. I can't remember which one that is now.
That's going to be the F3 there on Vol.
Oh, so he's using the F3.
Yeah, the one that lets you throw the bubbles down while you're being comboed. But the F1 actually favored by most Vol domains, as you're able to extend combos and kind of create these tough touch of death scenarios where if you can hit somebody when they're at a certain HP and follow the combo up with the bubble, there's just nothing that they can really do about it. We're going to see here is Zhang Yu still giving chase to EWG's Yiran, trying to keep Yiran locked down here. Doesn't want to allow Yiran to get the reset. Turning over now to Shen Yuan and AOW's Mike. Mike going to be popping that ultimate here. Shen Yuan trying to keep on it. Throws the blue though, and Shen Yuan gets parried yet again. This is a trap that Shen Yuan continues to fall into. These Z-Pings pop the bubble and try to just create a situation where they know a parry comes through, because you can't really retaliate onto those players with a white attack while that bubble is popped. And you know the blue's coming. It makes the probability of getting a parry off much easier. Turning now to WBG Spider, who's in quite the situation as JJH's Chu Li gives chase here. Is going to be forced to pop the bubble to find any sort of distance away from Chu Li here. Chu Li loses him for just a second, goes around the backside of the building and is giving Spider the space he needs to get the reset he was hoping for. And now we're going to see OC's Zhang Yu coming in onto EWG's Yiran, looking to make it happen. Yiran wants to play around this no ult zone, so that way Zhang Yu, if he gets him low, he doesn't have to worry about the ultimate coming through. But unfortunately, Yiran going to be forced to back away here. Looks for a reset as Zhang Yu continues to pressure onto the missile. Look at this. Yiran going to go around the boxes here, continuing to play towards that sort of no ult zone here, but needs to be careful as he continues to build rage. He might find himself falling victim to the no ult zone. And we're going to see now Yiran catches out Zhang Yu here with that charged left click coming in from the dagger. A little bit of the uppercut, not able to follow it up as they fall down. The clanks coming through, the dual blades into the dagger. See the mythic grab go through, but not an actual mythic grab onto a blue. Just buys Yiran a little bit of space. Yiran going to come through with the purple from the charge right click off the dagger. Actually catches Zhang Yu in quite a situation. Now we're going to see Zhang Yu pop the ultimate, and this is what Yiran was afraid of. He needs to find a way to deal with the healing now. There we go. The no ult zone going to come through. Zhang Yu going to see the healing off the ultimate ended there, but the parry comes through onto Yiran. Yiran tried to set up this exact scenario. He's got the ultimate. Is it going to be enough for him to pick it? The bubble comes up. It's not going to happen. Yiran finds a way to end the healing on Zhang Yu, but unfortunately it's too little too late as Zhang Yu had created too much damage, and we see them come out on top.
Ridiculous hero. Mike jumping in onto Wang Liang, actually almost winning the fight with just the musket to open it up, as Wang Liang is able to get himself a heal off, gets one charge with the F down. Mike pops the bubble to give himself a bit of sustain. There's going to be the second charge. The uppercut's coming in. He's got the third. Mike's actually going to have to pop the ultimate just to stay alive as he gets the uppercut once again. Mike's going down. That's how the fight should look, as Panda Man also being juggled by TT25. It looks like TT5 gets himself in danger. Both of them going to pop the bubbles as Pandaman dodging away on the uppercut here. There's going to be the healing, the ultimate from TT5, but Pandaman wins the Roma Yang as well.
Yeah, Pandaman going to be very, very happy about this. You know, Pandaman's one of those players, you know, a fan favorite, right? Everybody loves to see Pandaman come in and perform. And it's a player that I feel like we haven't talked a lot about this season as they struggled, right? They didn't manage to make it into the World Championship. Well, okay.
I thought you mean in general. I was about to say, they're not just struggling this season, mate.
Well, look, you know, they barely missed going to Worlds. I think they missed by 1 kill, right? It was very, very close for the likes of Pandaman. Pandaman was very, very disappointed about it. We caught up with him afterwards. All of us casters sent him, you know, a lovely message to let him know that we support him. He's one of the most entertaining players to watch. As I talk about that S railgun here, going to catch a huge parry onto AOW's Mike. Mike with the bubble, though, very quickly turns the fight around. Doesn't even give railgun the opportunity to pop a bubble of his own. Says, look, I'm just going to flip this while I've got the chance to pick up the win here. Wang Liang locking on his D225 with the ultimate here, though. Has 1 charge left here on the ultimate, needs to make the most out of it, needs to get onto T225 before they can find the bubble and get themselves back into the game. T225 actually going to go into the zone, might die. Does zone tick here? Hold on, how are they still alive? T225 able to find a little bit of HP, but Wang Liang will be able to use that ultimate to lock them down and pick up the elimination inside the zone. And man, Wang Liang really looking in good shape here today, Jake.
That is a big kill as well, because that's a donut now for TT25, which basically means it's a 0. Well, I say basically means it's a 0-pointer. Wang Liang, he's having another stellar game. And actually, off the back of this game, you can see the overall scoreboard right now. Wang Liang has now surpassed TT25 and actually taken first. TT25's gone into 3rd, because Mike's actually also been having 2 pretty decent games as well. So, set up for a potential overtake here. Spider hasn't moved up or down in the lobby at all. He's still relatively locked in to his current position, but does definitely need to try and find himself a better game under his belt. And I'll never forget that just colossal comeback from Spider in his debut season here at the NBPL. On Holoroth, on Z-Ping. I can't remember how many kills he got, but it was like a record-breaking amount of kills, and it won him the bi-weekly because he just managed to find all of the kills he needed to go from like 5th to 1st. It was so clutch. I can't remember how many kills he got. There's a lot of kills.
Turning back here to Wang Liang yet again, finding himself in a really good situation to capitalize on this. He's got Pandaman and another player kind of low here. Wang Liang taking a little bit of damage as he continues to get grapple locked in place by multiple players, though. The musket shots coming through. He finds himself in a bit of a pickle as Pandaman able to pick up the elimination, but Wang Liang does have the lovely Vermilion Birdsmite here, so he's going to find himself back this game very quickly. And Pandaman, even though he picks up the elimination, finds himself in a very similar situation to Wang Liang, but luckily also has Vermilion Birdsmite. He's trying to pick up another elimination before he goes down, trying to pick up this kill onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu going to pop the ultimate, and since Pandaman flying backwards out of the no-ult zone here, we're going to see Zhang Yu running away, not able to get a ton of healing, but Pandaman equally low, wants to get the kill before he goes down, but can't find it. As JDG's Chu Zhang is able to come in, we're going to see Zhang Yu able to pick up that Soul Bloom and turn things quickly onto Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang forced to pop a bubble of his own and run away, and this is very typical of what we see in these Z-Ping lobbies. Just lots of healing coming through, and a little bit of Tuna here from Chu Zhang as well, as he's going to go ahead and get even more healing back on top of it, as well as the buff from Tuna rocking. AOW's Mike moving on to our Frozen Lake here. On the other side of the map, we do see that freeze coming through. So hopefully we're going to see some of those ults tick down. Wang Liang here looking to turn potentially onto AOW's Mike. Actually going to move away. Doesn't quite want to take this fight inside of this freezing zone. And again, the more you see that freeze tick up, you can see it there on the right-hand side ticking up here for AOW's Mike. As soon as they get to that full bar percentage, they're going to start losing ult. And there you go. You can see that AOW's Mike no longer has the full charge on their ultimate because they are inside this freezing zone. But this freezing zone actually controlling most of our current zone here. So many of these players going to be forced to take fights without their ultimate. Wang Liang over here was able to actually find one of those fire pits to reduce the amount of freezing on him. So he may be one of the few players still inside the circle that has the ultimate available. And it looks like he's going to be going out for this Realm of Yang here. And he's going to be able to go in with his ultimate. Now, the other players... Yeah, the other players going in here might be coming in with low ultimate, but they're still going to be around 90%, I would guess. So if he gets challenged here, it's not going to be too bad for him. It looks like Reki and GG Shah here taking this fight are going to opt to not go inside the Realm of Yang here. Shah goes so low off the back of that. Reki comes down and actually finds the elimination onto Shah and will find himself some armor from the box as well, but doesn't want to force their way into the fight here. And it's going to be WBG Spider going up against XCG's Wang Liang. Who's going to come out on top? The Spider or the Wang Liang? We're going to find out in the next 2 seconds. Zeeping versus Takeda, and this is very interesting. I think the win rate between these two heroes inside Realm of Yang is actually around 50-50, so it very much comes down to the players. Unfortunately, Wang Liang does miss an opportunity to get the mythic grab there, but he turns this fight very quickly on his head, catches a parry, follows it up there. The bubble actually buying Spider out of the riposte. Absolutely insane that this hero gets to do so much, but the ultimate coming through here, Spider needs to be very careful. If Wang Liang's able to catch it here, just like that, Spider takes so much damage, and Wang Liang's gonna find it again, following it up with these legendary nunchucks. The uppercut, absolutely massive here. WBG Spider healing so much through this, but Wang Liang holding on, waiting for the scale rush to come out. The bubble's gonna end. Wang Liang wants to keep the pressure on, needs to find a huge combo onto Spider. Well, he doesn't have the ult in the bubble. A huge uppercut, that's gonna be it. Wang Liang comes out on top in the Realm of Yang, and he's 2 for 2 in game number 2.
He played that so well, but man, also at the same time, missing that final slash on the ultimate. So clutch from Spider, able to hold on. But yeah, there it is. Wang Liang walking away. He is geared. Golden katana, golden jewel blades, golden nunchucks, purple nunchucks, jewel blades, purple cannon, and a purple pistol. Wang Liang is geared to the teeth right now, and Spider's going to come out into a snowstorm. So he needs to find a kill, but losing some of that sustainability is going to be a real pain for him. He's going to look to just jump out immediately and jump onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu getting some damage off onto Spider. Spider now not inside that snowstorm, so should be a-okay. It's starting to build back up again as he gets himself countered, gets himself bopped back. Spider's low HP, has to pop himself some of that sustain there from the ultimate as he gets himself a counter onto Zhang Yu, and Spider may just have found his opening, his opportunity to finish up Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's going to put down his own bubble though to make sure he's nice and safe, and he's just going to run into the snowstorm to try and get away from Spider, but Spider's got himself a full healer, catches him on the door frame, and Zhang Yu through the window just trying to desperately get away, gets himself uppercutted in as he's now going to continue the chase on, but with the fact he's now in this no ult zone, Spider has 0 ultimate charge. But Zhang Yu, needing to try and get a pot off, is able to heal somewhat up, gets the bubble, and he's just buying time. All he needs to do is just avoid for another 2 minutes, almost 3, from Spider. Spider struggling to chase and keep the damage onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu has just given a successful run around on Spider. Spider catches him on the upper floor though, as Zhang Yu losing a lot of health now. Almost about to get that bubble back up. Is able to pop it. More sustain coming in. Takes a shot from the range here as Panda Man is looking to come in and maybe swipe this kill away. Can he get it? As Spider's getting the pressure onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu caught on the terrain, actually, desperately trying to get away. He's low HP as he's finally going to get the kill stolen away by Mike, but Spider doesn't want the kill. He wanted the Soul Bloom and is able to break away from the Realm of Yang debuff.
Yeah, we see Mike pick up the elimination, but that Soul Bloom absolutely huge for WBG Spider. The problem is Spider in a very poor situation yet again. He goes inside the Realm of Yang, lose it again. He's got 1 elimination under his belt. This is not the WBG Spider we're used to seeing, and clearly he didn't have the performance he wanted in game 1. He's struggling here again. And Zping is a hero that WBG Spider puts in work on. The first game that we ever saw him wake up in during season 2 was a Zping game where he picks up 10 eliminations, and he just runs through the entire lobby. He forces the lobby to play at his pace. Unfortunately, WBG Spider is being forced to play at everybody else's pace lately, and it's definitely getting to him. This is not what we're used to seeing coming out of him, especially on one of his favorite heroes. You know, he gave really good chase there, but unfortunately he wasn't able to lock down the elimination. Somebody else does come through. Mike picks up the kill for him. He gets the soul bloom. But really, if I'm WBG Spider, I'm not happy with that, right? I would want the elimination. I put the work in. Yeah, I'm sitting at 1 elimination as yet again we go into, you know, our final circles. It's zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4. There's no more Realms of Yang. He really needs to kind of find a pacing here in this game so that he can reset his mental going into the last 4 games of the day. And the only time will tell if he's able to do that. Taking a look at Ventus Reki here, popping a bell, trying to find some other players. And sure enough, Wang Liang says, if you're looking for us, I'm going to show you right where I am, as he slides in with the grapple onto Reki and immediately starts to pressure. And this is what I'm talking about, by the way. We talked about how Wang Liang, very successful in the nunchucks, right? We saw last game, he was rocking the legendary nunchucks. Yet again, here he is on to the legendary nunchucks, able to kind of counteract these daggers here. And again, this is the space where Wang Liang does very well. He's a very good nunchuck player. Wow. Comes in and just immediately picks up the parry, delays the riposte so that Chu Zhang's shots don't get the kill, and then comes through with the riposte to pick up the elimination on Reki. And Wang Liang with 6 eliminations under his belt. This is truly a return to form for XCG's Wang Liang.
Yeah, he's having an absolutely amazing game. As you were hitting on with Spider, he's not even quite so good of a game, unfortunately. Yes, he's in the top end of the table, but I mean, he should be at the top end of the podium, not really the top end of the table. Meanwhile, the people who, you know, are real threats to him, the likes of Mike, the likes of TT5, Wang Liang, all still up there. Yes, TT5 had a bad game, so he's out nice and early, but Wang Liang's lead is already starting to build up. He's closing on that 30-point mark, and honestly, by the time placement points and kill points are multiplied, Wang Liang could be comfortably far ahead versus Spider. So Spider definitely needs this game to go in his way. Definitely needs to try and bounce back. But like you're saying, you know, Holoroth, Zping, that's kind of his jam. That's kind of where he kind of made his name. And he has just been struggling in this individual game. Wang Liang, though, looking absolutely amazing on the Cicada. Really, really clean stuff coming in from him. 6 kills on the board. But we are now at that point. There's only 6 players left. It's a fairly open circle. And there's a lot of trees, more crucially. So lots of places, a lot of verticality, and mountains and kind of cliff edges, and also just trees. Lots of places where players can just kind of scurry away and hide. So I expect these last 6 minutes to probably, at least at the beginning for the next kind of 4 minutes, definitely take a little bit more of a chill route. While maybe there might be the odd bit of range trading, for the most part, probably just going to be a fairly quiet one until the circle gets a little bit tighter and these players are kind of forced into a position where they have to fight.
You know, while it's quiet, I have a theory I want to talk about with WBG Spider. And I think I know what's affecting his gameplay here, not only his mental, right? I think WBG Spider knows that he's got weak mental, right? He talked about it during Season 2 in the World Championship. He talked about how his coach was able to help him with it. I think WBG Spider, though, is used to playing an aggressive game of NARAKA, right? He comes in, he picks up a couple of early kills, and then he just rides that wave, forces the lobby to play at his pace. And because he has those couple of early kills, his confidence is there. He's willing to take fights. He just pressures in and hunts players down. I think there may have been a talk between WBG Spider and his coach went, hey, you know, your mental's where you struggle, especially if you get eliminated early. Maybe back off of some of that, you know, that pressure, that aggressiveness in the early game, so that way you're not eliminated early, so that it doesn't affect your mental as much. But because he's doing that, he's not able to find those eliminations. He's not able to find that momentum and that confidence that he's used to having. And that's heavily affecting his mental and the way he plays the game. I think he just needs to go back to playing aggressive. And if he has a bad game, let it roll off his shoulders.
I think also just kind of as a kind of building point upon that, I also feel like everybody else is going more aggressive as well at the same time. So Mike, who was typically one of our players, not Mike, sorry, Spider, one of our players, he was, you know, would shine for their early aggression. It's hard for him to be the only to kind of like play like that when everybody's playing like that. You know, he was good at kind of capitalizing on where a meta for a while during season 1 and season 2 was honestly just sit back and wait for late. That was typically a lot of the players' kind of game plans. And Mike, Spider, I keep saying Mike because Mike did a similar thing, but Spider, you know, he capitalized on the more passive early games and would ride, like you said, would ride that wave. But ever since the realm of Yang, ever since Worlds, people have realized like early aggression is big and it is good. So Mike is, Spider, I swear to God, Spider isn't, you know, the only aggressive player in the lobby now. And I think that's kind of catching him off as well. So when he does take these early fights, people are willing and capable of matching him. And that has really caused a problem for Spider.
Yeah, I have to agree with you wholeheartedly, and it's something he's got to work on, right? He has to find that sort of pacing and momentum for himself because of the type of player he is. Regardless of whether other players are aggressive or not, he needs to go in with the confidence that he's going to win every single fight, because that level of confidence is what's succeeded for him in the past. And clearly, when he doesn't play that playstyle, he's not WBG Spider. He's a different player entirely, and we see that here in his gameplay. You know, we just caught him sitting over in the bush while he's got gold armor, and he's on the fat side of the circle away from all these players. Like, that's not a typical Spider that we see. Even in final circles, we typically see him taking range shots and pushing in onto players and stuff. But, you know, right now he's sitting up top here with a cannon, happy to take range shots, but he's got Wang Liang and half shield, and he's not pushing into it, which is not the WBG Spider we're used to seeing. Man, that Soul Jade there from the cannon, though, putting in absolute work onto Wang Liang there. Oh, Wang, don't get yourself eliminated early yet again here. You're having such a good game. He's got to come out the window here. He's setting himself up for failure. He knows that cannon's just going to keep that splash damage going. There we go. He's going to force himself outside. He's able to find most of a full reset. The cannon shots yet again coming through, and that splash damage being huge, right? That Soul Jade that increases the range on the splash, just able to buy so much damage onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang popping the ult here, looking to try to use it to create some space, keeping the nunchucks moving as well. He just really wants to cut through these projectiles if he can. Comes in onto Mike, immediately starts to blitz down Mike, but no! Panda Man with a bow shot and a pistol shot. Sorry, we see a bow shot come through, but it's Panda Man with a pistol that actually picks up the elimination onto Wang Liang, and what an unfortunate story for XCG's Wang Liang. He still has a dominating 6 kills, though, and can easily walk away the MVP depending on how many kills Mike picks up. But man, was that unfortunate for our boy Wang Liang.
Honestly, this could be Panda Man or Mike's game, depending on how this final circle goes. And again, Wang Liang kind of falling victim to just getting knocked out a little bit too early. He's been playing well, but he has just been the victim of early misplays in our games today, and that has been his kind of critical undoing. Circle's getting tighter. We got a minute left now. Spider jumps in onto Jin. Spider loses his golden armor and a fair amount of health. Panda Man just getting a couple of cheeky shots off onto him. Has forced the ultimate out from Spider early, but I guess it's not going to be that useful once the anti-healing kind of comes in from the Shadow Corruption. Panda Man jumps into the zone. Spider trying to get a pot off, but he's actually going to get interrupted and unable to finish it up. Trying to get some damage off just to keep himself going. Does fully pot up and heal as Chuz gets knocked onto that low ground into the waiting jaws of Mike. Again, it's a Z-Ping lobby. This final circle needs to fully close before anybody's under real threat, as the trees are now out of range. So it's about just staying airborne for these players as long as possible. Spider still low on that armor front, because Mike is going to get a whole chunk of damage into Spider and finish him up. Now he's bought Panda Man back as well. Panda Man's low HP as Mike is popping the healing. He's going to try and get this damage going. Jin's able to secure 1 kill. Jin's going low. Mike's holding on fast for as long as possible. Can Mike get more? No, it's all Jin. Shuz takes out Jin at the end. I don't know who won that.
Absolutely insane. I do believe Wang Liang might still be close to being on top here. There's 6 eliminations. I think AOW's Mike was able to pick up a 4th elimination here, but it is going to be XCG's Wang Liang who will walk away our MVP. He just put in the work, man. He absolutely dominated this lobby, killed 6 players. Unfortunately, he gets caught out in a bad situation in the end. That Rupture Gale Orb from the cannon from WBG Spider really kind of doing him in, right? Because he had bought himself the only bit of cover on that particular side of the map, right? But the Rupture Gale Orb able to catch him out as his back is against the zone, and he's forced to just kind of sit in that corner. And the explosive damage going through the wall and continuing to tick down Wang Liang. Spider had to feel good about that. We saw last week during the bi-weekly final, Spider actually get in a very similar situation where he's in the corner and he starts taking hits through the wall and there's nothing he can do about it, and the zone's just riding his back the entire time. So must have felt nice for Spider to be on the opposite end of that for once, but still, Wang Liang just had put in so much work up at this point. Nobody in the lobby could have caught up to him unless somebody had picked up maybe 5 eliminations and a higher finish, but it didn't happen that way. AOW's Mike picks up 4 eliminations. Pandaman doesn't quite find his 4th elimination. JDG's Chu Zhang picks up a couple in the end here. And this is very typical of a Zping lobby in the end here. And I gotta say, you know, as soon as the last Takeda goes out in the lobby, it gets kind of boring. It's just it's a bubble off and a heal off between the Zpings as we watch to see who's the zone gonna tick down first, Jake.
I loathe Zping. I loathe it. Hopefully that's it. That's it done with our Zping lobbies. I hope we do get a bit more variety. I haven't seen the Tammy lobby show up yet. We did have one of those last week, and we have had a bunch of those as well. You know, it's the 5-hero rule. So the good news is we are going to have quite a lot of variety through the day. I absolutely love the fact that we still get Valda. Like, well, I think we had on Saturday last week 3 Valdas across the day. The only real good one was from Shen, unfortunately, but even so, they had a pretty rough one. They didn't quite make the game work as they wanted to, but man, Wang Liang, it's going to be tight on points, I think, because he went out quite early, considering in that final circle, I think he was like 6th or 7th when he went out. So Mike, you know, he got some kills there. I think he'll be fairly close. Jin got a bunch of kills at the end as well. I don't think Pandaman got all that many. Let's have a look. We will see as the scoreboard arises. Wang Liang 9.4 points. Yeah, Mike 8 points, just behind him. 6 kills. If Mike had got one more kill, that wouldn't have been enough. I know it might have because of the multiplier. Chuz coming in 3rd there. Chuz, is this his 2nd game where he's 3rd?
Yeah, JDG's Chu Zhang is one of those players that does very well. He's always kind of towards that top 4 space, and yet again, here he is very close behind at a 7.2 compared to the 9.4, whereas you look at WBG Spider and he's at 2.9. The thing is, WBG Spider in the top half yet again. The problem is you know, the kind of top players, all 6 points or more here. WBG Spider, even though he's in the final circle, still only walking away with the 2.9. It's half the points of everybody else because he's not able to find the eliminations he's want. We're going to take a look here. Shenwan here, great bubble. This is such a good bubble in the chase from GG Shaw. Back to Shenwan yet again, but Mike this time getting the upper hand as he catches a massive parry onto Shenwan. And, you know, that's kind of the trouble of running the F1 versus the F3 when you're playing Valda, right? Is you don't have the ability to pop the bubble to get away from some of his gold focuses, like when you're parried there, and it kind of blows up in your face like it did there for Shenwan. Wang Liang here, man, just playing an absolutely killer game on top of this with the Takeda coming through into the Zpings as well. And I mean, very hard matchup, but Wang Liang manages to come out on top. Pandaman, though, finding that massive shot there in the end. Mike able to pick up the elimination on the Spider, goes to 4 kills. Unfortunately, doesn't find any kills after that as JDG's Chu Zhang is able to lock most of this up with that uppercut there in the very end. Picks up 2 eliminations. Mike just barely not being able to walk away with the 2nd MVP, but it's going to come in for XCG's Wang Liang, who was 2nd place by only 0.5 points last game, and now sitting in the very top here in 1st place with 21,000 damage, 6 kills. 4 counters performed this game for Wang Liang, and 9,000 of that damage coming in from Dagger. The other 7,000 coming in from Nunchucks. I mean, I can't keep talking about this enough. Wang Liang, a player very good with his nunchucks, known for being a very good nunchuck player, and the fact that it allows him to counteract the dagger as well. He does very, very well with it. He's able to run both the dagger and the nunchucks. He keeps one or the other in the back pocket. And as soon as he walks into a dagger fight, we instantly see the nunchucks come out. He takes favor of the fight, wins the fight, walks away. And it's a great strategy coming in from Wang Liang. You know, we see a lot of these other players running around with a dagger in their back pocket for movement, even if it's not the main weapon that they're running. And Wang Liang says, the heck with the extra movement. I'm going to keep the nunchucks in my back pocket because I know everybody's going to be running a dagger. And if you want to pull it out on me, I'm going to take the advantage in the fight because of the win rate that the nunchucks has into the dagger.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was really, really clean stuff coming in from Wang Liang. It's interesting seeing like a weapon meta kind of develop, because I feel like it's been a while since we've actually had a weapon meta. I remember nunchucks were like the weapon in solos back in season 1. And then once the dual swords came out, we were like, oh, that's something that will break the nunchuck meta. And it kind of did. But also people kind of started favor like the katana, the longsword. And I think that may be due in fact to the fact that we stopped seeing just Yotos and Justina lobbies, and instead we started to see, you know, variety in the hero lobbies. And it felt like for a while a weapon meta had kind of disappeared. But it's nice to see that certain weapons are being recognized as being good into other weapons, so people are running around ready to fight those weapons with their other weapons. Anyway, we are going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we'll be back with our third game of the day. We'll see you in a moment.
In a battle royale set in the ancient Far East, it's only reasonable that the next weapon in the game is a glowing stick. No, I'm just kidding. Introducing the lightsaber. Feel the beat with your lightsaber in this unique gameplay. This would absolutely make a perfect VR game. Or is there one already? Nothing says I am your father quite like a good counter. The new Soul Jade is quite disarming. With your lightsaber, create a holiday resort. With the comfy hot springs and chaotic battlefield nearby, you'll have no problem relaxing, even though it's definitely not a trap.
Oh my god, it's Karumi! She's so amazing! The greatest healer, always cheerful, and she's so cute!
Forget that happened. Balloon dog, army knife, baguette, and fish? Somebody's eyes must be pretty red. A new weapon, the lightsaber, will be available in NARAKA BLADEPOINT on April 2nd. Don't try this at home.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look here at our current scores for the day. Chu Lee down on the bottom with a total of 0 points earned for the day, still sitting in 14th. S Railgun with a total of 0.5 points put together, rounding out 13th position. OUG's Pandaman, a much better game 2 here as he walks away with 6 points. Unfortunately, the 0 points from game 1, leaving him in a rather bad position. He's got a lot of work to do today if he wants to climb into one of his top 3 positions. Wang Liang here with an 8-game score for game number 1 and a 9.4 for game number 2. AOW's Mike with an 11-game score in game 1 and an 8 in game 2, nipping at the heels of Wang Liang by 0.1 point. JS's T225 with a 10.5 in game 1. Unfortunately, a 0-game score in game 2 is going to leave him very far behind the likes of AOW Mikes and XCG. And unfortunately, WBG Spider, man, a 4.3 and a 2.9. Tied for that 4th and 5th place position with JDG's Chu Zhang. And honestly, I've got to give it to JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang came into the day with far less points than our boy WBG Spider, and he's consistently been 3rd place every single game. And we talk about how important consistency is all the time. And, you know, WBG Spider, man, again, we talk about that mental. He's not happy with this game. If he was moderately okay with game number 1, he's not happy with game number 2 whatsoever. A 2.9 is not where he wants to be. He gets the end game again and finds himself one of the first players eliminated without being able to pick up another elimination. If I'm calling it right now, if he doesn't come back in game number 3, that's going to be it for WBG Spider. As we take a look here, we got a question for you guys. Which one below has never won a bi-weekly final? Is it A, JDG's Chu Zhang, B, WBG Spider, C, OUG's Panda Man, or D, AOW's Mike? Go ahead and get those answers in chat for your chance to win some goodies here. Make sure you also have your NARAKA BLADEPOINT account linked with your Twitch as well, so you're getting drops on top of this. And if you answer this question correctly, you're gonna watch your DMs here on Twitch so that you can go ahead and pick up your prize. You will be getting a message in your DMs as well, so we can get those answers locked in, ladies and gentlemen. But back to what we were talking about again. Jake, I don't know, are you of a similar opinion to me? If that Spider doesn't have a good game 3 here, he's just gonna be done today. He's gonna sputter out like he always does.
Rune, he's already done. It's not this game that mattered. I think it was last game. Yeah, I think he's gonna have a rough one. I would like to be proven wrong, but I'm kind of just going off the evidence we have of Spider and his playstyle. So yeah, I'm a little worried on that front. I guess the good news is you can kind of write the Z-Ping lobby game off. I feel like if you are playing in that lobby, you're like, this is a whatever game. This is just like, it's completely pointless. Like, it's rough playing into Z-Pings. But I'm curious about this next game. Going back to Morrisai, we've got 2 games of that now coming up. Man, TT25, that was a hard game for him. I'm curious how his mental holds after that, because like he lost 1st place because of how bad this game was. So, you know what? Before we get into this game, we actually did chat to him as well. So let's see what TT5 had to say before we get into game number 3.
我第2双周能打出这样的成绩，我觉得是因为我那个生病康复了嘛，然后身体沉睡的杰贝亚军也苏醒了。大家看到我这么多击败，以为我能就是决赛圈再稳一下嘛，但是闪妙我看场上闪妙很多，我就想着加快一下节奏，但是自己失误了，也被点名了，也没办法。我觉得能有前期积分越多越好吧，我也觉得不是魔咒吧，看自己的状态嘛。有些人自己常规赛也没打好，但进周决还是拿了周冠，还是得看自己状态，跟分数没关系。
T225 here giving us a little bit of insight to his week 1, and you know, apparently having recovered from his illness here coming into week 2. I didn't know that he was sick during our first bi-weekly. That explains the poor performance, as again he was a runner up there for our for our world championship for solo. So T225 now coming awake here in our 2nd bi-weekly, and again this last game very, very rough for T225. I don't think it's going to affect his mental like WBG Spider's mental gets affected. I don't think T225 is that kind of player. I think he has a bad game and he goes, okay, hey, you know what? It's NARAKA. You're going to have bad games. You can't win them all. And he comes back and he continues to play the way he does. It's just very unfortunate that in that particular game, like he goes very low and then it's Wang Liang who's giving him the chase, right? Like any other player, not only do I think he slips away from that because he's playing Z-Ping, but you know, he's happy to be eliminated too if he does get eliminated too. But Wang Liang eliminating him so early so that he has a 0-point game is kind of a nightmare position for T225 to be in, because it lets Wang Liang kind of create that space that he wants to just climb higher and higher. It also gave space for AOW's Mike to do the same, and both of them starting to build a gap between themselves and T225.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just having a quick look through some of these players. 25% pick rate here on the Taka for us, Railgun. Railgun, unfortunately, being one of our lower performing players right now, as Benton is going to drop us into game number 3. See what this game is going to be looking like. What the hero select is going to go down. I am hoping for something spicy, something a little bit different, some more Valders, man. Like I lived for that Valder. Just went out very early, unfortunately, but you never know. Let's see what's going to get picked up here. Spider picking the Valder, and Chuz as well. She's back, baby. She's back as like a kind of B tier pick.
You know, I actually really like this coming out from WBG Spider, quite honestly. As much as I give Valda crap, the thing with Valda, and we talked about this earlier, is the difference between playing the F1 versus F3. And if you're playing F1, you have to be very aggressive. And that's the playstyle where Spider excels, is in that aggression that we're used to seeing come from him. So I'm hoping he's going to be running that sort of F1 Valda and is able to create that level of aggression we're used to seeing from WBG Spider. I think Morris Isle, a better map for Valda in general. There's a lot more open spaces, a lot of places where you can catch people out in the ultimate, especially towards those final zones that typically collapse kind of in those open fields and stuff. You're able to cancel out a lot of people's ultimates, and it's going to be a great space for that, considering how many Tarkas we have in the game as well. You've got 4 different Tarkas running around in this game, many of them sort of the top end as well. So I think if he can get himself to the late game, he's going to be able to secure himself some more eliminations, and I really hope he brings the aggression going into game number 3.
Well, we are getting ready to go into that 3rd game. It's interesting because when Shen was running Valda on Friday, they actually ran the F3. They ran for the multiple bubbles. They honestly, they broke Spider's ankles a bit. Like, he just kept walking into bubbles. I don't know what was wrong, but Shen was just placing and maneuvering around the fight so flawlessly that he was just baiting Spider into bubbles constantly. And that was ultimately why he won 4 fights in a row. But here we are into the game. So our players right now are just gearing and getting themselves looted up and ready. Whatever action can come out, as Mike got himself a broom, got himself a purple repeating crossbow, a little bit of armor. But for the most part, it looks like a lot of these players are just going to be playing this a little bit more calm. Panda Man, on the other hand, maybe in a bit of a panic mode, as he's able to dash out the door. Shah gets hit by the vertical strike there from Iran, as he is desperately trying to get away. He's sliding on the roof, just moving around, maneuvering out, and nope, Shah has gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, no place for Panaman to go there. He actually tried to do a little bit of surfing there, which is typically something you see come out of the Greatsword. It is possible to do on to the spear, but he actually messes it up and gets stuck in a corner, and because of that, Shah's able to just keep closing the distance and catch him out. Shenwan here on Tarka actually aggressively pushing on to one of the Valdas in the lobby. Chu Zhang here. Chu Zhang not really able to find any sort of turnaround here. No bubble, nothing coming out from them. Shenwan just makes it look easy and picks up their first elimination of the game here. Back to GG Shah at the top of the order here, inside the temple at the top of the map, looking to pick up some eliminations as he goes head to head with EWG's Yiran and Ventus's Reki. Shah gonna find himself a full reset here as he moves outside looking for Yiran, who's kind of circled back around. Shah will find himself locked onto Yiran, who goes around the corner. Yiran able to pick up a couple of pots here, so he's got the ability to reset. Is going to throw the vertical out and actually sends Reki flying, and Yiran trying to get Reki low, trying to change that target acquisition from GG Shah, right? We've seen this in the past where players decide it's much better to just get another player low so that the target acquisition changes, and it typically works more in their favor than just running away. WBG Spider here on the receiving end of, I do believe, a staff coming in from GS's T225. T225 really putting on pressure. Spider able to find an armor swap. We're going to see the ult come out, but the teleport through the wave from T225 coming in as T225 here playing the Matari, keeping the aggression onto WBG Spider. Has got one teleport left remaining here, is going to go ahead and use the ultimate to gain one charge back on it, looking to just pressure onto Spider. Spider keeping it alive, though. Unfortunately, T225 will come through the door, finds themselves locked on to Spider. Spider is able to get outside. We do see the backstab come through, but it's not enough to keep Spider out of this game. Spider able to get the parry, turns around with the charge left click, and the aggression comes out. This is what I'm talking about from WBG Spider. That's the Spider I know and love.
That's Valda. That's Valda, man. Valda's so broken. I promise. I'm joking. Spider played that super well. Amazing dodge there from TT25, to be honest, though, to dodge out on the tidal wave. I know it's a very slow-moving projectile. It's kind of one of the reasons Valda isn't really deemed that strong, because it's very easy just to tap dodge away from the ultimate. But using the blink, very clutch, because when you're face-to-face with Valda, you don't have anywhere near as much dodge chancing as Wang Liang is just indefinitely being caught in the air. The mech gets called in, and Wang Liang going for a heal, as they are going to get themselves cannoned, but just able to avoid away, as Zhang Yu not really going to be able to find the kill here. So it's just going to med themselves back up, have some pots, and head back away from Wang Liang, actually, as Wang is chasing onto Zhang Yu in response now. Mech almost fully timed out, so suddenly this has gotten a lot harder for Zhang Yu. They're going to try and get a cannon shot off onto Wang Liang. Are going to miss it and then D-mech. So suddenly their advantage in this fight has been dissipated. Wang Liang still got their ultimate up and available. Actually, a third party has joined into the fray. It's Mike from AOW. He's got that bow shot charged up. In comes the counter. In comes the shot. And Wang Liang secures the kill. Mike tried to pinch that one, but he wasn't able to fully connect it. And Mike just going to scurry away. Hasn't really got the gear to take Wang Liang on in a fight right now. Just got that grey dagger. Just got the blue bow, so definitely just playing it a little bit more relaxed right now for Mike. But Spider is in the area. We could have some of the top players in the lobby all in very close proximity to one another. Meanwhile, Renti, Yaran, and Shah, this fight was going on like 3 fights ago.
Yeah, I mean,
it's been going on for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, they've been fighting up here at Eventide Temple since spawn. The only thing that's forcing this fight to end here is the zone pushing them out of the temple here, as Shah, Yiran, and Reki just forced to move away from the zone. But man, I really want to harken back to that fight with WBG Spider-Man. I don't think you realize, or at least maybe you didn't see it the same way I saw it, but how important the positioning was from WBG Spider there. Not only does he catch the parry into the riposte, but typically if you're on the rooftop like that, and as I'm talking, Shah just going to come in and pick up the elimination onto EWG's Yiran. Finally, Reki trying to turn it on to Shah, but Shah with the bubble available. But typically off of a parry like that into a riposte, it's very hard to follow up because of the verticality when you're falling off the side of a building like that. If you notice, WBG Spider actually uses the charge left click on the dual blades, which allows him to move in position while he's charging it, waits till he gets perfectly underneath the other player, starts the animation, and they just fall into his spinning dual blades that he knows he can follow up afterwards, and immediately follows up and wins that fight. He literally had 1 HP. If he didn't catch them in the exact perfect position there, he would have died to that fight. WBG Spider on it this game. This is what I was talking about. If he can find his footing in this game, WBG Spider can come back. He's got 3 eliminations under his belt, and he's playing an off-meta hero right now on Valda. He's playing that sort of aggression. He's not running the F1 like I expected him to run. He is running the F3 here for Valda, but it's been serving him very well. Unfortunately, he doesn't end up in the realm of Yang, which he definitely wanted to take here. So we're going to see GS's T225 and TE's S Railgun going head to head here inside our first realm of Yang, and T225 desperately looking to pick up some eliminations after a poor performance in game 2. And oh my god, the bow shots from T225, who goes absolutely airborne onto Railgun. Railgun gonna catch the parry though, and it's Nunnies into dagger. We talked about this before and how well Nunnies serve against the dagger, but unfortunately the backstabs coming out from the Matari here, actually one of the ways to shut down Tarka, but Tarka able to find the pistol shot, and as Railgun picks up the elimination onto T225. We talked about WBG Spiders falling apart, but it might be T225 who's the one who starts to fall apart here in game number 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, to be honest. Like, Spider, he's making a recovery. T225, that 0-pointer has honestly seemed to affect him pretty bad. I mean, it's weird because he's still being aggressive. When you see Spider struggle, he just doesn't really do anything. But T225, he's just making mistakes. He's just floundering. You know, he's trying plays and they are not working. Spider now chasing Wang Liang into the zone, really keeping pressure up onto him. Not going to over push, not going to overstay. He's also got Chuz right behind him. And this is a player we haven't really talked about too much today, but has been kind of just third in a lot of games. Like, he has been performing so far, starting a little bit lower on the day with his pre-starting points, but still having a phenomenal showing as Panda Man, who lost his Realm of Yang, taking a fight here versus Shah. Shah's going to pop the bubble. Panda Man trying to get the damage off onto Shah, but unable to connect it here. Grapple comes in. Panda Man calls in the mech, gets that vertical strike off onto Shah. Shah's trying to get the pressure up, and there comes the mech up from Panda Man, keeping some pressure onto Shah himself. Shah's going to be able to get a pot off, and actually might just be able to get a full recovery in. And Panda Man, any pressure that he had is kind of evaporated at this point. Is looking for those cannon shots again through the wall, but not able to hit them, as now Shah taking a couple of shots in through the window from Panda Man. Can he land this cannon? No, he's struggling to land the cannon shots onto Shah. Gets that next one. Can't quite get the next after that. But the bubble is just such a nuisance for Panda Man, and he only has that grey armor, so there's not really too much he can do. This Panda Man running out of time on this Realm of Yang debuff, and Shah just got the pressure, just got the power in the fight with the fact he's got the purple armor versus the grey armor. Significantly stronger than Panda Man at the moment.
Yeah, Panda Man able to turn the fight, though, as we see Shah here without the purple armor. The bubble, though, going to cause a little bit of issue, but we do see the charge left click from the dagger coming out. Shah going to be forced to pop the ultimate here. Panda Man, no real way to deal with the healing from the ultimate here, though, as he is still rocking the dagger. Is able to catch the uppercut, though. Shah taking a ton of damage, and that ultimate still ticking. Going to be very hard for Panda Man to kill him as long as it is ticking, but the ultimate does finally tick down, and GG Shah very, very low. Is able to find a bubble, but a range shot coming in from Panda Man gonna do quite a bit of damage to the armor. Shah finds at least one pot, finds an armor swap into a full set of gray armor, and now Panda Man has taken the purple armor from Shah as Shah went for that first armor swap, and Panda Man says, I'm gonna take the full reset here. You don't have ultimate, you might get your bubble back yet again, but I'm at a huge advantage since you let me take that purple armor and get the reset. There the bubble is coming out from Shah. Now Panda Man just needs to find the follow-up here. He's got the F available. WBG Spider also coming in, looking to be very aggressive. The parry, he says the heck with Panda Man. I want GG Shah. This is going to be my 4th elimination of the game, and God, I love to see Spider play when he plays this aggressive, and WBG Spider will take the elimination, and we're going to see Panda Man on the bit of a back foot here as we see Spider has both his ult and his abilities available. Panda Man does find his ultimate in time, though, drops the pillar, but Spider, some huge follow-up with the greatsword, finds his 5th elimination. This is the WBG Spider I've been looking for all season.
Where the hell was this guy? Where is our world champions back, I guess? Playing phenomenally there. Comes in, steals the kill, secures the second one, doesn't burn ultimate either. Purely burning his F and a couple of resources, but he's going to be super happy with that one. We'll see Spider here. This is the fight at the beginning, actually, versus T25, where, like you said, just perfectly timed that dual blades. And what's Wang Liang doing? Was Wang Liang shopping or something? Well, he can't be shopping. He must have been sorting through his inventory.
Yeah, Wang Liang just getting burned down there in the replay, unfortunately.
He must have just been like sorting his inventory out. Hence why he was like standing still. That's gonna be my assumption.
Oh man, I got a Spider, man. That I could watch that replay all day. The positioning with the dual blades to know that you're gonna catch the enemy like that. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation like that. It is so hard sometimes to position the dual blades exactly where you want that animation to be. For Spider, in that clutch moment where he's at 1 HP, to risk it all on that is what I'm talking about. That's the level of aggression I love to see coming in from Spider, and he makes it work. He's able to find that perfect positioning, flip that fight on its head, and off the back of it, here he is being aggressive again. He's in Chu-Li's face here, and this is where players don't know how to deal with him. When Spider is being this aggressive, they just don't know how to take that fight. As we turn our attention to the realm of Yang, we're to see AOW's Mike going head-to-head with JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang, again, a player who's finished third in every single lobby overall today. That level of consistency keeping him in the top 4 right now, going head-to-head with Mike here. We're going to see Chu Zhang, of course, on Valda, and this is a very good realm of Yang for Chu Zhang. If he wanted to go against anybody here, he did not want to go against a Feria or a Zping. The Tarka is exactly where he wants to be. As soon as Mike pops that ultimate, he's at a disadvantage if Chu Zhang hasn't spent their ultimate yet. We see the bubbles come through, not able to catch him out in the bubble. Unfortunately, Mike, able to catch him with that charge right click on the dagger, actually will be walking out on top, and it's very unfortunate because Chu Zhang held onto his ult, waiting for Mike to pop his ultimate so he could cancel the Tarka ult. Unfortunately, Mike just never needed it. He just held on. Even when he was at half health, he held faith that he was going to be able to walk out on top, and you have to do that if you're the Tarka in that given situation, because as soon as you pop your ult and the Valda pops theirs, your ult's canceled out, and Valda knows they have control of the situation. Mike plays the patient game and is able to come out on top because of it.
Yeah, well, now Chels with the Rowan Yang debuff on them, needs to try and find a Soul Bloom to grab. Question is are they going to be able to? Are they going to be able to find anybody? Only down 4 players in this lobby so far, but that number we should be trimming up fairly soon. As a Spider spins past Chels's line of sight, and he immediately U-turns, then decides he doesn't want to take the fight. I think he saw too many players in the area, and the risk of a third party would literally undo him and potentially just completely take him out of any opportunity to play this. Mike tracking everybody down. Got that, not Drake, I saw Mystic Mite. That's the one he's got. Got the Mystic Mite on. Can see where people like Spider are. He's just playing on the edge right now. Doesn't want to start fights, just wants to join them once they've already kicked off and once a few abilities have been burnt.
That Spider here, man. What a different player when he comes in and plays aggressively, man. And this is the Spider everybody loves to watch, right? Nobody likes to watch Spider just kind of wing it until late game, right? Don't get me wrong, he's been a player who once he makes it to late game typically can take control of the final circles, but that's not been his play style, right? No. He is this early game aggression. He is just able to continue to come in and lock players down and goes to late game with enough kills. It doesn't even matter if he sort of goes out in those final circles because he's got so many eliminations under his belt. And we see him here watching this fight between AOW's Mike and Chu Zhang, waiting for that perfect opportunity to come in for the third party onto AOW's Mike and Chu Zhang. Mike trying to use that dagger to his advantage here onto Chu Zhang. And, you know, Chu Zhang in a bad situation because 2 minutes until that Yang depletion goes away. They really need to find an elimination quickly or they're going to find themselves eliminated from the lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one here for Chaz. He needs to find that kill, but everybody's just scattered away now and kind of moved on to different places. Meanwhile, Chu Zhang struggling. Does see Jin, and I think this is his opportunity. He just wants to strike. He needs to find this kill. Jin seems to be uninterested in even thinking about scrapping. So he's just going to find himself on the defensive escape here. I did see a third party. I think that's Zhang Yu just off in the distance. May come in as a third party threat. And Jin is very aware, but he's probably been aggressed on by somebody who's got Roma Yang depletion. So all he really needs to do is just run away, because at this point in the game, not many people are going to be looking to fight just because the circle is small enough, and with 10 people still left in the lobby, there's still a very realistic chance that somebody actually finds a third-party opening. And a fight that even if you're winning could get turned that easily is a problem. 54 seconds now left for Chuz. I think they're in some serious danger to find themselves anything now.
Alliance's Jin here on the run as WBG's Spider gives chase. I can't get over it, man. This is the Spider I love to see. Literally every time we cut back to Spider this game, he is actively chasing a player, and this is where he excels. Chu Zhang and Mike still going head to head, but Chu Zhang in the worst possible situation. 26 seconds left to go. He does have ultimate, but the third party comes through. Honestly, Chu Zhang here doesn't have too much choice in what he's going to do this game. He needs to eliminate Mike in the next 13 seconds, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. The best thing he can do here, actually, is just split away from this. He's got 6 seconds. Unfortunately, he is going to give an elimination away to somebody. We see the tap dodge come through from Mike. The ult's not able to land. The bubble doesn't land either, and that's going to be it. The Yang depletion catches him, and AOW's Mike picks up a free elimination onto JDG's Chu Zhang. Super unfortunate. This will be the first game that Chu Zhang doesn't end up with a podium finish here in our solos bi-weekly finals, and it's AOW's Mike who not only beats him inside the realm of Yang, but secures the kill on him outside of the realm of Yang as he's trying to hunt him down to get rid of that Yang depletion. But Mike might be paying for it now, as he's going to be forced into an armor swap, and he actually swaps into a blue armor that has no health on it from a fight that we watched break out earlier. So Mike really not happy about that turn of events. He thought he had bought himself a fresh reset there, gives up the purple and ends up with the blue that's got nothing on it. So Mike actually loses out twice there as Wang Liang continues the hunt here. Mike finally finds the armor reset that he's looking for, but Wang Liang has invested too many grapples and too much time here. He doesn't want to give up the hunt. Mike's on the back foot, and Wang Liang knows it. He's going to take a little bit of a reset here on the bow as the rest of the players continue to pressure onto Mike. Mike is able to find it, the full reset. WBG Spider going wide here, and I love this play coming out from Spider, as Spider is looking to go for the third party, but Mike actually pushes back into the rest of the party as all of these players kind of split up and give him a gap to get into, but the chase is still on as Mike takes bow shot after bow shot and is forced to burn these resources here on the purple armor. Mike might be looking to go back potentially and get that purple armor he left off if he can break the line of sight and chase here, kind of get the upgrade back into the armor now that he's been able to turn around. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that. He needs to do it very carefully. Here we go. Does he swap for the purple armor? No, he's going to go right past it as Wang Liang and the rest of the lobby continue the chase onto AOW's Mike.
Yeah, Mike just giving them a full scenic tour of the circle. Almost doing a full lap at this point. Is going to quickly pick up this purple armor, recover some of that health, and then immediately lose it again to Wang Liang. Mike, I think he might have finally broken free. He's got the full reset off, so finally not at a disadvantage, but I'm pretty sure Mike just ran the full circle at that point, like just dodging everything. Just got chased around by everybody. We still have a bunch of teams, players hanging on Spider. Very much closed that gap to the side of T25, who is struggling once again. But the side of Spider, there was definitely an element of a comeback has come in as Chuz taking himself a fight here versus Panda Man. This is a replay from earlier. Chuz gets a beautiful parry actually off onto Panda Man and is able to catch him with the tidal wave. What a way to end it, actually. What a way to end it with the tidal wave.
I mean, I was going to say, Chu Zhang didn't really have too much option there. As soon as he got the parry into the riposte, he needed to pick up Panda Man there because Panda Man was literally sitting next to the pillar. If he had one stand-up frame in animation, he would have been able to grab the pillar and just prolong that fight. So not only does Chu Zhang do it with style, he does what he has to guarantee he wins the fight. You know Panda Man's mad about that too, right? He's literally right there. He just needs a single frame to be able to get his hands on to the mech.
Spamming that button.
Find it. Right, yeah, just absolutely mashing it, trying to get to the pillar, but unfortunately, the wave's going to come out, and he's not able to make it happen. AOW's Mike back in it, does find the purple armor from before, not his purple armor, because you can actually see that one that he swapped out of sitting right there, so I'm not quite sure whose armor he was able to get his hands on here, but Mike feeling pretty good right now. He's got 2 eliminations here. He's in the top 9 at the moment. He's got his ult back here. He's fully repaired. WBG Spider definitely feeling himself this game. Much better performance coming from him. This is what I've been looking for all season. I give WBG Spider a very, very hard time about his mental and, you know, the things that I feel like he needs to do to find his feet. And this game kind of proves exactly what I'm talking about. When he comes in and plays aggressively, even if the rest of the lobby is playing aggressively, he just plays better. If he comes in with that level of confidence, we see WBG Spider do incredible things. I still can't get over, we even went back to a replay of it, right, where he's able to catch them off with the parry into the riposte and then catch them into the charge left click off of the dual blades as they're falling and follow it up. Quite literally the definition of 1 HP in the dream, Jake.
Yeah, he really did hold on. But it's now kind of into that waiting point where the circle's still fairly big. There's still a fair amount of players, to be honest, but expected to turn into a bit of a bloodbath, to be honest, as we do just wait this out a little bit longer. Down comes the beacon. But now it is just a matter of waiting. It is a waiting game for all of our players in this lobby. Waiting to see where the Infernal Circle takes them, and a lot of tree, a lot of terrain to work with still, so players quite happy just to hold on. TT25, he needs to make this game work. He has had 2 bad games now, back to back. Oh wait, we're on game 3. He's only had 1 bad game. Honestly, that April Fool's game caught me off. It feels like we're on game 4, but we're actually only on game 3. Spider, this might not be what he needed. This might be his undoing. Armor swaps out, throws down the tidal wave. Mike's in the zone. He's going to bop him and get him so low. Tries to get the health back, but Spider's in some serious danger. He's only got grey armor. And he's taking way too much damage. Trying to scale rush back through the window, but no, he's finished up. And Railgun's able to finish him up. Spider, that is a disappointing end to what honestly was set to be a very, very good game from him. Ultimately, he does pay the ultimate price, and there's not really too much he can do about that.
Look, he goes down here, but he's still easily going to be towards that top 5 kind of order here. He's got 5 eliminations under his belt. This, if anything, is the game that I think he needs to get his mental back right. He came in, he played aggressively, and realized all of a sudden, oh yeah, I'm WBG Spider. If I play aggressively, I win fights. I mean, he literally had 1 HP and continued to take that fight instead of going back to that sort of mentality of, oh, I'm low, I should run away. No, he sees an opportunity to seize an elimination and get that player off of his back. And even at 1 HP, he risks it all, knowing he doesn't have a resurrection available, follows through, and off the back of it comes alive and makes things happen. I hope he walks away with a good mental after this game, because he definitely has earned it with the way he played this game out, how aggressive he was. And we have to remember, he's on a non-meta hero this game, right? He played Valda, and again, he gets caught out there, and because he's playing Valda, he doesn't really have an answer to the situation. Yes, he ults up, but because there's so many players left alive there, he doesn't really have the chance to like hold Mike out into the zone. Speaking of which, Mike very, very low right now, is able to get 1 pot off there on the shield, but Shen Yuan gonna send him flying in the zone. He's gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here. He turns things around on Wang Liang, but he can't continue the combo because of how low he is. If he takes 1 to maybe 2 ticks, he goes down to the zone here. He's just looking to find anything. He's touching the wall. There it is. He's outside during the universal tick. The tick comes through. Zhang Yu picks up the elimination onto AOW's Mike. And unfortunately, that's going to be Mike sent back to the lobby with only 2 eliminations and out. In 8th place, Shen Yuan here also popped into the charcoal, looking to find a space to get a pot off here, and the lobby being much more favorable to Shenwan, as nobody kind of looking in his direction. He's able to get a pot off. He does take some damage, but still in a much more favorable situation than AOW's Mike was. Shenwan airborne here, looking to come in. We do see him go in onto the Fairy Shay. He's going to pop the F there, do a ton of damage to Shenwan. Shenwan going to be forced to kind of jump up here, throw a little bit of fireball action out. He's got another fireball in the tank. Needs to be very careful about when he uses it, though. Chu Li going to go ahead and mech up here after dropping the pillar. Tons of damage coming out. T225 going to go down to JJH's Chu Li here as he gets knocked in the zone, and the zone tick finishes him off. Chu Li more than happy to take that elimination there, but goes very going to back away. Railgun gets eliminated by Alliance's Jin. Chu Li goes down to Wang Liang. Wang Liang picks up 2 eliminations, going to pop the ult, looks for another one. Finds a 3rd elimination. Oh my goodness, Wang Liang, all of a sudden, somebody we hadn't talked about all game comes back with a 1st place finish and 3 eliminations. Will pick up his 2nd MVP of the day.
In a row as well. That bow shot was sexy. Just whips it out, slams the bow, instant kill. And Wang Liang, MVP for that game. Easy. Really, really clutch ending there. That was a bizarre final circle. I mean, honestly, it feels like a bit of a fever dream. I just remember like Spider being, oh no, it was Mike being chased around the circle, given a full grand tour of the circle. So over here we have a hut, and here we have a tree. Here is where I dropped that armor, and here is some armor I shall pick up. Like, he just ran around the circle, just like not doing much, just getting away from everybody chasing him, able to finally break the chase. And then Spider just gets caught. Spider, who'd been having such a good game, gets caught at the worst opportunity, goes for an armor swap to gray armor, gets his armor shredded away, and then honestly, it just turned into a bit of a blur for me. And then suddenly the game's over, and Wang Liang is just popping off. That was a really, really bizarre game. A lot of cool stuff went down. I have to give props, though, to Spider. His Valdor looked really good. I mean, think about that fight versus T25 at the beginning, where like you kind of sung the praises of, but the positioning of the dual blades and keeping them basically airborne on 1 HP, super clutch coming in. And yes, it wasn't a win for Spider. And yes, I'm sure Spider's going to have some frustrations, because that could have been a big game for him again, where he really, really reeled in those points and started to climb back towards that top spot. And it only really ends up being like a 5-point something game now because of the kill multiplier. It'll only go up a bit because he went out quite early. So there will be frustrations there, but if I'm his coach, I'll be like, look, it wasn't where we wanted placement-wise, but like a much better game, and see how Spider can kind of focus on that.
Look, that's the kind of thing. If I'm WBG Spider's coach right now, I'm looking at Spider going, look, it's not the game you wanted, but look at how much better you play, specifically when you're aggressive. You got to remember, he's kind of on like a 3rd strung hero right now. Valda is somebody typically, every time we cut to players going to Valda, I know I talk about it, right? Valda in solos specifically is very counterable, right? You can tap dodge through that wave. The bubble's very avoidable. If you take the F1 instead of the F3 and try to use that bubble, very similar to the Yodo F3, you're going to find yourself getting ranged down the entire time. You have to play a very aggressive game to make anything happen. And then when you get into those situations like Final Circles, a lot of people want to sing the praises of Valda Final Circle, but honestly, it's where Valda falls short when there's so many players clunked together like that. The F doesn't afford you any sort of safety, and the ultimate, as soon as you burn it, you become a target because you don't have anything to fall back on, and that's exactly what happened to Spider. But again, you're playing a 3rd strung hero and you walk away in 4th place this game with a 6.5. You're at the top of the pack right now in terms of, you know, how this game goes. You're only, you know, realistically 2.3 points behind Wang Liang's 1st place finish here. Spider needs to realize, hey, the aggression works, and continue that in the following games, and I think he's going to do very well today. Wang Liang, with his 2nd dub back-to-back, though, with an 8.8, picks up 3 eliminations and a 1st place finish. That very quick swap into the bow to just tap Shen Yuan there in the end, huge for the likes of Wang Liang. That 3rd kill really buying him the space towards the top of the leaderboard here, and he's very, very happy about it. It's been such a tight day between him, AOW's Mike, and T225. The fact that T225 and Mike kind of in the middle of the pack this game. Wang Liang super happy with how this game turned out.
Well, TT25 slipping now, 2 games in a row, being pretty underperforming, to be honest. Spider will also be happy with the fact that TT5 and...
look at this. This is just...
It's so good. Here it is. Yeah.
It's absolutely textbook here. And then Wang Liang, again, coming in with the nunchucks here. No surprises. And Wang Liang kind of on-zipped this game, one of the few Z-pings in the lobby. But again, a massive parry here is able to let them not get caught out here. And I think I just noticed here on Wang Liang, we were talking about, it looks like they were in their inventory. It was hard to see when we cut to it before from Spider's reel. But if you notice, he had a yellow bar above his head. Looks like he had a sign knocked onto him. So he was completely stunned out there.
Oh!
Spider takes advantage of that very, very easily. Panda Man here. Man, that fight from Spider there where he just goes in, he's able to keep the Panda Man from stealing the kill from him. He steals the kill from Panda Man and then immediately turns it on to Panda Man and just clutches the fight out without having to use his ultimate. Just huge from Spider. Wang Liang here, this bow shot, massive for him. Without that bow shot, he walks away in second place, but he will be walking away in first place because he was able to land it and pick up that third elimination here. 3 kills, 9,000 damage, 4,000 of it coming from the nunchucks. No surprise there. And 13k healing on to his Z-Ping Yang here. A second MVP in a row for Wang Liang, his 9th overall MVP of the season.
That's a big one. 9 MVPs for Wang Liang. He's been having honestly a pretty good run of it recently. A lot of wins under his belt. And honestly, it's just a very impressive game from Wang Liang there. And impressive day so far. He is set up to potentially take this second bi-weekly, but I mean, we're only halfway through. We still have 3 games left to go. Spider finally making a bit of a return there. Needs to be more than that, though, if he wants to take first. TT25, I don't know what's happened to him. I sung his praises, and then he just crumbled. Yeah, I mean...
You cursed him,
I did. Mike's still around, though. That's the thing to kind of keep your eye on. Like, Mike might not be, like, having the best day, but, like, he is still very much around. These last 3 games, we could see him spring into shape and actually look just to kind of catch up, because right now he's in second, if my maths are correct. It might be... No, yeah, TT25 dropped quite a bit. I think he might be 3rd or 4th now. So, yeah. Mike is 2nd. Spider could be 5th or 4th. I'm going to assume staying 5th right now. So, it's going to be very much on Mike now. He could potentially reel in Wang Liang and this kind of unstoppable spree that he is on, because Wang Liang starting to look a bit scary for the other players in the lobby.
You know, I'm not going to count out WBG Spider. WBG Spider played an aggressive game this game, and if I'm him and you're able to realize, hey, that aggression is where I excel. Again, he was on a 3rd strung hero this game, right? If he comes in and plays a meta hero this game and goes aggressive, we've seen Spider lock up 10 eliminations before and a first place finish. 10 eliminations and a first place finish put Spider in first place by a mile. So I'm not ready to count WBG Spider out yet. Wang Liang, though, still on a tear. We're going to pass things over, though, as we've got an interview for you guys before we come back and lock in for game number 4.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And today we invite Spider to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 小蜘蛛，先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是WBG Spider。
好的，再次欢迎 Spider 来到赛后采访。So we just have a chat together, and you said yourself you have pressure now. So I would like to know, like, what parts give you the pressure today? 那我特别想先问一下 Spider， 前面我们其实聊天的时候有讲到，你现在觉得自己是有点压力的。那这种压力，你觉得来源于哪里呢？
首先就是来源于我自己打的有问题吧。
Okay, so actually today I really have a big pressure because I think I don't have very good performance till now and I will work harder. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 那我相信就到了大家最喜欢的一个问答送福利的环节。小蜘蛛，一会儿我跟你说完之后，我们倒计时给大家送下福利，好不好？好的。So let's see today's question. You guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After Spider counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is, which one is the newly leaked weapon? 那今天的问题啊，就是以下的哪一个是我们的新武器呢？第一个是太刀，第二个是 B 是鸟铳 ，C 是光剑 ，D 是双节棍。我不知道小蜘蛛现在有没有去看过我们这个新武器
？C。
这么快就公布答案了吗 ？OK， 那就一会儿还要给大家一起来截个屏。你能不能评价一下现在觉得这个武器有没有看到它的外观之类的一些信息？
我觉得它就是外观很帅嘛，因为光剑，然后我觉得手感也比较不错。
Actually, I think the new weapon is really cool, and I think it will also very useful in the game. So I think it's time for us to counting, and I think Spider's prepared, and let's start counting. 那我们接下来就进入倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, just pay attention to your mailbox. It's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那小蜘蛛再一次给我们来公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢？
C.
Yes, the correct answer today is C. Okay, so after we know like the new weapon, we still have 3 more games. And I would like to have a question. That's why in game 3 you used the Velda? 那我特别想问一下小蜘蛛啊，因为看到今天前几把自己虽然感觉还有压力，没有发挥出最好的水平，但其实还是在崔三娘用的还是就是给大家给到了一些惊喜的。你自己怎么看这个英雄？为什么会选这个英雄呢？
之前就是楚征先在天人里面玩嘛，然后我看他玩的好像还不错，我就试了几把，然后发现比较适合我，然后就拿比赛试一下，但感觉前面打架还挺顺手的，但打到后面圈小一点就有点难受。还是自己还没有适应过来这个节奏，也希望接下来继续可以去找到你自己用崔三娘这个找到一个自己的节奏。Okay, so actually after Chu Zhen used the Velda in the solo game, I also think she is a very useful hero in solo game, and I want to try in the match. And after today's match, I think at the beginning of the game in solo game, it's very strong. But after that, like after the middle time of the game, it's something I'm not very familiar with this hero. I still want to train it and try later. Okay, but I think this hero is really fit to me. 好的，也恭喜小蜘蛛可以找到一个自己还觉得挺合适的英雄，又扩大自己的英雄池。哎呀，真的是小蜘蛛非常的全能，也期待接下来的表现，好吗？Okay, thank you, Spider, for today's interview. And I think everyone is very excited, and we wait and see who will be today's champion. Let's take a break and be right back later.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
Well, you've got to say, when you need someone to go clutch and pull off a play, 101 is the person to do that. The double parry in front of them. Lots of damage across the board, though. Lin is going to come through. The teleport's available. It gives them the 25% damage reduction. Obviously, that's now an ability on the buff that's moved over from Draco's Storm in the most recent update. Well, if they get caught here, it could be a tough time. KLA, though, looks like they're going to take it to the side of TK, and it's just such a one-sided matchup. TK, they've not even had a chance to respond here, and blink and you miss it.
And immediately becomes a 2v1 situation as the rest of the team comes through with the support to Chuli, and immediately starts to become an absolute brawl inside of Celestra. PP trying to see if they can create some distance here. Chuli getting decent hits with the nunchucks here, trying to see if they can find it. Ends up bullying Godly. Beautiful defense on each side as Chuli is able to get a massive parry, and a kick towards PP here, dangerously low within the space, and just like that, it looks like the grabs start to come in. CXZ also going to be able to find one, but sadly it's not going to be enough, as immediately he's going to be able to get the throwdown. Eliminates Viper. G, dangerously low. Can he get the grab? No, someone else takes him and snatches him up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look at the current scores. Chuli able to put something on the board here in our next game. 3 points on the board, finally. Something for them here. Unfortunately, GG Shaw, one of those players that we talked about being the middle of the pack that could have done something today, has done nothing. You know,
yeah, I'm not surprised.
I was to say, you kind of called me out on saying that Shaw might come in and be one of those people we don't watch out for today. And
I hate to be right. I genuinely hate to be right, because Shaw genuinely has always been quite an impressive player, but this season they've just struggled. They've really struggled to find a footholding, and unfortunately, that has been right. Shen Yuan, honestly, might be the biggest upset here of the day for me. You can see from their starting points, they are lower than anybody else started with today, but they've been pretty consistently good. They had one rough game in that 1 pointer in game 2, but I mean, that's still better than TT25 has been able to do in one of his games today. You know, I'm genuinely impressed by Shen Yuan, and they're currently sitting in 4th place off the back of their performances, purely just by how well they've played today. So I'm very happy with this guy. I think they've been playing very well. It's interesting that the one game where they were on the hero I think of when I think of Shen is their Valda. That's the game they had a bad game on, which is kind of bizarre because they're actually a really cracked Valda player. So interesting that that's the case. But it was nice to hear from a Spider before the break as well. But you know, he's saying, actually, I think Valda's a really good hero. I just think like people need to learn it.
Well, you know, here's the thing with Valda, and I love Valda, but Valda has consistency issues. Ever since her release, her kit has kind of suffered from a number of different bugs, and they've never really been able to fully work those bugs out. And one of the things for Valda that's plagued her for forever is quite literally the ability to tap dodge through her wave.
Yeah,
if you're in her face, it's almost guaranteed that if you're a pro player, you're going to be able to get away from the wave, because you can literally just, as the frames start up, tap dodge through the hitbox of the wave onto the other side of the player, and there's nothing you can do about it. You've just burnt your ultimate. And we saw it happen a couple times today for a couple of players as they threw it up. Even WBG Spider, he's able to turn a fight back around, but in the middle of that fight, he does try to throw the wave out, and we see a player use the Matari to just kind of teleport through it. And there's so many ways to get around it. It's something that needs to be addressed with the hero in general, because when Valda came out, very, very popular hero, is still very popular in general amongst players. Players very much enjoy the playstyle of Valda, but she kind of has these holes that need to be patched up before she's really going to become kind of this viable hero in the pro league. And those bugs are one of the things that need to be happened. There's sometimes that you'll throw a wave out on Valda and it just simply, like, it will hit the player and it won't pick the player up. And these are things that need to be figured out by the dev team before Valda's ever going to see any sort of consistency in the pro league. I think we are going to continue to see players kind of pick her up sporadically, especially because there is that 5-hero rule, right? Yodo's kind of fallen out of favor because, you know, the nerfs to her F3, Feria also nerfing the F3, just being able to throw the pillar in the middle of her F3 and send Yodo flying. Yodo not really being super viable for picking up a ton of kills in the end of the lobby if there's a lot of Ferias knocking around as well. Z-Ping also coming into the meta, elongating things as well, has really kind of opened this space where there's space for Valda to come into the game, but she still has issues where it's not going to allow her to perform as well as many of these people would like to see Valda perform. But we've got a short video for you guys before we come in and lock in for game number 4.
第一周嘛，比较就是拿了比较抽象的分数嘛，然后我肯定觉得这不是我的真实实力，然后我就当时第一周可能一是有心态方面的原因嘛，然后就是比较紧张上场，然后第二周之后就明显感觉就是手抖的比较没那么厉害了，然后第一周也经常会有一些低级失误嘛，就是一些操作比较下饭，然后我打完之后我也觉得想给自己就是来2巴掌的那种操作，然后但是第二周就心态平稳一点之后，就是没那么夸张的操作，就是比较趋近于我的正常水平。这一次周局的话，我觉得就是激动方面占的比较多吧，因为第一次嘛，然后主要我觉得还是第一周以试水为主吧，就是看看我的真实水平。
Here and there from Sprailgun. Interesting kind of his thoughts on everything. You know, he's saying the first time around I was maybe a little bit too excited because it's my first time. This time around obviously wants to try and step it up a little bit. Currently sitting in 8th place, so, you know, towards the top end of the overall table, at least exactly at the halfway mark. If we were to show it in 2 halves, he'd be in the top. But it's not been the greatest performance from him. He's had his moments, but I mean, while we're speaking of not being their greatest, I mean, Spider, he is 5th right now. This is, you know, he had a pretty good game 3, don't get me wrong, but it needed to be better than what it was if he really wants to contest a podium spot. Because honestly, there is a lot of people really outperforming him right now. This is one of the players who is not outperforming him right now and is kind of coasting along on their pre-placement points and that game 1. Because their last 2 games have been disappointing. And you can see TT25 currently in 3rd place, but he is stoic. He is... Honestly, he looks pretty annoyed with himself after those last 2 games because they were not good games at all. So he definitely needs to step it up going into the final 3 games of the day. And these next 2 games are back-to-back as well. So if you get a good game here, you can carry that momentum pretty quickly into that game 4, into game 5 even, and kind of go from there. That's really what these players are going to be looking to do, is carry that momentum from their previous games forward with them. We'll see whether or not they've got it in the tank and whether or not they're going to be capable of doing that.
But for now, it is just a waiting game to see what the hero select is going to look like coming into this next game.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Of course, we're going back to Morris Isle for this one. I want to say we're going to see some more Takedas this game, potentially, as we are headed into Morris Isle. And Takeda has the opportunity to pick up quite a few Fireflies here. But Takeda also kind of favored for those Holoroth maps. So it's going to be interesting to see what that is. I'd be willing to bet we're going to see a couple more Valdas today, just because of kind of this meta that's evolving where these players want to see if they can make something happen on Valda. No Valda this game. This is kind of what you expect. Quite a few Takedas coming through. It is midday Morris Isle, so not a ton of Fireflies available. So we are only going to see 3 of the Takedas popping in. A lot of the Feriaches, and this is typical. This is what you expect. A lot of these people picking up their second Feriache in here. You know, a hero that if you're going to play a hero twice, you might as well play the meta one, and that is Feria right now. Her ability to drop that pillar for only 30% ult, because we are playing on an older patch. We're going to play the entire Nbpl on that same patch, and that's typically what we do for every season. Of course, you're going to use the hero that's more meta. Yiran going to be bringing our only Z-Ping into the lobby. A couple more Mataris coming through. This is something I've really enjoyed seeing come through from the season, are these Mataris. And we've actually seen players perform very, very well with Matari. I'm happy to see Spider locking in Matari as well, because if you bring in the double teleport and the ultimate, you're able to get those backstabs off and just extend combos and play hyper aggressively. That's exactly what I want to see from Spider. Chu Li going to be bringing in our second Yodo of the day. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. It did not play out well for Spider during game 1. T225 going to be on that Feria again. I do believe this is the hero that they did so well on during game 1. So not a ton of surprises here out of the hero picks. I was kind of hoping to see a couple of Temis come through, and we didn't get that. But we are going to see some of these more clustered drops. Show me where WBG Spider's landing. I'm very, very interested in the Spider storyline today, especially considering how well he played in our game number 3, because he came back with that aggression. I want to see if he brings that same aggression here into our game 4 of the day.
Well, I actually have no idea where he's trying. I haven't seen him at all on the map. I guess we're not going to find out. Oh, I can't actually tell which one that is. He's one of the 3 red ones, I believe. Anyway, getting ready to go into game number 4 of our bi-weekly finals. Currently focusing on Yuran, who just trying to put together some gear if they're going to take themselves a fight versus Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu with the purple pole sword, I believe, there in the distance. Could be a bit of a threat. Seen the pole sword kind of emerge in this new season, and it is a formidable weapon. Does a lot of damage. I haven't seen any oh, it's not overcharged. What's it called? I can't remember the name of the thing now.
The overcomer. It's so variable. You even if you pick it up, you wouldn't want to use it for the pole sword,
really?
Right?
So that's interesting. I saw a lot of overcomer last week.
It's extremely parryable. The entire animation is parryable in it. It's not like the dagger, where like if you the startup is parryable and then it's purple the rest of the way through. At any point, if somebody walks up and pops parry when you're on that horse, you will be parried. So the overcomer in solos, absolutely just a nightmare to try to use. The threat of the third party parry or just being parried in general, huge. WBG Spider a little on the run here. The no ult zone not buying him the safety he was looking for. Looks like he's able to get at least 1 pot off here. A little bit of a reset as he goes over the wall. Shen Yuan here really trying to give chase onto Spider. Spider just happy to keep his distance here. And this is kind of typical. You want to look for the reset, and not having that ultimate means he can't use those backstabs, right? He's not able to play that aggression that he wants to play. And you see he's going to actually step outside the no ult zone here. He really wants to find it, but oh my goodness, immediately turns around and catches that huge horizontal charge to the left click off of that purple pole sword, and we see Shen Yuan just disappear.
That is crazy. That was I actually thought Spider was on the losing end of that fight. I really did, but no, able to turn it and win it. Speaking of losing end of fights, it looks like Wang Liang has been getting a little bit roughed up by Panda Man and Shah. I saw these three dropping together, and I did not expect it to be Wang Liang on the run. Now he's been caught out by Srailgun. Is going to try and catch the uppercut on, gets hit by the F ability. Counter comes in. Wang Liang's going low. Srailgun keeps the pressure up. There's the F back from Wang Liang. He has the mech. He's going to pop it. Trying to turn the pressure onto Railgun. Can jump into the mech if he needs to. Gets the slam down, but he's low HP. All it's going to take is that one shot. The mech's coming in as well. Wang Liang switches to the cannon, but he is down. Srailgun able to pick it up. He's trying to get on his mech, and Shah's going to gatekeep him off. Srailgun now just looking to get away. Uses the boosters on the jump to put as much distance between him and Shah as possible. Is going to be able to med back up, and that was way closer than it needed to be for Srailgun, and he's not out of the woods yet. Switches to the cannon. Gets a shot off onto Shah, D-mechs now, and now he's going to have to try and fight without that mech, and it basically a disadvantage in this fight as Shah has his ultimate, getting charge clicks, getting counters, getting uppercuts. There's the F ability to break away from Srailgun. Now the ultimate's been thrown out by Shah. The first strike hits. Can he land the next one? Is he even going to need it? It looks like the answer's no. Shah secures the kill.
You know, it's almost like we start talking crap about Shah, and then all of a sudden GG Shah wakes up. He's like, oh, we're gonna talk bad about me. Let me just come in here and triple parry in a single fight real quick and absolutely blitz through S Railgun, man. GG Shah really absolutely putting the smoke onto S Railgun in that particular fight as we see Ventus's Reki trying to turn a fight here. Again, the dagger is still just such a heavily favored weapon in this meta. T225 stuck on the inside with this ult transformation here, really looking for something. There's not really anything for T225 to find here. Just kind of buying time. See somebody on the roof, does go for the roof explosion there to just get a little bit of damage off onto Chuli. Chuli will find a pot, but unfortunately T225 comes through the window there with the charge left click. The F3 comes down, but T225 not wanting to give up the hunt. And while we've been watching this fight, unfortunately, EWG's Yiran is eliminated for the second time, and it's going to be another 0-point game for the likes of EWG's Yiran.
Not been the greatest performance today from Yiran. It's Chewy going to throw down the ultimate. Tap dodge out there by TT25. He's looking for those bow shots to finish it up. Last slice goes wide. Eats a bow shot. TT25 wants to keep the pressure up as he's going to chase him through the building. Another F ability comes out. There comes the F out from TT25. A pot is there for Chewy. He's caught on the way out through the door. TT25 keeping the pressure. The uppercut and the takedown. He eliminates his opponent and gets his second kill of the game. Remember, TT25 has had some rough 2 games. He needs to make a recovery in this game. He was at the top of the tables after game number 1 and now has just struggled since. See if he still has some life left in him. Zhang Yu taking a fight here versus Reki. Zhang Yu actually is just going to use the blink out to get away to safety as he is just desperately trying to avoid getting himself caught in any more dangerous. Reki honestly wanting to keep the pressure up, has the purple armor, purple dagger, and a pistol. Zhang Yu only gets a single pot off there on the heel. Reki doing a good job of keeping the chase onto him, but while we do watch this fight, we'll also see where the Realm of Yangs are spawning up, and honestly, 2 of them haven't really got anybody nearby. So we might just have either an empty Realm of Yang, although I say that, and actually there's quite a few people. One person might have an empty Realm of Yang to themselves, if they're lucky.
No, I don't see that happening, as we just watched 5 different people collapse on the Realm of Yangs. I think one's going to have a portal to themselves, but there's too many people looking to pressure these Realms of Yang. We are going to get 2 fights here. WBG Spider just sitting up there on top of the staff. He's got the ability to move at any time he wants to there, waiting for this Realm of Yang to come through. It looks like Alliance's Jin wants to pressure it too, as well as AOW's Mike, who's just chilling here. Wang Liang, AOW's Mike, the 2 players at the top of our leaderboard right now. 0 eliminations under the belt this game. A slower game coming in from these 2 players. Looks like Mike will slide in, as well as T225. AOW going to be going head-to-head against T225. Bauda and GG Shah going to be going head-to-head as well. As we take a look here, XCG's Wang Liang gets picked up by WBG Spider just outside the realm of Yang. Mike at TT25 going head-to-head. TT25 going to catch some huge hits off the dual blade into a full uppercut combo. Follows it up with the charge left click. Mike forced to pop the ultimate, going to use the aggressive teleport into the backstab just to get a little bit of damage onto T225, but T225 has so much control over this fight. Mike doesn't even have a second teleport available to go into the backstab here. We're see T225 immediately mech up. Here we go. Look, Mike gets one pot off. Isn't going to get the second one off immediately as we see the huge shot come through. Will find the second pot finally. T225 here has got the safety of the mech, but honestly, if I'm TT25, I just de-mech and pressure onto Mike. You're just letting Mike get this full reset here. The teleport comes through, isn't able to find this cannon shot here. T225 finds one finally. There we go. The D-mech comes through, isn't going to let the pot come through, and now we're back to the exact same situation we were in. T25 might be holding onto that mech a little too long there. You stop the first pot, you might as well just go ahead and push her off of that, but he is able to find the charge left click off of those purple dual blades, and that's going to be enough to do in AOW's Mike. He's going to pick up a legendary set of dual blades, which means he's going to be putting in even more work, and that Vermilion Bird's Might going to serve him very well as he has 3 eliminations under his belt and can now push out and look for more. AOW's Mike with that Yang depletion going to be needing to find an elimination of his own.
Yeah, TT5 now going to be rocking that Bird Might himself. Very set up at this point. And we said it, he needs to have a game back. Shah opens up onto Mike here. Mike trying to see if he can turn it around. This might just be his ability to cleanse himself of that Realm of Yang debuff, using the nunchucks very effectively onto Shah, but Shah comes in with a counter. There's a third party with a bow shot onto Mike. Mike's trying to turn this fight around onto Shah, but Shah looks to have had Mike here. He's in danger, and down he goes. Shen Yuan, currently 4th place in the lobby, taking away that kill with the long-range shot. Bow to Shen Yuan, honestly having a really phenomenal bi-weekly finals right now.
Yeah, GG Shah here picking up another elimination this game, looking to get rid of that Yang depletion, and that he does, but Shen Yuan pushing on to Shah here, trying to just aggressively pressure on to Shah and keep him moving, and Shah not having any of it. Needs to be careful because he did burn his ultimate in that fight. TT25 here with the Vermilion Bird's Might as well as Shen Yuan. These two players going head-to-head with the buff, but it looks like they want to turn their attention onto GG Shah, who's already gone low. They know he doesn't have the resources. He burned his ult in that last fight, being able to pick up that soul wound so he could get rid of the Yang depletion, but it looks like Shah does find the meter to get the ultimate back out, but Shen Yuan is able to find the elimination with the musket. Is going to get poison splash. T225 not very happy about it. And Shen Yuan trying to push onto a T225, just going to go ahead and jump into the mech as the third party potential coming through. T225 doesn't want to let Shen Yuan get away here. Is going to go for the shot, sends him into the zone, finds a follow-up. T225 on a 4-kill streak, coming alive yet again here in this game. You know, T225, 2 rough games in a row, said, look, I'm just going to bounce it back. I played Fariashe, you know, game 1, had a really good game 1. The 2 heroes I played didn't serve me well in game 2 and 3. We're going to go back to what worked in game 1. I've got one more game like that. Let's find that momentum that these casters keep talking about and keep things moving. And surely enough, T225 has found that momentum as they're pressuring in onto Alliance's Jin. This could be their 5th elimination. These legendary dual blades could put in absolute work onto Jin. Jin coming in with the dagger, but T225 does not care. Hot swaps the bow, takes a shot, comes in. We see the pillar come down from Jin. T225 just going to keep that pressure up, comes in with a charged left click and starts shredding through the life bar here of Alliance Jin. Jin just trying to get away. T225 more than happy to keep it going. He's got that soul jade that lets him keep walking forward with the charged left click. He's going to keep playing this aggressive. If he gets hit here, this could be it. T225 really trying to keep the pressure onto Alliance Jin. Jin so low. He's got the pillar in 1 second. He's not going to be able to get it off in Alliance Jin.
That's huge.
Picks up the elimination, but he's got the Vermilion Bird's Might, so T225 is still in this lobby.
Yeah, but he lost his, because he got parried and dropped his golden dual blades. He doesn't revive of them.
Yep, you are absolutely right. He does.
That's a big loss.
He still has a purple set of dual blades in his backpack, so you know it sets him back a little bit, but he's not that far behind, right? Don't get me wrong, the damage buff is huge between the purple to the gold. but purple still very good to have here in Immortal War. Those purple weapons, purple armor, very hard to come by. So, you know, he loses that fight just barely. He had the Vermilion's Bird's Might. I think he made the right call to pressure that fight. If he had picked up a 5th elimination there, it would have been huge for T225. He had the safety net. He just played aggressive and went, you know what? If I die here, so be it. I get to keep all my stuff. If I don't, I pick up an extra elimination. I think it's the right call by T225.
I think it was the right call. It's just tragic that he lost his golden swords. Like you said, he's got the purple ones, but even so, a little bit of a rough one. We will see the Roma Yang spawning up fairly soon, and these Mora's Blessings as well. See what the game plan is going to be like. Who's going to contest that? T225. He's already lost one golden weapon. He wants to jump in and get this next one sorted for himself. Let's see who he's going to be fighting here in this Roma Yang. Got a little bit of time before anybody joins in. It looks like Spider's more interested in contesting this Mora's Blessing, so he won't be going into any Roma Yangs to fight T225. Meanwhile, Roma Yang spawns, Mora's Blessing spawns. Spider is going to try and get control of this area. There's a lot of people in the area, actually. He is trying to get onto that Mora's Blessing. Can't actually get his hands on it yet. Just too many people about. It's too much of a risk. He's just waiting it out. A whole bunch of people in the area, actually, all looking to contest that Mora's Blessing. Serious, massive group of people. Is T225 just getting a free Roma Yang? Yep. Nobody contested him.
Yeah, that's really huge for T225. He's going to be able to pick up another legendary weapon there from the Realm of Yang, as well as the buff, plus some much-needed resources as well. And the fact that he goes uncontested, he gets another set of legendary dual blades. I can't make this up, Jake.
I guess he just, he rolled the dice and it just came up. You know, natural 20 twice in a row. What can we say? He is so happy with that. Because now that fight was perfectly fine, because he got a reposition for free, get a free Realm of Yang, get the weapon back, and also get a buff. So losing that fight actually worked in his favor in the end. And now he's going to try and see if he can win this fight versus Railgun. And holy moly, the damage he just did there with those dual blades. Railgun's health bar is gone, and it's done. It's over. That's another kill for T225. He is so clean on this Pharah.
Look, T225 had 2 rough games back to back, but this is a player, okay, we're talking about NARAKA BLADEPOINT, right? You literally can't just perform well every single game. You're gonna have a bad game during the day. And, you know, we talked about the difference between WBG Spider and T225, and that difference being that T225 doesn't let a bad game affect their mental, right? Yeah. Even he has 2 bad games back to back, right? And he just comes in and he locks it in for the next one. WBG Spider also want to tear this game, though. 4 eliminations under his belt already, and you can see that sort of momentum shift in WBG Spider, right? He starts having a good game, and here he is. He's popping off again. He's 4 eliminations. We're top 7. It's gonna be between him and T225, but T225, the one closest to closing that gap, he's literally 1 elimination away from being back in 2nd place. He's still got a little bit of catching up to do to Wang Liang, but you can't ever count T225 out. Just such a strong player at Worlds, and clearly showing that he's going to be a strong player here in the NBPL as well. And man, these dual blades putting in work for him. That Soul Jade that allows you to take that charge left click and keep the damage walking forward, paying dividends for T225 in multiple situations here in our 4th game of the day as he looks to continue to pressure on. He's got 54 seconds left here remaining on that buff, that 25% damage reduction, buying him quite a bit of safety in this lobby here. He's going to do a little bit of shopping while he's got said safety. He still has 40 seconds on the buff. He doesn't really want to pressure too heavily onto too many of these players here. He's hoping to get some of the missing resources that he has under his belt. And that's what he does. Instead of rolling Soul Jades here, he buys some pots that he needs, and that's going to carry him into the late game, hopefully, here. He's going to land that huge bow shot onto OUG's Pandaman. Pandaman trying to return the favor, but T225, the one catches the bow shot. Pandaman finds a body shot onto T225. T225 finds follow-up shot after follow-up shot. Pandaman on the run. He's got the ult. Unfortunately, T225 in such a good situation. As soon as he ults, if he drops the pillar, this could be an easy elimination. The parry comes through. He needs to get the F out. There's the pillar. He unfortunately loses those golden dual blades yet again, but he's not going to want to let him go away for free. Panda Man on the run here. That ult going to run out soon, and T225 wants to keep the pressure on while he's running. He's able to land the shot, but Panda Man into the zone. It just needs a little more damage, and there it is. His 6th elimination, and he's going to get those dual blades back. He says, Panda Man, get out of here. I'm not losing these dual blades a second time.
How many times is this man gonna get parried, dude? Like he keeps getting slapped about for it. And he is now catching up onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang has had a 0-point game, by the way. He is out of this game, a 0-pointer. TT25 could take first off the back of this game if this goes well. There's still 6 people left, needs a good multiplier. If he wins this game and gets like a big one, this is gonna be huge for him right now. Spider in position as well to overtake Mike, and we could just see a massive upset in the standings depending on how Mike and TT25 plays here. They could easily take first and second respectively, going into those last 2 games, setting them up for some serious success. Shen Yuan still in this game though with 3 kills, so he's only a little bit behind Spider, and if he catches Spider or Spider gets caught early, there's a world in which he could potentially take that first or second spot. But with Mike and Wang Liang out on 0-point games, their spots are very much up for grabs right now. And there are plenty of people in this lobby who are geared to take that potential spot from them. Shen Yuan, 3 kills. Spider, 4 kills. TT25, 6 kills. He is completely set up. And he's found Spider, actually. He's looking for the bow shot. Can't quite land one shot. Gets a good shot there onto Spider. As Reki is being hunted by Spider. Another good shot coming in from Spider onto Reki, though. Reki is going to have the Bane's breath coming down, though. It's not his, so he just needs to be careful if he doesn't get caught. But he's going to use it for cover. It is a risk he is willing to take, and it has paid off for him.
Yeah, you know, this late in the game, there's no Bane Charms left in the box, so this is going to be a natural Bane's breath coming through, and it pays dividends for Reki to kind of take that risk to go surf through the Bane. He's able to get the full reset here. And T225 even was going wide, looking for the opportunity to capitalize on this. Oh, Spider missing those musket shots. Not something I expected coming out from Spider. T225 was standing still, and he immediately flips the script onto Spider here. And Spider playing a much better game yet again here, but T225 is just on a tear this game. These bow shots so huge from T225. Spider able to find a purple set of armor sitting over by the box here, and T225 more than happy to let Spider walk away there, knowing they tore through a bunch of resources. T225 going to come get a couple things that he needs as well. That Bane's breath going to be removed from the map there. Moonbane going to back off and let T225 start to continue the pressure onto some of these other players. WBG Spider able to get that armor swap there. He knew the box was there, knew there was probably going to be a set of armor there, so he's super happy to just take that pathing, move towards the back box, get the armor swap, and kind of ease that pressure off of his back that T225 had created. So WBG Spider still holding on here. 6 players left alive as Zone 4 collapses on to Zone 5, and many of these players are going to start feeling the pressure as we continue deeper into our game number 4.
Still waiting out a little bit, but man, Spider very lucky that that purple armor swap was there and available to him, because I think if that wasn't the case, T225 may have continued to chase him and may continue to pressure him, but decide with the armor swap coming in, like you said, enough resources burnt, and TT25 is not going to be willing to overextend. He knows this game has to go good for him. As we will take a little bit of the replays and just see how TT25 got here. I mean, he was one of the people who removed Mike from this game. Just getting really, really nice play. He's been so good with the dual sword. But like you said, I think the key thing is he's now used up all of his Pharahs. Like, he could only play one hero twice today, and Pharah was that hero he chose to do. Yes, game 1 went right. Yes, game 4 has gone right. He still has 2 more games to keep up. So this game has to go well, and then he also needs to have pretty solid performances later. But he's just been so good with this mech. Super, super clean stuff coming in from him.
Yeah, I mean, he plays this really, really well. And these dual blades, it's interesting to note that the charged left click is really what's paying dividends here for T225 here. He was able to get that Soul Jade that allows you to walk forward with the damage, and the positional very strong on it. We talk about how often he was parried this game, though, in a lot of the fights. The problem with this particular set of dual blades and using that charge left click so often is it's very parryable, right? You're easily able to read that as a pro player and throw the parry out. We see T225 parried quite often this game because he's able to get so much damage off if he commits to that. He needs to be careful going forward that when he hits somebody with it, he goes into some sort of switch up, because what we see is he catches somebody in it, they tap dodge away, he goes for it again, and they go, okay, he's just going to go for it again, and they parry it immediately. So T225, some adjustments to make, but he's been able to come back from those parries and capitalize on those fights and pick up the eliminations. So he's still having a very, very good game off the back of the strengths of the dual blades here. Kind of falling on that weakness a little bit, but still able to make it play out for him, as we see WBG Spider pressuring onto T225, as well as I do believe Shen Yuan here. T225 looking for a little bit of a reset. Was able to get one pot off, but needs to be very careful. Smart use of the charge left click here, knowing that he can kind of repel those range shots while he's in that walking animation, so he can clear distance without taking range shots. The problem is that tree not going to offer him enough cover to protect him from all of the range shots. So as soon as he gets healed back to full, some range shots come in from the side, and he finds himself needing to heal up yet again. He's just looking for that sort of space to full heal here. He's got to be very careful. He doesn't want to pressure too deep into this hut. That's what's going to happen here, is if he gets caught out there as the zone pushes, he can find himself in a bad situation. He's going to go ahead and be forced out of it. Still doesn't have the full reset that he's looking for, because those range shots just continuing to come in from all these players. He will find the attention turned off of him, so he does finally find the full reset on his armor that he wants, but it's going to cost him a ton of resources to make that happen, because he let himself get caught out in the open. There it is, that charge left click doing a ton of work for him. And see, he only has that one shield pot left, and this is why these players put in so much work with these ranged weapons. Oh my goodness, Shen Yuan just gets caught out, gets parried by T225, and immediately deleted. T225 on the backside over here, though, taking range shot after range shot. Needs to think about popping the mech here. Yeah, needs to see if he can get some pots off, but the range shot's gonna rain down, and T225 not really gonna find any sort of reset here that he's looking for. That mech gonna be forced to go down. T225 wants to go to the bottom. It looks like he has the legendary Soul Jade here for the longsword as well, and gonna keep things moving here. He's more than happy to take that legendary longsword off of the back of Shen Yuan as he dies here. But T225 looks like he's gonna be the next one eliminated in the lobby, and there it is, an assassin's lunge coming in from Ventus's Rexy, secures the elimination onto T225.
The whole lobby was just shooting at him. They just didn't care about each other. Every angle was being shot at for him. That was really rough for T225. Just did not get to play the game, and it's lucky that he did hang on to those resources as long as he did. But unfortunately, he is now out, and this is now Spider's opportunity to take that spot. But Jin is terrifying with that assassin's lunge on the dagger. Really, really scary. Very hard to kind of pin down and deal with. Spider just playing up on the high ground now. He knows that he needs to get a couple of kills and take that first spot. But I think just one kill and first is enough for him to take first overall. If he goes out now, then he's in danger. But other than that, it should realistically be Mike's game to win here. He's just going to play this nice and slow, nice and steady, as they wait to see the zone closing fully in the next 30 seconds. These people will be forced closer and closer together. This tree giving an area of safety for the players, the last four.
I want you to see what Alliance's Jin's doing here. He's using that legendary Soul Jade to actually clip into the terrain for parts of the animation, so that he's just completely untargetable for most of the animation.
That's really smart. I like that. I mean, it's smart. I mean, you're less likely to take range shots if you're inside the wall. Really, really intelligent. But it does look like zone is closing now. They are going to get forced, and unfortunately for the rest of the team, that tree is not being forced out yet. So Spider is just going to have to hold as Jin
He's the one who picked up the legendary swords, dual swords that were on TT25. Jin Yuan gets himself in danger. Mech's going to get called out by Jin here. He's going to use it to his advantage to try and force everybody away. He's just going to get a bunch of damage off onto Reki as two mechs are just going to fire out on one another, taking up into the skies, using the cannon shots here from Jin. Jin's just going to hold the zone for as long as possible as the mechs stand on top of each other. Reki's going to try and force them both down. Everybody else has disappeared. Spider is in the middle of the mechs, and he's taking way too much damage. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on for too much longer. Zhang Yu also taking a bunch of mech damage. Jin trying to get the damage off of Jin Yu, going low. Reki also burning low. Reki's just been able to tidy up this entire lobby as down they go. And that is the end of the game. I didn't see who took first at the end, but I think it is Reki who takes that game.
Yeah, Ventus is Reki coming out on top in the end there. Very interesting. The two mechs standing on top of each other in the final zone there. Jin able to secure himself a couple of extra eliminations here as well. He's going to be feeling pretty good about this game, given the fact that he's kind of been in the middle of the pack all day. Now he's going to be able to put together some extra points and start to move towards those top positions. And again, you know, the bi-weekly final, there's money on the line, and of course there's those huge placement points. Something we don't talk enough about during these bi-weekly finals is that your placement determines how many placement points you get towards going to the World Championship, right? So even if you're only kind of in that 6 to 5 position, you're locking in points to be able to go and participate in the World Cup, and that's exactly what these players are fighting for here in the Pro League.
Absolutely. It's a big game there, though, for Reki, honestly. And you can see he's very happy with himself off the back of that game. Smiling away, chatting away. He's in a good place after winning that game. Nice one there for Reki. I'm sure Spider might be a little bit irked that he didn't get a single kill at the end of that game. I don't know. I don't know. It means... I don't know if he got more points than TT25, but TT25 still had such a lead on him in points that actually there's not really too much of a threat on TT25 on the back of that. We'll see, I assume, but TT25 definitely came back in this game, definitely looked better, but there was just an unfair gentleman's agreement that it was all on him. They just saw the guy with the legendary armor and they were like, this guy's stacked, we all need to deal with him now. And the whole lobby just turned their guns towards him and their weapons towards him and just started firing down. And he was just running in circles, getting wailed on by everybody left in the lobby. There wasn't a safe place for him to heal. And the one time he found a safe place to heal, they sent someone to go deal with him and flush him out. Like, you know, like a beating dog, you know, get the pheasants in the air.
Well, here's the thing. Pro players know when a player is low on resources, whether it's, you know, we're talking about pots, we're talking about repair kits, but we're also talking about abilities and ultimates as well. Unfortunately for TT25, he was able to secure that one elimination, and then he just starts getting dogged down. He was out in the open. They knew he was going to be low on pots. He kept popping pots, and they kept turning around and putting those range shots onto him left, right, and center. It makes sense for everybody in the lobby to look to eliminate that player when they're low on abilities, they're low on pots, they're caught out in the open. There's no sense in trying to fight anybody else. That's the elimination you want to gun for. But it's Ventus's Reki who comes out on top with 5 eliminations and a second place finish, who's going to pick up an 11 game score. But T225, 6 eliminations, goes out early, but still walks away with a 9.9 game score. Only 1.1 point behind Ventus's Reki, and with how high he was sitting up, super happy about that. WBG Spider continuing to find the momentum that he wants, goes out into that sort of 4th place finish here, but has 4 eliminations under his belt, and because of that, gets to walk away with an 8-point game score for himself and a 3rd place finish. Spider finally able to come alive here. He got tired of waiting for the flies to come to his web. He said, I'm gonna bring it to you.
Yeah, he finally had a good game under his belt. I say finally, but it was a pretty decent game there for Spider. But Mike and Wang Liang, 2 donuts for them down there. Not a good game for these guys at all. As Shen Yuan, honestly, this was a bad start, but he still had a pretty decent game, and he's been performing all day, to be completely honest. Shen Yuan has definitely been showing up.
Shah a little bit better, I guess, but still, as you can see there, getting taken out. It's not been a particularly great day for Shah or season at all, but TT25, honestly, just a phenomenal performance in this game. Really, really good. And unfortunately for him, he's just like we were saying, kind of the victim of the lobby bullying, I guess, where the whole lobby just decided to throw everything at him.
I call it
absolute tear this game.
I call it shark syndrome, right? As soon as these players smell blood in the water, they put their blinders on, right? It's like a shark in the water. They're gonna go after whoever's bleeding. And in this particular instance, it was T225 who was just caught out in the middle, and he was bleeding resources left and right. Everybody in the lobby, they're hungry sharks. They want the eliminations. They want the points. They want it so bad. They smell that blood and they go straight for it. But it's Ventus's Reki who walks away our MVP here. 5 eliminations, 2 parries, 15,000 damage, 9,700 of that damage coming through on the dagger for our boy Reki.
Yeah, really, really good game coming in from Reki there. Interesting as well, but you know, we just did a lot of Pharah today, like a serious amount of Pharah. I feel like most people have got to be out, if not close to being out of like Pharahs for the day. Like they only get to play it twice, and there's been a Pharah in every game. So I'm at the point where I'm like, we got to be done with Pharah, right? Like the next lobby might not have a single Pharah in, or the final one potentially. Like a lot of people have played a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a bit of it thus far. Happy to see Ventus's Reki come out on top here. You know, Reki's one of those players I don't think we talk enough about. He kind of slides under the radar just a little bit, and then he'll come in and have a really big game like this and surprise us. And, you know, I think he deserves a little bit more recognition because he is a very, very good player in the league. So congratulations to Ventus's Reki. I want him to have his little moment in the spotlight, as it were, as he walks away MVP here for game number 4. We have 2 more games to go, and we talk about how important it is between games 4 and 5 here, that momentum, because it's so quickly. We're literally going to jump straight into game 5 very, very shortly here. There's not a lot of time to rest between these games, and these players like T225 and WBG Spider, who had very good performances in this game, are likely going to carry that momentum forward going into game number 5, just because of how quickly the games do come back to back. The important thing is going to be which heroes they select to bring in. And you brought this up a little bit in the middle of the game. T225 has played Faria twice today already, meaning they don't have that opportunity to lock Faria coming into our next game. And the fact that we're coming into Hollow Roth, Faria has been one of those heroes that has performed exceptionally well in Hollow Roth. So we're going to have to see who T225 tries to lock in to kind of counteract this. I don't think we've seen T225 play Takeda yet, so it's quite likely that we could see them pick Takeda up heading into our second Hollow Roth map of the day.
No, I agree with you on that one, to be honest. I think we could... I don't know. I'm trying to think about it, and I'm like, how many times have people played Faria? Because we've had Farias in every game, and like quite a lot of Farias in every game. Like, I don't think there's been a game where like she's been in the minority of the heroes picked off the top of my head, which to me then screams that most people have played her twice at this point. Like, statistically speaking, that sounds like that'd be 2. Most people have played her twice. So I think we might be in for some spice here. We've had quite a lot of Takedas, but like it doesn't feel like they've been overbearing in their lobbies. So I feel like other than that Z-Ping game, it's basically just been Pharah lobbies. So I'm curious what this next one will look like. I mean, we know that Tammy gets played in solos now. When one Tammy shows up, 13 more Tammys show up. I think the big difference is between this season and like Worlds is they actually can't see what each other are picking now. It's all blind pick. Like nobody knows what anyone else is playing until they're in game. And like they don't see that. They don't have the lobby. They don't have the island. They just load into game where they spawn and they can't see anybody else. So I think the crucial thing about that is the reason we used to see like 16 Tammy games was because once one Tammy ults, other Tammys can get through as well. It's fine. It's not the end of the world for them. But if you're not playing Tammy and there's like 14 Tammys ulting, you just don't get to move. It's unplayable. So everyone would answer with Tammy and just get Tammy out in one go. I'm curious what this is going to look like because we definitely haven't seen any Tammys today. And I know that hero does get played
in solos. But having a look at the overall scoreboard just before we get going into this game number 5, Shah, Yaran, Chewy, all down at the bottom. Not particularly a great day from them. There has been some changes in that in the standings. That was a bad game for Strailgun, so they got knocked down. But Reki did just leapfrog up into the top end of the table. Jin's up there as well. Shen Yuan has dropped a spot on the overall table. Spider has climbed up one. TTG5 almost reclaiming their spot at the top, but Wang Liang still holding fast, holding loosely onto number 1, while Mike clinging to third, 2.8 points ahead of Spider.
You know, Wang Liang has his bad game here. Honestly, I think it's a good position for Wang Liang to have his bad game here. We talk about momentum for a ton of these players, especially between games 4 and 5. Wang Liang's typically just a consistency player. He's consistently kind of towards the top 3. You're going to have a bad game. I mean, take a look at the top 3 here. Everybody in our top 3 has a 0-point game. You literally just can't win every single game of NARAKA. Sometimes you're going to drop. Things aren't going to go your way. Sometimes other players are just going to be, they're going to be on that sort of cracked sort of gameplay, and there's nothing you can do about it no matter how you play against it. So I think Wang Liang, a skill
issue, mate.
I think Wang Liang having a bad game here doesn't really set him back too far. Like you said, he's sitting up there by like 4.6 points or something like that. Realistically, we've seen people, you know, go out in 3rd or 4th today with less than 4.6 points, like a 4.2 or a 4.4. I think Wang Liang's going to come in and he's going to have another decent game under his belt, even if he doesn't take face. Not face. He does have 2 MVPs under his belt as well today. I think he could potentially put the 3-piece together as well.
It's definitely within the realms of possibility. He has, like you said, been very consistent. He's been on the ball today as well. You know, one upset game is annoying that it happens, but it's not the end of the world for them. So I reckon the attention will go towards these next 2 games to see how they can recover and how they can come back. My question is TTG5, because he's only looked good on the Pharah and he can't play it anymore. So what has he got up his sleeve? Go on.
I wouldn't say he's only good on the
today.
Pharah.
No. Today he's only looked good on Pharah. He's like any other day, I would say that is a factually incorrect statement. But today, I can prove you with numbers that he has only looked good on Pharah.
Well, you know, he still has, 2 games left to play. He still has a number of heroes available to him. Takeda was a hero that he did very well with in the World Championship. I can't remember. I think he hasn't played Takeda yet today. Has he played Takeda?
I'm pretty sure he's played Pharah, Takeda, and Zping. There is 4 today so far.
I know he played Zping. He's played Pharah twice. I think he played, who else did he play?
I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, we'll find out when we get to Hero Selects.
We will find out very soon.
Do you know who he hasn't played? He hasn't played Monk. He hasn't played Juation. He might have played Tarka, actually, instead of Takeda. There's a world where that might have been his pick.
Yeah, and if he hasn't, he also has performed fairly well on Tarka as well, right?
I feel like this game's a Takeda or Tarka game, realistically, depending on which one he has or hasn't played, I think.
Yeah, I would have to 100% agree with that. We've also had our heavy Zping lobby, and one of the big issues with Tarka is he fights very well in Realm of Yang, except into Zping, because Zping can just stall that, realm out for so long. So this actually ends up being a great lobby for somebody to bring Tarka into if they want to go aggressively play the Realms of Yang, because the one hero that they struggle into are less likely to appear. Okay, T225 hasn't played Takeda yet, so we will be bringing Takeda here in, and no surprise that we're going to see quite a bit of Takedas coming through. Shah apparently hasn't played their second Pharah for the day, so we will see that coming through. Spider also hasn't played their second. Chu Li hasn't played Pharah at all today. This was the one person I knew had not played the hero, so no surprise to see them bringing it in here onto Holoroth, considering that they are a favorite hero on Holoroth because of the verticality and their ability to transverse that verticality while in their mecha form serves them pretty well. This will be Shah's second game. This will be Spider's first game on Pharah. He actually has not played Pharah at all today, so it'll be his first game. He could actually play double Pharah games 5 to 6, which is actually pretty good for WBG Spider, given that so many of these players have already played both of their Feria games and how well she does in the meta of this current patch.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be a good one. I'm excited to see how this game is gonna go down. As I actually did not take a look at what TT2 has played today. I saw if he played Feria twice, but I already knew that. But we are getting ready to go on to Holleroth, having a look at the load-in and where everybody is going to be spawning up. That is a cluster in one area. Hey, Rune, I think we're in for a bloodbath. I think this might be a absolute slaughter of a start of a game. A whole bunch of people dropping relatively close towards Bloom Castle. Obviously, people are going to want to try and get on that puzzle, maybe get that red armor. Remember, Feria, like the other Transformers, your gear scales your transformation. So it's going to be a big one for them. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with this one. But I am predicting game number 5 is going to be chaos.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's going to be out of the gate. It's going to be on site. TT25 looking for some loot here, not able to find anything just yet. Alliance's Jin in a very similar boat. They're going to find a little loot pile here. Wang Liang, nothing to their name as they're being chased down by the dagger. They're able to find a white set of armor. No weapons for Wang Liang yet, though. He's got to keep it moving and very quickly find something to defend himself with. Looks like he turns around. He's going to find himself a katana hero. Wang Liang immediately turns with that charged vertical right click coming out there from the katana, immediately going to use the scale rush to create some distance, and Gigi Shaw wants to pressure in onto Shen Yuan, and that's going to buy Wang Liang the space he needs to go look for a reset to get out of here. T225 off to a tear already, waiting for Yi Ran to get out of that F on the Tarka, and there we go. T225 one elimination under their belt already, keeping the pressure up. No armor, and he's already picked himself up a kill.
Yeah, first kill of the game as well over to TT5. He might have got the last one as well, actually. I can't remember. Either way, Mike and Reki ring the bell. Reki realizes it's only him and Mike. They're trapped in the ice together, seeing as everybody else dropped nearer to Plume. Mike can take a couple of shots here from Reki. Reki on a bit of a comfort push right now, seeing as he won that previous game. Wants to keep that pressure up. Mike is going to lose a fair amount of HP. Does pop the ultimate, connects one shot there onto Reki. Reki does answer back there, gets the uppercut, tries to follow up onto Mike. Mike's very low now. Cannon shots coming in. Can he land it? No, it just clips. It's close. Mike's able to get a bit of a heal off. Reki now also recognizing that he needs to heal. There's the potting coming in. Mike is down a little bit more in the health department. I say that, and then he turns it back around onto Reki, catches him with the uppercut. The F ability comes down. Reki wanting to get this pot off, but he's interrupted. Can he get away from Mike now? I don't think he can. Mike should just have this one finished up as Reki is taken down.
Yeah, AOW's Mike more than happy to go ahead and put himself on the board here. Wow, Wang Liang just taking shots from every direction. Cannonballs, bow shots, forced to use the F. He's just getting hunted down. Oh my goodness, he gets mythic grab flipped over, but it's Zhang Yu who picks up the elimination. And Wang Liang takes a moment to stand in silence as he just watches and goes, what the heck just happened to me? And it's a complete bloodbath as 4 players continue going head to head here. Railgun with 3 eliminations under their belt already, hungry to find a 4th. Gonna tap dodge away here and use the grapple to create some distance, because Xu Zhang and Panda Man just want to keep the pressure on the Railgun, and Railgun decides, you know what? I've got 3 eliminations under my belt. I don't want to get greedy. I'm gonna go ahead and back off here because it's getting a little too hot for me.
Yeah, I respect that from Railgun. Swoop in, take the 3 kills, make your way out. As Jin has found Mike. Mike is connected with that vertical strike immediately. Armor swaps to another blue armor, but immediately tries to turn the pressure onto Jin. Gets that charge click off onto Jin as well. A lot of damage. Gonna force him to go for the heal, but there comes a bit of armor. The double cannon shots, though, from Mike are huge, and he's almost got his rage all the way back up. He's looking to turn this. Jin pops the ultimate. Mike loses his armor, pops the ultimate in return, catches him with the uppercut, and Jin is low HP. This is so close. Mike, once again, winning a fight.
I love to see those Takeda on Takeda fights there, where it goes so close. WBG Spider here going head to head with JJH's Chu Li here. Chu Li trying to catch him up with the charged right click. Both of them fighting around that trap, and Spider taking control of the situation. We see the pillar come down. He's going to come in. Julie forced to go ahead and mech up here. Needs to be very careful. Spider very accurate with his range shots. Julie able to find a pot while he's in the mech, though. Keeps the spin up, able to get the armored pot off as well. Looking for another one to get the full reset. AOW's Mike here. On about Shenwan. Shenwan on that Yoda. We talk about how unfavored this hero is now into solos, right? That F3, so many ways to get around it. Takeda being one of those ways as well. You know, he can actually walk up and mythic grab you inside that F3, but unfortunately, Mike actually going to get knocked up here and sent flying. Mike does have a respawn under his belt for the next couple of seconds here. Zone 1 is being slowly collapsed onto Zone 2, but he's got to be careful about letting this fight last too long. If he gets eliminated after that Zone 1 collapses onto Zone 2, that will be it for Mike here in game number 5, but very quickly turns things on to Reki. The third party coming in, though, from about Shenwan. Reki wants to follow up onto Mike. Mike just not letting it happen. Reki trying to pressure onto it. The grapple's coming through from Shenwan, but it's Reki who connects onto Shenwan instead of onto Mike. And Mike now trying to turn onto Reki, playing a very risky game. Not too long before that Zone 1 fully collapsed. If he's going to die, he needs to do it now. There it is. He's going to go down. He's got the resurrection. He needs to get to a soul altar very quickly. Now Baoda and Ventus's Reki continue going head to head here. And man, this could have been very bad for AOW's Mike, but he's going to get to keep himself in the game here. And it looks like Shenwan's going to try to clean up another elimination here. And he does as he picks it up onto Ventus's Rexy. Railgun in a bit of a pickle here as we see a lot of Yodos in this particular lobby. Wang Liang just tap dodging through here. People figuring out the timing on these Yoda ultimates again, really falling out of favor as a hero. And Wang Liang just keeps the pressure up, picks up the elimination onto S Railgun. And unfortunately, Ventus Reki all the way out of this lobby after walking away the MVP from game number 4. They are not happy about that. WBG finally finds their first elimination this game onto JJH's Chuli.
Yeah, lovely little pickup there for Spider. Gonna get himself that kill, but we did expect this to be a pretty bloodthirsty game, and so far the game has delivered. It has been a very, very aggressive game to open us off on, as Wang Liang just getting himself a little bit of poke off onto GG Shah. Slowly but surely chasing on as Wang Liang now on the run is going to take a bow shot. He steps away. Another cannon shot being traded out. Wang Liang losing his armor. He's just going to lose half his armor already. And in he goes. He can reset inside the zone. Spider versus Wang Liang. This is going to be a good Wang Liang to watch. Both of them are healed up and ready to go. Wang Liang has that purple armor, though, so he does have a slight advantage here. We'll see how these opening shots come in. Wang Liang takes a quick aerial shot, but catches Spider in the sky. Spider now in a bit of danger. Can cool that mech down if he needs to. As Wang Liang hasn't even needed to pop the ultimate yet. There it is, finally popping it. As he can look to chase onto Spider. Spider needs to get in the mech as quick as possible. Is able to do so as Wang Liang now looking for the heal. Shot number 1. Where is it going to be placed? Perfectly by Spider onto Wang Liang. He pushes up onto Wang Liang to try and chase him down. Try and stop some of this potting coming through. But it is going to be so hard for Spider. Spider himself now going to use this opportunity to heal while Wang Liang is going for the heal himself. Because now he's got that cannon. He's going to wait for an opportunity to use it and find that shot perfectly placed onto Wang Liang. Can he line that shot up again? No, not on this one. Yes, on that one, though. Gets a return shot out. D-Mex needs to jump in before Wang Liang gets the pot off, and it has just been a full reset on the fight. They've got 20 seconds. They find the counter. They get the damage down. The armor's basically gone. When I say basically gone, it's fully gone. Spider has the advantage in the fight. Can he keep the pressure up onto Wang Liang? It looks like the answer's going to be yes, as there we go. Wang Liang, 1 for Spider.
Yeah, WBG Spider able to come out on top, and he's going to be feeling good about this one here. Spider, the last time he goes into the realm of Yang and goes head-to-head with Wang Liang, it's Wang Liang who comes out on top. So Spider able to return that favor here in game number 5 and picks himself up a legendary set of dual blades. JJH JDG's Chu Zhang also able to pick himself up a Vermilion Bird's Might as well. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching from home, make sure if you don't have a copy of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, you head over to Steam and punch in one of these codes. Get yourself a copy of NARAKA BLADEPOINT so you can come play on the battlefield. And man, we got to talk about it. I don't know what happened, who picked up the elimination, but T225 is completely eliminated from this lobby, Jake.
That's rough. That's real rough for him, actually. We are looking at a Zhang Yu right now who's got the Romo Yang debuff on him, and Wang Liang also got that Romo Yang debuff on him. He just wants to get the Soul Bloom. I don't think he was able to pick it up. Chuz was able to deny it. So Wang Liang needs to win this fight, but he's already low HP. He's burnt a lot here. That is not what he needed. He needs to keep the pressure up, but he is struggling to do so. There's so many people in the area. He's chasing now on to Mike. Mike just getting out. He does not want to be dealing with an ulting Taka. He is just going to run away. It's Wang Liang unable really to do much as he's now got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on that debuff. Is able to heal himself back up, but needs to find himself a Soul Bloom as soon as possible.
Yeah, Wang Liang able to get a little bit of a reset, but like you said, still in trouble. WBG Spider coming in and picking up another elimination here is going to go to 3 eliminations and picks it up on Chu Zhang, the other winner of the Realm of Yang. But Wang Liang wants to turn that around onto Spider. Spider takes a bow shot. The pillar does come down. Wang Liang goes so low. I don't think there's any way. Wait! Oh my goodness! He might be able to pick this up. He actually picked up the elimination. He's able to get the Soul Bloom before the cannon shot kills him. Wang Liang holds on for dear life as he picks up a second elimination, and he picks up a much-needed Soul Bloom to get rid of that Yang depletion. He lives to fight another day, even if AOW's Mike and the rest of the lobby continue to pressure on Wang Liang. Wang Liang going to be forced to pop the ultimate here, going to be forced to take an armor swap into a white armor, but Spider runs it back, and JDC Chu Zhang shows up and picks up the elimination.
No way did Spider just salty run back it into Wang Liang and take him out. Spider was not a happy boy there. Oh, Wang Liang, you were denied your first Soul Bloom. You tried to get your second. And we'll see what happens to TT25. He had obviously armor swapped. Got himself in a fight versus Shen Yuan. And actually Shen Yuan on the Yoto. Just able to win this fight. And Shen Yuan, honestly, we've been singing his praises today. He's been having a good game.
Yeah, I mean, Shen Yuan very much having good games today. I think the thing about Shen Yuan, right, is he likes to kind of play these off-meta picks. And I hate to call Yoto off-meta, right? But it definitely a B-tier pick compared to the A-tier pick that Yodohime used to be. But Shen Yuan... Okay, yeah, she was S-tier for a long time. You're not wrong, but definitely a B-tier hero now. And you know what it is? Shen Yuan just has such a good core fundamentals that it doesn't really matter what hero they're playing. Even when they're playing Valda or they're playing Yodohime, they're able to kind of make some things happen, and they don't have big pop-off games, but I think if they continue to work on those sort of core fundamentals that they have and start playing some more of these meta picks and learning how to abuse the meta picks on top of their already strong NARAKA fundamentals, I think Shen Yuan could be a force to be reckoned with, man.
Okay, so here's a question. Do you reckon Valda or Yoto are better now? Because I'm inclined to say Valda. I feel like, even though you are completely correct about the ultimate, I feel the ultimate is the point of you can just tap dodge, kind of applicable to both of them. Both of them, it's I feel like people have just learned how to tap dodge Yoto ultimates, where Yoto actually doesn't feel anywhere near as impactful as it used to, ever since, I think, because they slowed the missile speed down in it, I believe.
I still think...
A while ago.
I'm
and Valda
still
bubbles actually allow you to pop. That's my argument for why Valda.
We'll go back to that in just a second, because I want to talk about this fight between Shen Yuan and Panda Man, because this is going to be a good one inside the realm of Yang. And Shen Yuan going to get some cannon shots off, but not able to actually land them onto Panda Man. Panda Man keeping the aggression. We see Shen Yuan try to go in here. There's the F that they were trying to avoid. Look at this. Crouches under the horizontal. Again, I'm talking about these fundamentals on Shen Yuan. Look at this. Uses the F3, gets a pot off, sees that the ult is in play, right? Wants to go airborne, but not too airborne. Is going to use the ult, not looking to to really like try to pop damage on Panda Man, because Panda Man is an ult going to be very easily able to avoid these, but it holds out the time for as long as possible. Actually finds some damage, and look at this, is just trying to avoid being infinited here by Panda Man, right? Trying to get the reset onto that F3 ability, and oh my goodness, Shen Yuan with the swap into the Greatsword, and there it is. The F3 comes back out. Panda Man, no ultimate charge left, no chance of the infinite coming out. We're going to see Chu Li also eliminated in the kill feed from the game here. Turning around with the left click here, coming through. Shen Yuan so close to it. Panda Man doesn't have the option to find that infinite. Shen Yuan comes out as if to answer your question for me. I think Yodohime is still better than Valda. This is being one of the cases of this, right? The bubble, it just doesn't buy you as much protection as the F3 does, right?
True.
In this situation,
the F3 only gives you what, 1 pot, and if they find an interrupt mid pot, that's it. You can't pot. That's my argument against it.
The problem with that though is the bubble doesn't even get you 1 pot, right? Because they can just take range shots at you and cancel you out the entire time. If you're Tarka, you can elbow the bubble and make it disappear entirely with iframes. You know, the wave as well. You know, Yodohime.
The wave's garbage. We all know
the wave. The wave absolutely garbage. And Yodohime's ultimate, if you make it to final circle, you can easily take control of final circle and pop 2-3 kills off, right? Because yes, in a 1v1, it's very tap dodgeable, right? But in the chaos of a final circle, you're gonna catch multiple people with that ultimate. Whereas if you're Valda, you might catch multiple people and pick them up with the ultimate. You get 1 spear, right? Realistically, you get 1 elimination. Yodo can get multiple eliminations going into those final circle sort of situations. If I had to put it, I'm gonna have to say Yodo is B tier, and unfortunately, Valda tier is she's a 3rd strung hero. She's a C tier hero right now, and it comes down to just, you know, fundamentals. The bubble just doesn't buy you the protection you need. And when it's gone, you've got nothing.
I think at some point, me and you are gonna have to do a tier list, because I'm curious where if you put Yoto in B tier, who's your A and S tier? And we won't have that discussion now because we probably should focus on the game. But I would be very curious to get your insight on that, because I've kind of got my tier list in my head. I'd be curious where your tier list sits at. As Panda Man, with this Realm of Yang debuff, needs to finish up Yoran here, get that Soul Bloom for himself, and get himself back in the game nice and safe. But Yoran is not making it easy for him. Is just trying to desperately catch on. They are slowly but surely chasing him down. Panda Man, while he would like the kill, more than anything just wants the Soul Bloom. Is able to cleanse himself of it, but immediately loses a big chunk of damage to Spider with those nunchucks. Not going to be able to do too much more. He just steps away.
Yeah, Dragon's Roar putting in a ton of work here for WBG. Spider goes for the infinite. Spider knows what's happening, uses the gold frames on the F there from Fairshade to just go ahead and say, look, I'm not going to let you infinite me out in the open like that, Panda Man. You can go ahead and get that idea out of your head. Zhu Zhang trying to go on to Panda Man, though. Panda Man here going to catch the uppercut into the grapple, into the charged right click there, the vertical coming through and doing a bit of damage to the Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang, though, turning around that legendary dagger, really putting in work, right? Panda Man, unfortunately, not going to find what he's looking for. Is Zhu Zhang just able to chunk through so much HP because of the weapon difference there. The legendary dagger versus the blue katana. Zhu Zhang just absolutely obliterates Panda Man in 2 combos. Unfortunate there for OUG's Panda Man. You know what? I'm going to call it. You know what I think it is with Panda Man?
What?
He hasn't wore the panda head since season 1.
That might be it. You might be right. Damn.
I really think he's cursed himself. He's Panda Man, and he hasn't wore the panda helmet since season 1. And I mean, this is Tarka, right? This is his hero, and here he is. He's not rocking the panda helmet, and I think it's costing him dearly here, because he's just not been able to perform like we're used to seeing Panda Man perform. Mike here, by the way, this is slick with the little ferrying the armors here, and he hides it kind of in that little culvert. So if he needs an armor swap, he knows where he can go get one, and it's kind of out of view from other players unless they're coming from that backside. And he knows he's the only one on the backside right now. So Mike kind of setting himself up for success here if he needs to go find an armor swap later into the game. Speaking of which, AOW's Mike to move all the way up into second place over T225 because T225 was eliminated early on into the game. Wang Liang also gone as well, really buying space for AOW's Mike and WBG Spider to move up in the positions here. Spider only 0.3 points behind T225 right now.
Everybody waiting around the Smora's Blessing. Who's actually going to pick it up? That's the real questions. We're seeing Shah and Chuz taking himself in a fight. Chuz, 5 kills in. He's feeling comfortable taking this fight, but I've taken that secondary shot from Shah's neck. May have to go for a reset. Shah actually also resetting himself, so doesn't push for the kill or the extra damage. Is quite happy with that one, but has now used that mech. Will demech a little bit earlier. Try and get some of that mech rage back quicker, but Chuz now feels like he can push up onto Shah. Does see Shah, does look to try and catch him out. Remember, got the golden dagger, so he's going to be able to do a lot of damage here as Shah chunked out heavily already. Dagger's doing a pretty significant amount of work. Is going to be able to catch Shah with the uppercut. Comes in with that backstab there. Looking forwards as Shah gets countered, gets chunked, and gets finished. That's Chuz with his 6th kill of the game. He is looking to climb up this ladder. Chuz was 3rd at one point, I believe, in this game. He was a player who we were like, this guy's performing today, but kind of had a little bit of a weaker and less impactful middle of the game. But Chuz honestly coming back 6 kills deep now. Definitely ruling the roost in this game number 5.
Yeah, absolutely. WBG Spider here. Again, looking to have a better game and has been improving ever since game number 3, right? They played a very aggressive game and they were able to find their footing. And I'm happy to see Spider really performing the way we're used to seeing Spider perform. Even if he's not been able to find that MVP yet, I think he's realizing, okay, I need to play that aggressive pace. That's where I'm comfortable. And of course, when you're playing that aggressive pace, he has so much more confidence. And when he has confidence in himself, he plays out of his effing mind, quite honestly. He literally just is one of the top players for a reason. If he has that confidence, he can come in and he makes incredible things happen. As we see him, and I do believe, I'm not quite sure, that's Chu Zhang going head-to-head here with Spider. Spider with the gold armor, Chu Zhang with that legendary dagger. Little gold for gold. If somebody were to pick up an elimination there, it would be huge for either of them, as they would both upgrade their situation. Railgun top side here as well, just trying to avoid those range shots from Spider. But Spider, with the Fire Soul Jade on the bow there, can actually deny space for Railgun to stand on top of this big pillar here. But Spider going to be forced to go down as Shen Yuan also taking range shots at Spider. Spider needs to find a little bit of a better situation for themselves. Looks like Spider also has advanced heal. He was able to pop a heal there, and it just slowly ticked up for him. And that advanced heal, very good in situations like this because he can pop the pot and then keep moving and get extra healing out of it. Not so great going into those sort of final circles where you want the healing to be present immediately and not tick up over time because of the way the zone tick works if you get caught out into the zone. Chu Zhang, top side here, still just bunny hopping around here on Matari. 6 eliminations under their belt. Chu Zhang today, been one of those players that's kind of always been towards the top, except for 1, maybe 2 games. I think they had 1-0 game, and they had 1 game that was like 2 or 3 points. But here, 6 eliminations. This has absolutely been an insane game for Chu Zhang. Also, Shen Yuan, 4 eliminations under their belt. Spider doing much better as well, keeping the momentum with 3 eliminations under the belt going into the final circle. They just need to not continue to see what we've seen from Spider today, which is where they kind of find themselves being the first one eliminated when we get towards those final spaces of the game. I'm not sure why that's been the case for WBG Spider. You know, we talk about his confidence and stuff, but typically he's able to take control of final circles, and he's not been able to find that sort of spacing today for himself. So maybe he can find it here in game number 5.
Absolutely. Well, 4 minutes left, 5 players left. Spider, honestly, one of the things I've noticed about him in the final circles when he makes it is he always rules the highest point on the map. Like, nobody ever is able to contest him. Right now, he just has a terrific view of the entire circle. Got those flame arrows. Will be forced down, unfortunately. Can't get a full repair off. Got hit by a bow shot mid-air there. But will be able to get himself an armor heal off and recover some HP. I say that, and immediately the lobby decide to give him the old T225 treatment and throw everything down at him. He is the ranged guy who everyone's just going to dump all of their shots into. He's able to dodge a lot of those shots, though, so Spider going to be able to hold on fast for a little bit longer, but cannon shots are coming in, and you see so much he can do with the range on the nunchucks.
You know, he's got Dragon's Roar here. That's going to buy him so much safety, right? Because that meter constantly filling because of the Soul Jade and the ability to go into Gold Focus. As long as he doesn't let himself get parried on that first frame, he's in Gold Focus. He can knock away range shots. If players try to aggressively push into him, they're just going to walk into a Gold Focus. It buys you so much safety in these final circles where every inch of space matters so much. So he's definitely happy about that particular situation for himself right now, and he's using it to his advantage. You saw him use it to block out some of those cannon shots, reduce the amount of damage that he was taking overall from all of these range shots, and because of that, he doesn't end up like T225 did in our previous game, where yes, he was on the receiving end of most of those range shots, but he was just able to use that Soul Jade to buy him some space and keep things moving along here. Needs to be very careful about how he swings it into players like AOW's Mike, that Takeda might want to walk up and try to mythic grab Spider out of that sort of Dragon's Roar, but thus far hasn't had it happen to him, and he's still sitting in a fairly decent situation. Mike, he knows that ability's on cooldown. We just saw Mike use the mythic grab not too long ago, but Spider still very wary of it. He doesn't want to end up in a situation where he sees those nunchucks go away and he can't utilize this Dragon's Roar, so he's just going to continue to buy himself space here. About Shen Yuan with that legendary Soul Jade on the dagger as well, looking to create some space here. Spider doing the same. We are on to zone 7, and we only have 35 seconds left before it fully collapses, and all heck breaks loose here in our 5th final circle of the day. Spider able to catch out Mike in that legendary Dragon's Roar, turning around that Gold Focus, doing so much work. Mike is going to be the next one out, and it's going to be Railgun who picks up the elimination here. Railgun with 6 eliminations under their belt as well. Both Chuzhang and TE's S Railgun coming alive here in game number 5. It might be a little too late for Railgun, but Chuzhang really locking in some points for themselves, moving up into the top 6 off the back of their performance here in a game number 5. Railgun looking to find something else. Spider looking to find some range shots here, potentially onto Shenwan. Needs to be careful about letting this go. He's able to find some hits onto Railgun. Railgun going to use that F3 to buy him the space out of that Gold Focus. Shenwan again putting in work there with the Dagger Soul Jade. Spider taking those range shots, walks out into it. He's going to be forced to pop the F to immediately get away. He's going to go ahead and pop the mech up here. Smart choices from WBG Spider, knowing that he's the only Fairy Shay left alive in the lobby here. He needs to be careful because of those Yodo ultimates, though. Look at this, just kind of hopping around from all of this Yodo damage, but it doing a ton of damage to his armor. He's going to be forced to de-mech here. Spider looks to go for it, doesn't find another elimination, does lock out Chuzhang, though. Spider picks up Shen Yuan, almost gets Shen Yuan, or sorry, almost gets Chuzhang. Not quite there, but of course Chuzhang with 7 eliminations and a first place finish will be walking away the MVP for game number 5.
Oh my word, Chuz actually won that. That was so tight, actually, that final moment. I was convinced Spider was finally going to get his MVP. And you can see a bit of frustration, honestly, on Spider. You know, he finally had a good game again, but it's not another win. It's again, a denial for him. And he is denied from taking that game because Chuz just came alive right at the end. Absolutely big ending to that game. TT25, a rough game again, though. A 1-pointer, a really, really rough game.
I wouldn't say Chu Zhang came alive in the final circle. He came to final circle with 6 eliminations. He just picked up an extra one in the final fight.
Sorry.
So Chu Zhang
Chuz played really well all game and then got a win at the end. He does a very deserved win. Sorry, I probably should be clearer. Spider probably a bit annoyed about that one though. Let's be real. He's going to be a little bit frustrated. Chuz just had a really, really good game the whole time, and Spider was basically on catch up. And Mike was also playing pretty good in that game, if I remember correctly as well. So, you know, there was a lot of things that were kind of just denying them any opportunity to actually take that win, because even if Mike hadn't gone out, if Mike had stayed in that game later, there was a world where maybe he could have popped off and taken over that game. It was a weird Holoroth game, because it felt like it went on for quite a while, even though it went on as long as a normal NARAKA game. It's because the stages of that game were very distinct and very different. I feel like the current NARAKA meta and the way the game's played, the way I actually really enjoyed to watch it, is it's a continuous flow. You kind of have your first fights into your Roma Yang fights, into like the depletion phase, into like late game. But like those phases all were there, but just distinctly unique and quite standoutish. Like that early game was a bit of a bloodbath. There was a lot of people who dropped on top of each other. It was Railgun who got 3 kills to start it off as well. TT25 drew first blood in that game as well. And then the Roma Yang kicked off. And there was like, it almost felt like there was like a full stop. And we're on to the next paragraph. And then we're on to Roma Yang and the debuff stuff around that. And honestly, that bit didn't feel like there was a lot. There were some pretty cool moments in the Roma Yang stuff, but like, it didn't feel like a standout moment. And normally that's quite a standout moment. And then kind of moving into like the depletion phases and all of that, and into the next Roma Yangs, again, kind of felt a little hollow. And then we moved into that kind of big final paragraph, which was that final circle. And it was just capitalizing on the kills he'd picked up at the beginning of that game. And there he is, taking the win. And Shen Yuan coming in second place, getting himself 11 points off his 6 kills. Railgun with 6 kills as well. I mean, Spider came 4th in a game where, honestly, if you hadn't seen the scoreboards, you would have just assumed he was taken first.
Look, Spider played this very well. I think, you know what? I think today has been a very important lesson for WBG Spider. And it's the lesson of consistency. And Spider has either been an all or nothing player all season, all championship, you know, coming back to the new season. That's been Spider's play style. It's all or nothing because of his mental. But today he's learning the importance of consistency. He's coming in these last couple games, these last 2 games, he's been consistently aggressive. That aggression has paid off for him. He's had 3 games back to back that weren't massive pop-off games. But if you look at where he is on the scoreboard, he's like 3rd or 4th on the overall scoreboard right now because of these good, consistent games. And if he has a pop-off game in the final game, he could see himself walking away the bi-weekly champion. And if he has a consistency game, he's either going to be 2nd or 3rd place. This is a lesson that Spider hasn't learned as a player, I think, yet, because we've never seen him this sort of the middle of the pack, 2nd or 3rd place every game. It's always been all or nothing. So at the end of the day, no matter what happens, I think Spider learned a valuable lesson today as a player, and hopefully we get to see that coming forward for him in the later weeks.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm hoping this season's been a bit of a learning curve for him, because, you know, I think with the return of Mike, and also just honestly an improvement across the board on the whole league, Mike can't just coast on, Spider can't just coast on like raw talent and like his ability to kind of control tempo, because his ability to control tempo is gone, because everybody has learned tempo control and like understanding the tempo of the game. So like one of his major tools is now denied on him. So it's interesting to see, but you know, his raw talent isn't the only thing that he can rely on in this game. Everybody, I think it really, really boils down to everybody in this game has really improved. I feel like the level of the player base, at least in the Nbpl, I can't really speak for solo queue, but at least in the Nbpl has been lifted up. And Chuz, someone who we've been singing I can't remember the word now. Singing praises. There we go. Singing praises off all day. It's been a long day. has finally got himself a win under his belt, and he has honestly been playing very, very well today. He's been a solid podium player for a lot of the day. And I think it's within the realm of possibility that he might be able to get himself into a relatively high-standing spot by the end of the day. I don't think first is achievable for him, but I think third is very realistic for Ches by the end of the day. I really do. I think this guy has just stepped up phenomenally today.
I agree with you.
You
I
can
think
tell
it's
that
very
April
possible.
Fool's has got to me now. Like the extra game, I'm in 6th game mode now, and I'm like, oh my god, we still got one more.
Well, the big thing for Zhu Zhang as well is he just got this MVP, but it's the highest scoring MVP of the day, right? He walked away with a 13.7, I believe, and the second highest behind that was an 11-point game. And in solos, that's quite a big gap. It's the difference in almost 4 points for our boy Zhu Zhang here, and honestly, huge for him. But we have a video for you guys, and then we're gonna come back in for game number 6, and we're gonna crown our second bi-weekly solos champion.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
In a battle royale set in the ancient Far East, it's only reasonable that the next weapon in the game is a glowing stick. No, I'm just kidding. Introducing the lightsaber. Feel the beat with your lightsaber in this unique gameplay. This would absolutely make a perfect VR game. Or is there one already? Nothing says I am your father quite like a good counter. The new Soul Jade is quite disarming. With your lightsaber, create a holiday resort. With the comfy hot springs and chaotic battlefield nearby, you'll have no problem relaxing, even though it's definitely not a trap.
Oh my god, it's Kurumi! She's so amazing! The greatest healer, always cheerful, and she's so cute!
Forget that hat. Balloon dog, army knife, baguette, and fish? Somebody's eyes must be pretty red. A new weapon, the lightsaber, will be available in NARAKA BLADEPOINT on April 2nd. Don't try this at home.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 6th and final game of the day. We can see the overall scoreboards right now. Honestly, Trailgun he's got my heart. Like, he's been playing so... I don't want to say well, because it has been on and off. You can see from the scoreboard he has been a little on and off today, but he's just had these moments, these glimmers of greatness. And this is obviously not going to be his bi-weekly, but I think he is somebody who has now put his name down as someone I want to be watching for future bi-weeklies. Genuinely is someone who could take first is a very optimistic outlook, but make it towards a high-end spot in the table. I think that's a very fair and reasonable expectation from him. But as you can see, Wang Liang is now at the top. Shen Yuan has moved into second. Do you know what's made me happy is I believed in Shen Yuan at the beginning of today. I said, there's a world where this guy might actually look quite good. This is way better than I expected. I need to mark that with this. He's currently tied with Spider on 39.4 points, but he is merely just over a point behind Wang Liang. Like, I was like, when I was like, yeah, Shen Yuan might be someone to watch today, I was kind of thinking 4th, maybe 5th. Not second, not tied with Spider, and just under a point behind Shen Yuan. Mind blown, expectations smashed. Shen Yuan, I believe. Give me the upset victory.
I love seeing Shen Yuan where they're at as well. I think it's really cool. We had 3 players in the last game walk away with 6 eliminations. That's kind of huge. Like all the kills really stacked on them in WBG Spider. Man, why are we always so blessed, Jake, going into the final game of these bi-weekly finals? The top 4, top 5 is super tight. We've never had like a clear front runner going into any of these bi-weekly finals. It's always like it comes down to the very last moment of the very last game to determine who's going to be the winner. And we're here yet again. I feel like there's got to be a week eventually where we come into game 6 and we're like, yeah, okay, somebody's already locked in that victory position.
I have a theory. I've had a theory on this for a while, because this is, we've said this before, but you know, the bi-weekly finals are always tight. They're always tight. We'll get onto that conversation in a second, because if you want to grab yourself some treasures, you answer this question: who is leading the scoreboard right now? Now, you were just shown this. So if you don't know the answer, take a long, hard look at yourself and feel very bad, because you won't be getting anything. Is it A, WBG's Spider, B, AOW's Mike, C, XCG's Wang Liang, or D, GS's T225? I'll give you a clue. It's not 225. He's not had a great day so far. But one of the other 3, put your answer in. Make sure you do check your whisper boxes and your DMs. Otherwise, you might miss that treasure. And if you weren't paying attention literally 30 seconds ago, too bad, skill issue. Going back to our previous point on why things get so tight here at the Nbpl, I think we literally just revealing the answer immediately. I think the reason why that the league is always so tight is the score multiplier. Because I've covered other battle royales. I've covered things from PUBG to Fortnite over the years. None of those use a skill multiplier. None of them. They go your kill points and then a placement like set point. Now, having the placement set point being lower, but then increasing with a skill multiplier, encourages early action and early aggression and not camping and hiding, which you see in a lot of other battle royales, where people will just wait for final circle and then try and get a couple of kills and then like a good placement point, because placement points are typically quite high in other battle royales. But here, the placement point's only like 5 at max, which is fairly low. And then it's all in that kill multiplier. So yeah, you want the kill multiplier. Yeah, you want the placement point, but you actually need to, you can't just rely on getting first and saying, oh, we'll get enough points from first and like 2 kills. You need to have enough points to carry that over. And I think because of that, it forces aggression. So even the good players have bad games, but even the bad players is such a bad term, but even the less performing players, there we go, the lesser performing players, they can have good games and they can upset the apple cart. So I feel you see like a lot of shifting in the tables, hence why it always comes down to that final game.
You know, this is something I want to sing the praises of the NARAKA devs here for a second, because honestly, back in the day, our point system was exactly like you talked about, where placement points actually mattered more than kill points. And this was something that the devs took a lot of feedback from the community on. And that's how we ended up with this kind of multiplier for the kill points and the reduced point value on those placement points. And like you said, it's been so good. It encourages that early game aggression. It encourages, you know, these players not to just kind of rat out to the final end. And you'll hear me, because of that, before talking about these players who'll get to final circle and they've got no kills, and you're just like, what's the point? Like, you're gonna walk away in solos. The maximum amount of placement points you can get is 4. If you got 0 kills, we had a player who got a first place finish and got 4 placement points, but had 0 eliminations. That multiplier, that 1.6 multiplier, 1.6 times 0 is 0, man. Like, you're not getting anything for really getting that placement. You have to come through. But taking a look here, there's gonna be a very Tarka heavy lobby. We're gonna see quite a few of these lovely Mataris coming through as well. No surprises, Spider has a second Faria Shea game that they can play here, so they're going to be playing Faria into this game. Don't blame them whatsoever for this decision. And kind of smart from WBG Spider here is that there's only one other player who has Faria available. That's going to be Zhang Yu here. Spider waited all the way until his 5th and 6th game to play Faria, knowing that many of these players were probably going to play her early. And now he kind of gets to dominate the lobby as one of the only Farias here. We're going to see a Takeda coming through from Chu Li. And for the rest of this, it's really just Tarkas and Mataris, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very Tarka... Tamaka? Tamar... I'll figure out a combo name for them at some point. The early morning delusion is setting in hard. Ooh! Do you remember that bloodthirsty game we just had? I think, methinks, we might have a bloodthirsty game. And typically when everyone spawns up here, it means the first circle is very northern. And that means a couple of things. First of all, no, they're not going to be talking with like Liverpudlian accents or anything. What it does mean is it means that circle will actually be off the map at some points potentially, which in return then means that you actually have less space to work with, which means you then have less resources to kind of gather, which means people get quite scrappy. They get feral in this situation. We'll have to see, but this is going to be one bloodthirsty start to game number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting because all of these gold zones are grouped very together. And like you said, you either get a final circle that's extremely northern, or you get one that's very southern, and we get to watch these players constantly pushed into each other as the circles force them south away from these northern spawning points. Chu Zhang gonna pick up an elimination already onto Zhang Yu here. More than happy to walk away with that kill, and decides I'm gonna go pick some loot where it's a little safer. There's quite a few players here. WBG Spider now going head to head with TE's railgun, quite literally railing WBG Spider. Spider turning it around on them though with an armor swap into a parry, and Railgun gonna regret their decision as they get sent back to the Soul Altar.
I love our little percentage of like their percentage chance to win. So Wang Liang right now on a 26.4% chances. Mike is getting booted to the face. Shah, we've been pretty critical of him, and I think rightly so. Let's see if he can at least play upset here and deny Mike anything. I say that, and then Mike gets a counter off onto him with the parry, but now he's being knocked up, juggled. Mike is low HP, and Shah already denying Mike a life, and that is going to play real upset here as Wang Liang being chased onto. All of the front runners are just getting absolutely slammed, but Spider. Spider was the only one who was able to get a kill as Reki running down Wang Liang. Wang Liang using the building and the windows in the terrain to try and just avoid away
but that is not the fight or start he wanted. Shen Yuan now looking to get himself into a fight here versus Spider. Remember, they are within chances of taking first, and they want to win this game. They've got the fireball. Spider eats it straight to the face. The second fireball is ready. The mech gets called in, slamming down. Shen Yuan goes in for the second fireball. Spider, low HP. Shen Yuan's low as well. He's got to dodge away on these shots, these cannon shots. There's one. The tree eats the second one. He's going to heal up. Spider's low HP. Can Shen get the damage in? Using the musket onto Spider. He's going for the full heal up as he's going to go for the armor swap out. Spider looking for the cannon shot. Misses on one. Misses on the second one thanks to the boulder. And the mech will be timing out fairly soon. Shen Yuan just getting a little bit more damage down onto Spider as he's going for the full heal, as now he's going to chase Spider down. He's still got a fireball ready to throw down as he's lost a bit of that armor initially. Spider takes a musket shot, gets the counter, gets the kickback. Shen Yuan's down. Spider finds the kill.
Spider able to pick up a second elimination of the game, and this is exactly what Spider needs as he moves into first place with a 36.6% chance of winning it all. Could Spider come back against all odds? Able to pull back the mental, comes in, plays aggressive in game 3, finds the pacing he's looking for, but right now getting chased down by Panda Man and JJH's Chu Li, and Chu Li going to be on a tear after WBG Spider, man. Chu Li has died to WBG Spider first in all 3 of our last games here. So knowing that WBG Spider, one of the only players left who's capable of playing Faria, sees a Faria, he's hungry to come in and pick it up. WBG Spider gets picked up by OUG's Panda Man, and AOW's Mike eliminated by EWG's Yuan. That's it for Mike. He now has a 0% chance of winning as he's been completely eliminated here in our game at number 6. Panda Man keeping it going on Chu Li as well, able to get down below. Gonna use those charged left clicks, those uppercuts to start pumping damages. Wants to go in onto Chu Li, gonna be forced to pop the ultimate and walk away. Panda Man, of course, 2 games in a row on his favorite hero in the entire game, Tarka G. Able to find the reset he wants. Going to go ahead and end the ultimate. Wang Liang just chilling topside over here at T225, trying to turn things around here onto Alliance Jin. T225 with only a 5% chance of winning this game after a poor performance in game number 5. Is going to back off of this fight. Surprisingly, he finds an armor swap, goes topside, but now he's got to figure out where Jin's gone, and Jin going to be taking a full reset as he runs in to the lovely Moonbane here. AOW Mike and Yiron as we turn back to this Tarka on Tarka fight here. Going head to head. This is where Yiron able to catch Mike out into the infinite. Mike doesn't have the ult to pop because he's already in it. And Yiron drops the infinite, but it doesn't matter. He just needs to find a single hit here onto AOW's Mike. Mike's still holding the ultimate, but it goes down as Yiron lands the grapple and comes in. And that was it for AOW's Mike. Yiron now looking to do the same to T225.
Yiron now being juggled back a little bit here as T225 needs to find those chances. He's got a 5.4% chance of winning today's finals. He was a player who we said to watch at the beginning of the day, and he has underperformed as he takes a quick step on Yuran's head, drops off, and he's spending a lot of time trying to chase this one kill. He needs to start putting some kills together and pretty quick if he wants any hope of winning this game, as Yuran gonna block back. He's just waiting for the block out for the moment. Steps forward. Armor swap comes in. There's the counter. Yuran slides forward. T225 pops the ultimate in response, and now he's caught in the air, trying to catch onto Yuran in response. He's got the katana. Can he catch him in the infinite in response as they are just waiting each other out? It is a patience game as T225 is on the back. Yuran's got him in the infinite. Up he goes and down he goes. He is out.
Yiron able to turn that around. He pops him into the uppercut, doesn't have the ultimate popped yet, so he's forced to back off, drops the potential infinite, and then pops the ultimate, catches him out with the elbow into the uppercut, and then just follows it up. T225, unfortunately, while he's being juggled, just knows that his game's already over. He's already popped his ultimate. He's got no way to escape the inevitable infinite that is followed up there by our boy Yiron, and T225 has got to be kicking himself as he's eliminated, and all chance of winning the bi-weekly finals goes away to one of our bottom 2 players in today's performance. Yiron has not had a good day whatsoever, and that kill able to bring him into the double digits for the first time. Unfortunately, it's at the cost of T225's game here as we head over to our Realms of Yang. OUG going head-to-head with EWG, and Shen Yuan from Bao Da and GG Sha going head-to-head as well. Shen Yuan on the Tarka here as well as GG Sha. Very Tarka-heavy lobby. And instant parry coming in on Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan forced to pop the ultimate, and this puts him in a very scary situation because if he's able to land the potential infinite here, Sha can just pop the ultimate and break free. Sha's going to go ahead and pop his ultimate, though, so if either of them catch the other one out now, that is going to be it. They're going to be landed in the infinite. We see GG Sha kind of going for an old tactic here, that jump right-click there with the spear that was nerfed heavily on Tarka that we saw during the World Championship because it was able to put in so much work with the follow-up elbow into it. Unfortunately, it has since been nerfed. Sha getting a little bit of mileage out of it, but not kind of the infinite loop we're used to seeing or that we saw during the World Championship. Sha just making the spear work here for his Tarka gameplay, though, as he picks up the elimination onto Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan still has hopes of being our bi-weekly champion, but he's going to have to go find himself a Soul Bloom Essence if he wants to get rid of that Yang depletion.
That was a hard start for someone who is in chances of taking first there. Now having to get that Soul Bloom, get rid of that Yang depletion. And honestly, just starts with an amazing counter. Sha just opens with the counter and just that's it. It's donezo already. Really, really rough. The Spider currently in first place. I don't know how much information they have on their current standing. I'm sure Spider is aware that somewhat he's in danger. Oh, hold the phone. Sha and Shen Yuan find each other once again. This time, Shen Yuan doesn't open by getting countered as he's trying to avoid a way onto Sha here, looking to catch him out. They are trying to get the damage off. The ultimate's already popped by Shen Yuan. Sha loses a fair chunk of HP already. Not too much yet. The armor's low. Ult gets popped by Sha in response to Shen Yuan, trying to keep the pressure up onto Sha. Misses that first fireball. Does have the second one in the wings, ready to throw down if he can connect onto it. Shen Yuan already losing a fair amount of HP. Sha getting some pressure down. Fireball goes wide again. It's going to be on cooldown now for a little bit longer. No, he's got that third. I'm an idiot. Shen Yuan trying to keep the pressure up, but his armor's low. He's in a dangerous position as he's actually losing out on this fight. As Panda Man's actually come in, and Shen Yuan is out of opportunities. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. I don't think he's going to be able to go for the reset. He's desperately trying to get throughout the window, but it's going to be so hard as Panda Man keeping the pressure up. He's scale rushing away constantly, Fireball chasing after, and somehow Shen Yuan's able to get the reset off of Sha. Turns his attention towards Panda Man. They've caught each other's attention instead, and they are just going to step away. Shen Yuan in a bit of a panic, down in armor, only rocking the gray. Needs to get some better armor, some better gear, but he only has 2.5 minutes left before he is just out of this game. And Panda Man with golden weapons and golden gear is going to chase him down, and there is no opportunity. He's just being two-man by Sha and Panda Man. Can he turn the attention is the question. Fireball connects onto Panda Man. He's going to look for that second one, but he's just too low. That's him out. Shen Yuan out of the running, and Spider probably breathing a sigh of relief as now only Wang Liang is the only person who's a real threat to him right now.
Here we see JDG's Chu Zhang pick up an elimination on Chu Li from JJH, and that's going to be it for JJH as well. Panda Man just getting blitzed down by GG Sha here. Sha with 4 eliminations under his belt. Sha, a player we talked about, but now caught out in the infinite by Panda Man, and Panda Man doesn't drop these. Panda Man, the god of Tarka himself, 1 HP to Dream, catches GG Sha out. Sha, no place to go with the white katana, gets juggled to death by OUG's Panda Man.
That might be the longest infinite I've seen. We've seen so many of them from Panda Man, but that one was so clutch, so important. And he pulls it off absolutely flawless from Panda Man. Shame he has 0% chance of winning the bi-weekly, but that is a hype way to end your final game.
Oh my goodness. OUG's Panda Man making it happen there. You know what? GG Sha, though, 4 eliminations under his belt already. Where's the Sha been all day? It's too late, man. Like, you're at the bottom of the pack. And here we are, game 6, man. WBG Spider playing very smart here. He knows he's in a fairly decent situation. He hasn't seen Wang Liang's name pop up on the kill feed at all this game. and he's just playing it safe. He's got 2 eliminations under his belt. He wants to take him to late game. He knows how tight this is. And again, I think he's learned an important lesson today about that level of consistency. And just every game doesn't have to be all or nothing for WBG Spider, right? He can play these level of consistency games and still do very well. And there's very much a realm where he plays that consistency game here in Game 6 and walks away our bi-weekly champion.
Yeah, absolutely. So keep our eye though, because I actually do believe Mike's still in the game as well. No, he's okay. His name was, that was really confusing. His name was on the map when we were looking at it. I was like, I thought it was eliminated. Saw him on the mini map, but no, I think that might just be a bug. Might be a spectator ghost showing up. But for now, it is just a waiting game. And yeah, I think for Spider, he knows that Wang Liang's not popping off, so he doesn't need to pop off in response. He knows he has the control. He just needs to basically survive till a later point in the game and look to play around that. The only problem is with this playstyle, he won't have that much gear going into that final circle. He doesn't want to risk a Roma Yang. I think that's perfectly understandable, but again, it does come out across. There's Shah and Panda Man, the two who teamed up to deny Shen any opportunity to win today's bi-weekly. Now find themselves opponents, and Shah opens with another counter. Can this guy stop landing counters? He is just on it today. Using that spear so effectively. Panda Man using the nunchucks, a weapon we know that Panda Man is a favor of using. Is going to quickly switch out to the ultimate to try and avoid away on Shah. He is at a disadvantage in as far as his armor goes. Shah still has his armor to work with. Panda Man at a deficit. Looking for an opportunity to find himself a kill or two, catching him out with the nunchucks, getting a good chunk of damage out, but the return does come in from Shah. They're both relatively low HP with each other, but Shah is losing this fight pretty hard now. Panda Man turns it around.
Panda Man, that's twice he's come out on top of this fight with GG Shah. He caught him out in the Infinite with the Grey Kit. This lobby is in danger.
Yikes.
OUG's Panda Man opens the box in the realm of Yang and upgrades that gray katana to a legendary katana. Things are about to get very heated because OUG's Panda Man very hungry right now. He's sitting down in the 10th position here, but he is playing his favored Tarka and finds himself with a legendary katana. He has a 0% chance of walking away the overall victor here today, but he can move significantly up in places here, because it is top 10 who walk away with those coveted placement points towards going towards the World Cup here, and he is currently in 10th position. Every elimination he picks up from here is going to continue to bring him higher and higher here in the overall standings, and he's going to need every single placement point he can get to go to Worlds. If you remember, OUG's Panda Man, he missed the opportunity to compete in the World Championship last year by a single elimination. It all came down to his final game, and he was not able to find it, that last kill that he desperately needed. So Panda Man doesn't want to find himself in a similar situation this year. So even if he can't win today, he desperately wants to put as many of those placement points on the board as he can in this bi-weekly final, and he's going to need every single one so that he doesn't end up not going to the World Championship for a second year in a row. GG Shah coming in heavily onto Panda Man here with that legendary dagger. But Panda Man's won this fight twice already, right? He also has the buff here this time around. He's got that 25% damage reduction. Shah sitting in the F. Panda just giving chase here. Shah trying to find that charged right click. Those dagger downs onto Panda Man, not quite able to find it. He's going to be forced to go ahead and pop the ultimate, and now both of them going to turn on each other here in the ult. But it is OUG's Panda Man who continues to find the damage onto Shah. Shah just trying to find anything he desperately can, but Panda Man, we're going to see F for F here. Panda Man sees the F come out from Shah. Panda Man just F's up. Shah knows that he's going to be forced out of it here. We do see Shah find an armor swap, but so does Panda Man. Panda Man going to see the ultimate ending here, and Shah needs to take advantage of this situation. While he hasn't, this could be it. Shah could finally find the victory he needs in this fight, and there it is. Shah will finally come out on top, and unfortunately, that's going to be it for OUG's Panda Man.
Oh, poor Panda Man. There was a world. There was a chance, but he was denied. Spider still on top of the ballista right now as Reki comes up to just play
pay tribute. Chelsea still has a 5% chance to win this, by the way. So there is a world. But Chelsea is actually playing this fairly tame, fairly calm. He knows he's currently in 6th place. There's honestly not a massive chance that somebody can surpass him. Now that Pandaman's out as well, who had like a bunch of kills. I guess Shah? No, Shah can't get that many points. That's a lot of points. I mean, mathematically, yes. Yeah, mathematically he can. But like, he has to kill everybody in this lobby now if he wants to do that and take first. But realistically, Chelsea, you know, the higher he places here, the more placement points, first of all, towards Worlds, the more money he gets as well, because obviously the bi-weeklies have a prize pool as well. So there's a lot on the line here for these players, and just maybe not willing to risk contesting first, instead saying, I can play for like 4th or 3rd here, potentially. It's very within the realms of possibility for him. We actually could see Shen Yuen shift into 4th after this game, depending on how Chuz plays.
Good to see here. WBG Spider still just holding up top where that ballista is. He does not want to risk going out and being eliminated early here. Wang Liang has the option to go out and take some fights here, but we are down to top 9. Zone 3 getting ready to collapse onto Zone 4. There aren't going to be any more of these Realms of Yang. So Wang Liang, if he wants to win this, he really needs to go out and start pressuring some eliminations here. If he even picks up 1 elimination, he will find himself tied in percentage for taking the bi-weekly here away from WBG Spider, and we would love to see Wang Liang make his comeback today. WBG Spider, though, also, I mean, dude coming alive in game number 3, learning some hard lessons today. No matter what, even if WBG Spider doesn't take the overall bi-weekly champion, I can say I'm proud in his performance today. Just the fact that he's just been able to play some consistency games for himself for the first time ever. I love this, by the way. Wang Liang just denying everybody the box by setting it on fire. It says, look, if you want it, you're gonna have to take some tick. Chu Zhang able to slide in, get that legendary armor, and just get right on out. He's like, hey, yo, I'm gonna take that. Cool, bye.
He got the weapon as well, I think. He got the katana.
Yeah, I do believe he picked up the legendary katana as well. Which is really good, given how many Tarkas are in this lobby. The last thing he wants those Tarkas to have is a legendary katana under his belt. Sure enough, there it is, the legendary katana chilling in his backpack there. Wang Liang got a lot of work to do. 9 players still left alive in this lobby, though, so lots of opportunities for Wang Liang to pick up some eliminations. The problem for Spider right now is he's very behind in terms of gear.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is what we noted was like he was playing safe, but safe comes at a cost, typically. Especially when we kind of noted it at the beginning of the game. These circles are way smaller just due to the fact that we were fairly north at the beginning of the game, so there was less resources in the game. And Spider didn't want to contest a Mora's Blessing. And so Wang Liang, actually, this could be his opportunity to kill Spider here. Spider trying to turn it around, gets the armor swap out. The Spider now taking a whole bunch of shots from all different angles. If he goes down, Wang Liang could take first. This could be really rotten for Spider. I think the only saving grace was I don't think Wang Liang knows exactly who Spider is because he can't see the names. So there's a world where he goes, okay, I won't push it on that guy. If he knew that was Spider, there was definitely a world where he pushed just to get Spider out of the game.
Well, you know, unfortunately here, Spider ends up taking some shots, but not everybody in the lobby positioned to put the pressure onto Spider because of this big cliff over here. So he knew there was an angle where he wasn't going to have to worry about taking those range shots, and he just pushes up to the tower. He plays it very smart. I don't think there's really a world there where anybody can pressure WBG Spider too much. If somebody had landed maybe 1 or 2 more of those range shots as he was trying to escape, then yes, I potentially see some of these players pushing in, but unfortunately they didn't land those range shots, and it pays off dividends for WBG Spider as he's just able to slip along that ledge where he doesn't have to worry about too much of a threat from range shots. Because yes, there might be players down below here, but shooting up at that angle, it's pretty hard for them to hit Spider. And if they do manage to land a shot, he just has to walk a little to the left, and he's avoiding basically all of the damage coming from down below. So he positioned very well. He slid in, he got the armor that he really wanted there, which he desperately needed, quite honestly. We're going to turn here. I think we actually saw this fight. Not quite sure why we're getting a replay, but Yiran here has picked up quite a few kills here. He actually took out AOW's Mike and T225. You know, here we go. The infinite there coming out from Yiran. Shah here on the replay who was able to pick up Shen Yuan here. Wang Liang really needs to just go ahead and find something here. He needs to commit to something. Spider getting caught out here by some range shots, as well as Ventus's Reki. The attention being turned on to Reki, though, because the health damage coming through. I do believe somebody has the musket soul jade that allows them to shoot through the armor straight to the HP. Reki going very low. There's not a world where Reki survives this. He's so low, and it's JDG's Xu Zhang who actually picks up the elimination and goes up to an 8.7% chance to be able to walk away our bi-weekly champion. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to make it happen.
He's reeling it in. Just avoiding away. He does actually see Zhang Yu inside the building. Zhang Yu goes, oh, where did he see you in here? Sorry. And steps away. Xu Zhang is just going to move away for himself. Wang Liang needs to try and line up these bow shots, but now he's actually the one taking shots in response. It's getting hairy right now for Wang Liang. But he is just playing this game as a waiting game, waiting for the circle to be closer and hoping he can put a bunch of kills together and hoping that Spider doesn't put even more together as Jin taking a whole bunch of shots here. He's opening up onto Shah, but not able to really do too much. As Zhang Yu coming in with that staff, and Jin just taking constant shots from all over. Xu Zhang getting a whole bunch of damage off onto Jin as they are going to come in with a counter. Able to just buy himself a bit of space, but everybody is grappling on. It's that sharks with blood in the water, as you noted before. Wang Liang trying to find the kill, and there it is. Spider with the bow shot, able to secure himself his third kill and denying Wang Liang and another opportunity to take first. This is such a tight lobby.
Yeah, this really isn't good for Wang Liang. Wang Liang here playing kind of his safety game, right? He's locked into Matari, and Matari aggressively early into the mid game is able to put together kills, but final circle's not really where Matari excels. And WBG Spider is on Fariache here, which means they have a massive chance to take control of this final circle because they will be one of the only mechs there. I do believe Zhang Yu is still in the game as well. The only other Fariache here also has a mech, but it's basically between these two for taking control of the final circle. There's a couple of Tarkas still in it as well, but they really don't have that sort of space or opportunity to take control like Fariache will in these final moments. Fariache. And we're going to see that pay dividends for WBG's Spider. Wang Liang needs to see Spider eliminated like fairly soon for him to really have a chance at making anything happen. And unfortunately for Wang Liang, like I said, the hero he's playing is an early to mid-game hero if you want to pick up these eliminations. If he burns the resources of his teleport and his backstab now, just to pick up a single elimination, he finds himself completely vulnerable to the lobby because of how small this zone is. And we do see zone 6 collapsing onto zone 7. Spider has, of course, positioned himself very well in the top of this tree. So not really at threat of being eliminated here. He finds another tree for himself as well. Gonna lose that tree, though, as the zone is continuing to collapse down onto zone 7. There will be one tree left in this sort of final zone space for WBG Spider to maintain here. Xu Zhang, though, catches an uppercut onto Spider and sends him in the zone, but Spider gonna quickly find his footing back into this sort of tree here, trying to utilize the dagger here just to create the kind of space that he wants. You see he starts to charge up that left click there as he's falling. He uses that by tap dodging away, and then at the very top of the tap dodge, getting that left click to start charging and using it to go vertical once again to get space on the tree. Spider gonna lose most of his armor. Railgun gonna be forced to teleport into the zone. Goes extremely low. Yiran looking to capitalize on it, as well as many of these other players like Zhang Yu also onto Yiran. Yiran very, very low. Wang Liang trying to catch somebody out. Railgun getting picked up by Spider yet again, and Wang Liang sees their chances of winning dwindle lower and lower. GG Shah picks up the elimination on to Yiran. Wang Liang, man, he's got to make something happen here and now. He needs to start picking up some of these eliminations. We're going to see the first mech come through here from the likes of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu on the back foot, being chased down by multiple of these players. Spider's going to find some resources he desperately needs. Wang Liang in the tree, going to get sent flying here off the back of a charge left click from a dagger coming out. Zhang Yu extremely low. Somebody looking to pick it up, and it looks like it's going to be GG Shah. But no, Xu Zhang is able to find the elimination and goes to 4. Xu Zhang's going to need so many eliminations if he wants to walk away the champion here, but there is a world where he definitely moves into top 3. WBG Spider here, there it is. The mech comes out. Nobody can really do anything about it. Wang Liang goes airborne here. What can anybody do? This is exactly what I talked about. This is textbook. You have to try to wait it out, but it's a little too late for that. As it's the final circle, you got to put some damage onto Spider. All these players have taken so much damage. Spider trying to find anything. Looks like he's going to find Xu Zhang, but no, Sha is able to pick up that elimination. Looks like he might pick up Wang Liang. Oh my goodness. There's nothing anybody can do. WBG Spider walks away the MVP for this game and will walk away your second bi-weekly solos champion here for the Nbpl.
That was that literally came down for like fractions, and there was a moment where Xu Zhang, he was on like 0.9%, got a kill, and went straight back up to 4%, and it was like, you need to kill Spider. Spider just mechs up, just gatekeeps the floor, and everyone is just jumping up and down trying to avoid and wait out the mech. He then goes, fine, I'll do it myself. Takes up into the sky, jumps down, cannon form, bam, bam, it's all donezo. Absolutely clutch coming in from Spider.
大鹏一日同风起，扶摇直上9万里， 让我们
once the
恭喜
wind
本
blows,
周
we
的
just
单排
gonna
周决
have
冠
the
军，
new king for the bi-weekly final solo game, which is WBG Spider.
非常精彩的一个周决的对抗。那么今天的一个
Very interesting game today.
熟悉的那位冠
And
军
let
选手
Spider
又
just
再次
come to the
来到了
center
我
of
们
the
的
stage.
周冠的冠军舞台上。
And congratulations again, Spider, you got the champion of the bi-weekly final game. And you know guys, like today I can see here Spider's ear, there's a lot of things on it, and it seems like yeah. So what's your feeling right now? Yeah, I feel really good. So from the last season to this season, do you have more pressure? Yeah, I think for the new season I have more pressure. Yeah, because this bi-weekly, it seems like you get high and low and like different performance. And again, you can stand here. How's your feeling? Yeah, actually try a lot of times, and I have to find out where is my trouble and just adjust them, and that's why I can stand here.
那么本周的话，我们的冠军的卷轴以及我们的
Yeah,
冠军
and
印章
you
将会
guys 留下
的
can
就
see
是
the Scarrow and the Seal are already prepared here for our champion.
属于我们本周周冠的冠军奖章，来，有请
And
Spider。
we can get our seal
生龙
now.
之道也是我们这一次职业联赛的冠军卷轴的第2个双周周冠军。
So
将会
we guys
印上的
can
就是
see
微博
the
给你
Scarrow is
对
prepared
来调整
and
一下角度
Spider is going to stamp his
来，印
name
上属于
on
你
this
的冠
Scarrow.
军印记。
Yeah, it's the honor time for you,
好
Spider.
的，同样的话，我们的 Spider 站到属于你的冠军的荣耀的旁
Yeah,
边，
please,
来到这边
Spider,
一起看一
just
下前方，
stand
我们让我们的
near
镜头记
your
录下这值
Scarrow
得纪念的
and
时刻。
just take a
那
photo
么
here.
2023永劫无间职业联赛第2个双周的单排冠军就是
Okay, we would like to say
Spider
congratulations again, Spider got the NBPL Spring 2023 second bi-weekly final solo game champion.
通过了这一个双周的常规赛的表现，以及最终
After
今天
2
紧
weeks
张激
working
烈到
hard
最后一场比赛
in
才
the
能知道
regular
谁是
game,
冠军的
and also after today, you can have the honor. And I think
为你喜悦。
all the audience
我可以
is
看到
very
其实上一次
excited
我看
for
你眼
you
光
that
有
you
点
can
湿
get
的
the
时候还是在
championship.
顶住压力的那个节杯。今天最后一场比赛
I
可以
remember a
说
time
百
like
步穿杨
last year
而且最后
after
你
J
压力
Cup,
又
and
是
you
要
had
这个
so
赢
much
最后
pressure.
拿
You
下了
just
这一次的
cried
冠
on
军当时
this
是怎么样
stage.
来谈一下最后一场比赛。
So how's your feeling like today again can stand in the center of the stage, and for the last game how you just adjust your psychology? Yeah, actually, for the last game, at the beginning, I think I did some error. It seems like after I rebirth, so I have to be stable. And I think my hero selection also helped me because Furia is very strong in the middle time and the end of the game.
算是冠军战甲的这个 buff 战袍 buff 的青龙啊，也是一直在
And
支持。
we also know a funny story that after your coach give you his clothes, and every time you can have very good performance. And I know a lot of people help you, include like your coach and also other members in your club. Do you have anything you want to say to them? Yeah, I would like to say thank you to my club because you guys just give me a perfect environment in the club.
本周的周决的一个 flag 上是写了一下，如果冠了，要尝试一
Yeah,
下。
I also saw that you set up a flag. If you can get the championship of the bi-weekly final, you will try 4 sour food. So do you have food? Do you now in your mind?
同样，这边的话也是借着本周的一个周决的。
Yeah, I will try later and try to find these 4 food. Yeah, okay. I think everyone is very looking forward that you will try the 4 sour food. I think after the game, and we will see the video of it. We are very looking forward to it. And let's congratulations again, Spider.
Congratulations yet again to WBG Spider coming in and making the comeback that he really needed. I think some important lessons were learned here by WBG Spider today. Man, what a comeback it was. But, you know, he talked a little bit about how his hero pick played into his victory today. And I have to agree. He held those Feria Shin picks out to the very, very end, where he was able to utilize her in sort of 2 lobbies where nobody else was able to play them. And I'm looking at Wang Liang right now. Wang Liang had a killer performance today, but in this final game, he kind of throws, right? He picks into Matari. Matari is, of course, a hero who does better in the early to mid game, right? Doesn't do anything in the early to mid game, doesn't go out and find fights and secure eliminations, and goes into late game with no way to take control of Final Circle, no way to pick up eliminations, because you're playing an early to mid game hero. And I feel like if you're playing an early to mid game hero, yeah, you want to stay alive because it's game 6, but you got to put some points on the board. And unfortunately, they just don't, and they get eliminated in Final Circle with no eliminations to their name. Speaking of which, take a look at the final standings here. GG Shaw jumps all the way up from like 12th place to 8th place.
Yeah, that was a bit crazy.
14.2 game score.
Poor Panda Man didn't make it to 10th in the end, finally got evicted out, but there it is. WBG Spider wins with a pretty colossal 11-point lead over Wang Liang. Shen Yuan taking that 3rd spot, Chi Zhang taking 4th, and Mike in 5th there. TT25, who started today in 1st, ends the day, started the day in 2nd, ends the day in 6th. He just did not perform. Like 2 donuts in there. Only 1 game where he went double digits as well. Not a particularly great game from him, but Spider, I think we were critical of. I think rightfully so we were critical of. But he did step up, and he did prove towards the end of the day that he had a game plan. And I think more than anything, Spider proved to us that his biggest flaw was his mental and his ability to bounce back from losses. I don't want to say that's definitely cleared and it's better, but it was definitely, it was better. It just isn't cleared. It was definitely an infinitely improved one. But you can see the damage dealt with melee weapons for our day. Spider, surprisingly, taking 1st. You never guessed that. TT25 is actually a surprise to me in 2nd. And then Panda Man in 3rd. So, honestly, these guys putting us some serious damage. But look at the damage lead Spider had over TT25. Like, he did a lot more damage.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is just a great example. And again, I think WBG Spider learned a lot of lessons today.
Yeah.
This is something we haven't seen from him. Having to accept, in game 3, he picks up 5 eliminations, but goes out early. right? But is able to still have a 4th place finish in that game, and being able to accept in his mental that, hey, it's okay to have a decent game instead of just a massive pop-off game. He also was able to get that game off the back of 2 really bad games. So I think it helped him kind of accept that, okay, the momentum's moving in the right direction. This is what I needed to start doing better. And we see him, that confidence come back out, that aggression come back out. And he's not able to have big pop-off games, but he continues to have consistency games and then watches himself rise in the standings. And because of that, you see the confidence come back to him. You can literally, we're talking about somebody who wears his heart on his sleeve, right? We cut to WBG Spider all the time after these games, and he wears it on his face, right? You can look at the dread and the desperation when he's had a bad game, and you can also see the big smile and the cheeky grin when he's had a good game, like he just had here in the final game.
You say that, but when he came out of the game, it was arms up, sad face. Like, he knew that, like, that was harder than it needed to be from him. So to be fair, you know, there's definitely, he's going to walk away with some stuff that I think he will look to improve on. And while we're talking about that as well, you did see tomorrow we do have our trios bi-weekly finals. 6 games coming up. We're finding out who's going to be taking the crown for that one. KLA did take the first. So eyes on them for a team for me to kind of keep your eyes on going into these next bi-weekly finals. After the 6 games that we'll actually be doing the draw show as well to figure out what the map rotation is going to look like. We know that Holoroth always comes 2nd and 5th, but the weather effects could be up in the air. We haven't had a nighttime Holoroth on the rotation yet, so I'd like to see that. That'd be quite a fun one. It can change things up. Obviously, Holoroth, a pretty diverse map where it has a lot of different weather effects and kind of environmental traps and effects that can go off as well. So it genuinely, the weather effects and time of day really can affect what people are playing and how the game really gets played out. So, I mean, we saw it in game 2 today where a large portion of the circle was in the snowstorm. So no one could ult because nobody had access to their ultimates because it was just getting drained by the snowstorm. So it's these kind of little things that you got to keep your eyes out. Holoroth can be a pretty dangerous map. I'm excited to see how the trios go. That's definitely one for me. I think trios last week, absolutely incredible. And KLA's kind of miracle run back to the top of the table and actually winning it all at the end of the day was just phenomenal to watch. So, you know, we've been pretty blessed. I mean, we said it earlier, but NARAKA's bi-weekly finals is just so blessed. We always have really, really good bi-weekly finals where it's very tight and very exciting. So make sure you do tune in for that because it is going to be a banger. It's going to be a real banger. Can't remember who's doing it tomorrow.
It's going to be me and Moxie tomorrow. We're going to be bringing you your trios finals for a second bi-weekly. I'm excited for it too. You know, we got to talk about Team TE and of course our J team, 2 very, very strong looking teams. And then of course XCG also doing very well as well, having 100-point day for their second day, so performing much better than they did on their first day. Both of those teams sitting at the very top of the order. So all 3 of those teams, as well as Team KLA, going to be teams to keep our eyes on moving into tomorrow's trio finals. And I mean, like you said, we were blessed today. We're always blessed when it comes to these bi-weekly finals and how tight things go. And man, it really came down to the final moments there. Spider able to come out on top. We kind of predicted that being the mech that he was going to be able to take control of the final circle there. But man, what a great day of games for us, ladies and gentlemen. But that is going to be it for me and Hip Rain today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for our trios finals. Till then, keep being amazing, and we can't wait to see you guys back here on More Side.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of